Are you a human being? Are you also a Browns fan? Well, if you said yes to both of those things, and there's a good chance you're probably a little tired of our local Cleveland Brown sports media. Same old thing, day after day, night after night. It's time to hang the cleats up. It's time to pass the torch. If you're looking for something fun, something fresh, something where four people literally smack themselves in the face over and over with hot take after hot take, then my boys at Down with the Browns is where you want to be. It's just good for your soul. Available on Apple Podcast, YouTube, and Twitter. Getting down with the Browns.
And welcome back to another episode of Down with the Browns, baby.
Let's get it.
We've got our very special draft day special going on. We're doing a little midday action, a little different than everybody else. But we've got guests lined up from 12 to 5 today. And our very first guest is Jay from
OTC off the clock, baby. Who you with? Hashtag who you with?
Let's go, baby. Who you with?
Yes.
How y'all feeling?
Feeling real good. Feeling real good. I'm thinking about just the draft, the first round of the draft, and how I keep telling myself that our first round draft pick is Deshaun Watson. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I really feel good about that. And Deshaun Watson was in the spaces. I don't know if you guys know, was in the Twitter spaces yesterday. So he was out here on Twitter spaces in Chop Space, just chopping it up, talking about everything that fans want to hear him talk about. He was saying cool things like who's the funniest on the team, and his opinion was JOK, and that he wanted to get drafted by the Browns back in 2017, and Hugh Jackson even hit him up, said to stay ready. So, it's stuff like that. I love hearing like that. I love hearing little stories like that as a fan. So the first round of the draft, I mean, it happened. It's our day today. It's draft day. I'm feeling pretty good. It's well, it used to be our Super Bowl, not anymore. Not anymore, because we're out here really trying to get it. But Jay, how are you feeling, bro? How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, man. I came to Kalahari to celebrate my birthday with some family. And
let's go! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Sure.
Happy birthday!
I don't know. It's been a kind of crazy first round, man. I thought it was real interesting. I thought all the GMs were super aggressive, which I liked. So I don't know, man. I like how if the draft is going to look like this moving forward in the future, I like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was definitely cool to see, the trades. First and foremost, obviously, with the number 1 overall pick, Bryce Young going to Carolina. We're gonna touch on a few topics while we have you for a little bit here, Jo. I want to hear who you think is going to be one of the people that we're drafting 74th. If we're going to trade up, trade down, whatever your scenario is, and I also want to hear some of the first round picks that you kind of were excited about or questioning, just one pick or two picks that you were like, man, I expected him to go there, or I didn't expect him to do that. I know Bryce Young, obviously number 1 overall, CJ Stroud going to Houston. Houston making some moves, some questionable moves, maybe depending on how Will Anderson turns out, because they traded back up to 3 with the Cardinals. So that they can get Will Anderson and CJ Stroud back-to-back picks. So I just want to hear a little bit about what you're feeling, about the first round, and then we'll move on to expectations at KFC. I want to hear what your first round picks were too.
I don't know, man. Like I said, man, I've been out at the water park for a couple of days, so I kind of tuned in. I listened to it in spaces. I was kind of surprised, but not really surprised by where AR went. I thought that was kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying? Indianapolis. I didn't really see that. I just felt like, I think all the hoopla and stuff that we got about the first round pick or the first pick, I feel like it was kind of crazy to actually see that play out the way it did with Bryce Young. I thought maybe that might have been a little bit of, I don't know, smoke, but once it started getting close to the draft, like the week and a half before, everybody pretty much seemed like it was the consensus pick. But I was surprised that the Texans drafted CJ. I would have took CJ, but there was a lot of Texans fans that was preaching Young, and then if they couldn't get Young, they were going to trade out. So I mean, there was some interesting stuff all over. I think the Cardinals trading out. I think we all talked about that before, right?
Yeah.
So that really wasn't a surprise. As far as who we're going to get, I mean, I don't know. I think we were all praying that Jack Campbell slid out of the first round by the grace of God, right?
Mm,
That didn't happen.
that's very true.
Yeah.
That's
He
very
went
true.
early.
We wanted Jack Campbell bad.
He went
badly.
early, bro. I did not see that happening that early.
Yeah, I mean, who did Pittsburgh end up picking up?
Broderick Jones, the offensive lineman.
From Georgia.
So I think that was kind of a surprise for me. I don't know. Maybe they are fully invested in Kenny Pickett. So I mean, you know, try to beef that up and keep him on his feet. You know, undersized guy, little hands. So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
keep him clean. Keep him clean. As far as the third round is concerned, I really don't have a player per se. I really haven't studied this draft, to be honest with you. All the big time names, or even the names that we talk about normally in spaces, are the guys I kind of check up on and kind of dive into. There is a guy that plays strong safety for Illinois, and I think one of you guys tweeted it. I
Sidney
can't think of
Brown.
his. Sidney Brown really jumped off the tape for me, and the only reason why I wasn't talking about him, or haven't talked about him until you guys kind of mentioned it, I brought him up into space, and a lot of people didn't even know who he was. But I feel like Grant Delpit, having him, I feel like it might take Sidney Brown off the board for us, because when I look at him as maybe like a strong safety.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
I don't know if he can.
the thing about
Go ahead.
like getting a guy like that can play that strong safety position is, I mean, last year if you go look at all the snap counts, Grant Delpit kind of played both positions for safety. He played strong safety and free safety. So I mean, you could actually bump him up, maybe put him in the box, and have Juwan Thornhill out actually playing free safety, or just kind of vice versa, just kind of have them all floating around.
Yep.
What do you think? Do you guys think Grant can play free?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm a little skeptical about that because
Not in the league, but
you know,
I think you can do it.
At NFC, I that's why I'm kind of just skeptical about it. Really, you know, I'm really skeptical about everything. So with that,
what are you skeptical about? Because like I feel like once he actually was committed to that box safety role, I feel like that's when his game took off at the end of last year.
Yeah.
I don't think he does well like covering ground, even though I feel like he's a good athlete. I feel like he's better at playing in the box than coming downhill.
Yeah, it's that closeout speed that I'm just closing out that I have a strong concern about because and another thing is just one, I want to see him stay healthy for a full season and see how that goes. But you're gonna have to make your decision on Grant Delpit. You know, you're gonna have to really make your decision on him soon because are you going to extend him? What does that look like? So it's I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting because I think we're going to draft Jamie Robinson, safety from Florida State.
I'd be down
He's
for
tough.
that.
I love Jamie Robinson a lot, so it's gonna.
I like him.
You know, I'm curious as to how that works out.
So what do you think about it? I wanted to ask a question. I had seen something kind of floating around on Brown's Twitter, and I thought we had confirmation about it, but now I'm like, I don't know. Did they pick up the 5th year on Jed?
Not yet. It's the
No.
thing's due Monday. So
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think if
so
you
but
see,
wasn't it reported early, like a while ago, that we already did that?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I heard something about that too. Let me
Nah.
confirm.
Yeah,
Because-
somebody did. Somebody did say that, and now they're saying it hasn't been picked up.
I think they were in discussions about picking it up, but I don't think they actually picked it up. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah, everything
So-
recently is saying they haven't. So with that being said, I could definitely see us drafting a tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's somebody that they love, man, I could see us drafting a tackle, man, because this is make or break for him this year.
Yeah. And honestly, I think a lot of fans kind of really want him to explode into that guy that we really wanted him to be. And honestly, I don't know what it was, but I think it kind of I know a lot of fans have been highlighting some of his lazy plays and putting them out there on Twitter, which I think is a little bit unfair to just be chopping up, you know, a mixtape of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Hold on, Manny. Hold on, I gotta stop you, bro. No one can make you look like anything that you're not.
True. True. That's a good point. That's a good point. If
I mean,
if you looks like you're taking plays off, then you're probably consistently taking plays off.
and I'm not saying that to say that people can't catch you on like having a bad game or having, but bro, like once you putting out there that your motor is not high, bro, that's not anybody else's fault to show people that it's not high.
Yeah.
And
Come
I
on,
think
bro.
you know what? That's actually Keith just said hot take. Jed will be traded to the Jets for a second round pick
I
tonight.
like that hot take actually.
I don't mind that. You know what? I do want to touch on that too a little bit, Jo. Do you feel like with Jed that one, if they don't pick up his 5th-year option, which I mean, it's a toss up depending if there's a left tackle or if there's a tackle that they like, they might just go with that.
They brought in that kid from Ohio State that I think DeJuan Jones or something like that. I believe he plays right tackle. Did he not, or was he left? Well, I think no, he's a left tackle because Paris Johnson was the right tackle, correct?
Yes, he was the right tackle.
I know they brought him
tackle.
in, and if we do trade up with the Jets, I know they got 43, 42, because I know that they swapped a pick.
I just don't see our franchise moving like that, even though I would be down for it. I feel like I don't know what the price tag is to pick up his 5th. I feel like they're just making him sweat. I feel like anything that they're doing right now is trying to motivate him. I don't think that he's really had a fire put underneath him. I feel like he's been pretty much coasting this whole time. So, I mean, I think they're putting a fire up under him. I see them picking it up, but I also see them trying to find somebody viable to push him. Like almost like when we had Njoku. They brought in Hooper. They brought in Hooper, and it turned Njoku into a whole new animal. And I mean that people don't talk about that enough, man. So I feel like moves like that have happened for our franchise, especially with Njoku, that actually turned Njoku into like a monster. I think that picking up his 5th year, making him sweat it out, and bringing in a guy that's actually going to challenge him and letting them know like you might have been a 1st-round pick, but it's about producing now, bro. So
What do you think that because Keith is saying in the comment that Jed can't be motivated? I think it's sometimes when your team is bad, right? And when we were bad when we were drafting like Baker Mayfield and all that other stuff, it's like some people sometimes get drafted to a bad team, and it's almost like you feel I don't know if entitled is the right word, but it feels like that you won't get rid of me, like you can't get rid of me, you can't move on from me. And I feel there was a little bit of that with Baker, and I'm thinking there's a little bit of that with Jed right now. Yeah. And it's like, oh, where's your backup? Who's your replacement? Like, I'm your 1st-round pick. You're not just going to give up on me. I'm going to bring somebody in. I'm going to draft somebody. I'm going to get a veteran in here who can take your job. You will sit on the bench. We won't pick up your 5th-year option. We will trade you draft night. Yeah. And I kind of like what Keith is saying here is a little bit of a hot take, but it's like you kind of need a fire underneath it. Is that weird to say?
Yeah, he needs something.
I think Keith said trade him. I think I said put a fire underneath his ass.
I
just want to keep my take.
I don't blame you.
Hey, yo, no, but I agree with you though, man. And I don't think stuff like that gets discussed enough because I feel like people talk about all the time about how Njoku just ascended. Bro, don't forget this is the guy that wanted traded, and people were saying he can't catch the ball, get him out of here.
Yeah.
When they brought in Hooper, now everybody forgot all of that, and then now he's just a monster tight end, bro. They did that. The move that they made was a really important move, and it was sneaky because that let Njoku know that, bro, this league, everybody's replaceable.
Everybody, you are expendable, bro. And they brought in Hooper, an all-pro when he came here, right? Yeah. All-pro for a pretty penny as well. And they said, hey, man, listen, look, you're either going to learn from him or – and I think that this was a confidence builder of him saying, I'm better than him. You know what I mean? I saw Hooper dropping those passes and this, that, and the other. And I also think that back of the end zone catch for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers was a huge confidence booster for not that he needed it, but it was a huge confidence booster for David Njoku as well. And can say like, hey, I'm that dude. And having Deshaun Watson come in here and have be your quarterback now, it's who likes tight ends, by the way. So I think it's going to be it's fantastic position for him to be in, and extended David Njoku as well. I think he has just what you're talking about, Jo. That kind of like, no, I'm a professional out here, and I'm going to work my tail off day in and day out. Jed doesn't have that yet. Jed does not have that yet.
he doesn't, and I brought that up to say, like, let's pay attention and see, what moves they make, because we know that we have talent on our roster.
Right.
But I
Right.
think they always talk about competing, which, I mean, I'm really still up in the air about how much they are really, are doing that, because
Yes.
I'm just like, I feel like there's a lot of guys that can take that next step.
Yeah.
And I feel like who they bring in will be a big indicator to me on the guys that are currently there, who
Mm.
they want to light a fire underneath, because there's not a lot of roster spots, bro.
No.
There's not a lot of
No.
roster spots. So like the guys that they're drafting, to me, I feel like these guys are going to be guys that are a position of need,
Mhm.
because I mean, we have talent. We have talent. And then, like you said with
Yeah.
Grant Delpit, he has the talent, but you have to be consistent and you have to stay healthy.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think with us not having a lot of roster spots, I feel like who they draft is a big indicator on what positions they feel like they need to level up on, and they need to build talent behind.
Yeah, and that's why I do want to shift gears slightly, because you just made a great point about who they drafted, and that's why I would love to have at 74. MC saying say leave Jed alone. No, we can't leave Jed alone. We've been leaving Jed alone too long. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. You're right. That's a fact.
And so shout out to Ryan O'Malley from Facebook. Says Marvin Mims at 74. That's exactly who I was going to say. You
I'm
bring
okay
in you bring in Marvin Mims.
Mhm.
Okay, and let me tell you, Marvin Mims, I think he's 21 years old, 5'11", like 180. He is very explosive off the line. If you bring in Marvin Mims, what this shows is, one, that puts Anthony Schwartz on alert. That's number one, because he has to.
No, he's not.
There's some people. No, there's some people who are saying he's not on the roster. I don't believe that personally, because I think the Browns might want to try to keep him for one more season with Deshaun Watson if Anthony Schwartz has a great camp and a great preseason. But if he drops a ball like last preseason with Deshaun and starts dropping balls, he's not going to be on the team. He's not going to be
okay. Fuck, they gonna kill me. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you to the same extent that you made the statement that I felt like off-season training camp, he will be given an opportunity to show if he's worked hard enough and if he's leveled up.
Exactly.
If he has not, he will not be on the roster.
Yes.
I'm gonna get killed for that, because honestly, our fan base pretty much has shipped his ass out of town last year.
Yeah.
They hate Anthony Schwartz.
Can you blame him? You can't blame him, bro.
I think the only thing he really did last year.
I got an Anthony Schwartz card.
That is not an Anthony Schwartz card.
No.
No.
He said no.
No. That is not, bro.
I feel like I owe people money.
Manny, I don't know if you've ever indulged, man, but I got a lot of friends and I got experience in life where, people roll up, people smoke weed. Like back in the day when people used to break their weed down, you take that little card and you clean everything up around you.
Dude, that's a little card you chop it up with.
Bro, you do something with that. You don't keep it.
You don't keep it around as a card.
No.
Yeah, you certainly don't laminate it.
Hey, Manny,
if you can have the card, yeah.
Bro, if I talk to anybody, if I come to your crib and you have a mint condition Anthony Schwartz card, you have a fucking mental problem. Okay? If it's in mint condition, we got a problem, bro.
The edges are crisp. The edges are crisp, jail. Hey, Keith, you know what?
Do you got it in something, or is it just?
No. It's just a.
Exactly.
Regular.
You ain't got it in nothing.
No, I got it.
You ain't got it in no screen protector. No,
Hey, that motherfucker
ain't got
just
no
laying.
plastic, no laminate, or nothing. No, this is just a straight out of the box. I saw Anthony Schwartz. I was like, okay. But no, listen, Keith. If you really want this, bro, DM the page, the Down with the Brown page. I'll send it to you. Bro. I'll send it to
you. Nasty work.
But yeah, go back to what I was saying. So. Oh wait. Do you want to say something about this, or do you?
Like, I mean, some of the stats that he had last year, pretty insane. Like, he had like 20. I think it's 20.1 like yards per catch, because 6 tutties, ran a 4.38. I mean, the dude's got the speed, and I think I want to say that I saw on PFF or somebody had tweeted it, like him in single man coverage. His PFF grade was like 99.1.
Whoa,
that's
a real
insane.
thing.
Yeah, I believe so. I saw it on Twitter. Somebody had tweeted that, like single man coverage, like 1-on-1, like his PFF grade was 99.1.
Yo,
or
that's
something
crazy.
like that.
I
I may be quoting that wrong, so don't take it.
So
To
hold
the
on, but okay, like I know all the receivers pretty much have been grouped together. I know a lot of people have a couple of guys that they feel like were kind of upper echelon, like the JSNs,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
kid and the
Yeah.
kid, like in the Zay Flowers. But where do you feel like the second round? Do you feel like or third round when we draft? Do you feel like he's a third round receiver?
Here's how I feel about like the second tier of like players. Like I said, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Like this team or this draft, like you can see guys go in like top 30 or like 99. Like that's how deep this second tier is. Is like there's no in between. It's just like there's good second tier, but like not like good enough to be like your top 20 players,
Right.
if that makes sense. So
Right.
the second
No,
wave,
it
it's like so
does.
drastic. Like it's not.
Well, like I've been on. I mean, I don't really record my spaces, bro, because I'm just like, let's get in here, let's talk some shit, and then people
Right.
be like, no, for real, because
I
people
love
be on
that.
trash. They want to record your space, then they want to come back and talk about what you said, bro. We just be spitballing and having fun, man. You know what
Yes.
I'm saying, bro?
Yes.
Like,
I love
like
that.
if I got paid for this shit, bro, I would be a little bit more in depth and I would do a little bit more research. But I just
Yeah.
want to talk Browns, you know what I'm saying, and kick it.
Yeah, for sure.
So like I feel like when I have been in spaces previously to this draft, and I looked at a couple of kids, like I said, the Sidney Brown kid, and you know, I dove in on my own, and then I had people brought to me that I started looking into, like Jack Miller or Jack Campbell was mentioned a lot, so I started
Yes.
checking him out. But when I was just looking at this draft in totality, after people like kind of got me interested, bro, this draft is mid as fuck, bro.
Yeah, it's that
Are you,
second
are you,
wave.
bro? Are you shitting me, bro? This shit is mid as fuck, bro. Like this shit is super mid, bro. Come on, man. Y'all know this shit is low key trash, bro.
Wait, you mean overall? You mean overall, or as a certain position?
I think that the positions of need to us aren't that deep, so that kind of gives me that feeling like
Okay.
linebacker.
Okay.
Like, so I think that's what kind of gave me my original take. But then when you go into like even receivers, bro, there are no game breakers, bro.
Yeah.
There's not a game,
Yeah.
bro. There's no
Yeah.
game breakers.
Yeah.
I mean, even with the quarterbacks, and I love CJ and I love Bryce, bro. Like I mean, Bryce was the consensus, but bro, they were like 1A, 1B. Like nobody just stood ahead of everybody. You know what I'm saying?
No one was a Trevor Lawrence of their draft of the quarterbacks. Like where
No.
it's like you got to get Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are some good wide receivers though. There are some good wide
Yeah,
receivers.
there's good guys
Jordan
like
Addison,
mid.
Who?
Zay Flowers.
I like Zay. Is he a game breaker?
I think he's going to be the best receiver out of this draft class.
I like him. I like him in Tank.
Yeah.
Tank's going to be sick.
Yeah.
I like Tank Bill. I like Zay and Tank.
Well, he might be available at
But with that
74.
but see the thing that's crazy. With that being said, all of the receivers, in my opinion, everybody, and I don't want this because I feel like this term gets used the wrong way, but they're kind of one trick ponies. What receiver do you feel like is a game breaker or can do it all?
I feel like JSN. I personally feel like JSN. Oh yeah, I feel like JSN.
You think he can play outside consistently?
I think yes. Because now he's lined up with. Is he in Minnesota with Josh Jefferson?
No, it's
Oh, that's Jordan Addison. That's Jordan Addison. Where's Seattle? He went to Seattle,
yeah.
right? So you're seeing all of these wide receivers. These teams that took these wide receivers this might be to your point, Jo. So I might be proving your point. But the teams that drafted these wide receivers already have a clear wide receiver one. Like DK Metcalf, and now you line him up on the other side with JSN. You look at Justin Jefferson, now you line him up on the other side with Jordan Addison. And for Baltimore, they have Odell, right? Now they have Zay Flowers, but at the same time, they might still get DeAndre Hopkins potentially.
I feel like that was the nastiest pick of the night.
Nasty. Because I put it out there, and you know another thing, and I just want to go on a quick because I haven't even talked about how Marvin Mims affects the depth chart here for the Browns. The problem is Keith said he actually likes this draft. The problem is with what the Baltimore Ravens are doing. They completely changed their outlook for this season over the past week. Over the past maybe 2 weeks, and people, that Odell, we can talk ourselves as Browns fans and say, oh, Odell's washed up and Odell is, can't create separation and all this stuff. They got Odell and they paid a lot for Odell, so it's whatever. We can sweep that under the rug. All of a sudden, they re-signed Lamar Jackson right before the draft. And then I have people in the mentions, and the quote tweet, and then say, "Well, I've never really been afraid of that Lamar." You've been afraid of Lamar Jackson. He came back to the daggone bathroom and threw a touchdown and beat us.
Yeah.
Okay? He threw 4. You cap it on that? You don't think so?
No, they were capped.
No, they were capped. Oh. 4 interceptions still beat us. That's more on the offensive side of the ball, but still, Lamar Jackson just finds a way to beat the Browns. Finds a way. And so what I'm saying is they extended this man for 5 years. And then we're saying, he got to get weapons. He got to get weapons. Now they just got Zay Flowers and DeAndre Hopkins is on FaceTime with a Ravens fan. If they get DeAndre Hopkins, we're looking at something different. Is that
weird? Okay, so here's the thing about.
I'm trying to say who you with.
You guys keep talking like we're talking about their wide receivers, but to that point, since they got Zay, and we've already got a pretty good secondary, so I think we're like one safety shy, probably like being, top 3, top 5. And then I think this draft we need to share up the defensive line because, Okoronkwo, I think that's how you say it. He's going to be good. Don't get me wrong. But I still think we need that number 1 like defensive edge on the other side of Miles. We could get a rookie at 74 there, like the Tuliwampo or whatever.
On Twitter said he ain't never scared.
Ain't never scared.
It's real nice in the spaces, bro. Sound real nice. Sounds nice.
But if we can get some like D tackle help and some defensive edges that can put pressure on Lamar, get him kind of scared, get him like running around and have the secondary kind of lock up. I think that's how you beat Lamar, because if you go back to the year we went into Baltimore with Freddie Kitchens and dog stomped him.
Right.
That's what we did. We just rushed forward that whole game and had everybody else back in coverage. That's how you beat the Ravens.
Right.
Yeah, I think that. No, I agree with you. Those are all really good points.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, 'cause I know people are gonna be like, "What?" I think we have the formula for beating them. I think we've had the formula for beating everybody in our division.
Yes.
Whether or not if you execute has been our issue. We know how to beat the Bengals, right?
Yep.
We normally execute that, right? We know how to beat the Ravens, bro. Lamar has played like dog shit against us recently.
Recently, yes.
Bro, how many turnovers did he have against us that last home game, and they still fucking beat us?
4.
Bro, you should not lose when somebody has 4 turnovers.
4.
So I mean, I do know he has new weapons, but I feel like we match up well with everybody in the division, and that's not by mistake. That's through drafting, and that's through the people that we bring in.
Yes.
That's why we can match up with Cincinnati because of the secondary we've brought in to be able to compete with their receivers. So I understand what you're saying, Manny. I felt like everybody wanted Odell until he wasn't here anymore. So I feel like when they added him, and then you go get Zay Flowers, and then obviously the contract that was just dropped, bro. Like I feel like, have you ever? And this is to your point, Manny. Have you ever seen a team do an about face quicker than what the fucking Ravens just did?
No,
bro.
Not at all.
Not even close, bro.
Not even close. And now these Josina Anderson is already reporting on it that there might be D-Hop news, and she's quoting it under Lamar Jackson's tweets.
This is the craziest shit ever, but this is what I felt like the thinking was. Mm-hmm. There's windows in the NFL, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of people talk about, okay, there's windows to win Super Bowls, and there's windows to. I feel like there's windows to be relevant. I feel like there's windows when you're just going to be absolute dog shit. There's windows when you're going to be just, top 5 pick because your team is fucking trash. I feel like Baltimore has came to terms with, we are never going to get a generational talent like this to play quarterback ever again.
Ever.
So
ever.
What? I even though the money, they weren't agreeable to the money because he didn't even get what he wanted.
Yeah.
But I feel like they came to terms with, okay, we're going to put all our eggs into your basket. If you don't make this a fuss and grind everybody's gears to what you want and hold us hostage. And he came off his fence and said, and I told people this when Odell first signed with Baltimore, they've been talking, he's been campaigning. I feel like he told them, get me the weapons and I won't drag this out and make this a shit show.
Yeah. 100%.
It was a compromise.
And I think also for the Ravens part, they saw Jalen Hurts' contract and they saw Jalen Hurts get their money and they're like, you know what, if we hold out any longer, Joe
higher.
Burrow might get his money earlier than expected because Jalen Hurts got his money earlier than expected. We thought that it was going to be closer to the season, right? The Eagles paid him right away. And so if Joe Burrow gets his money and then Justin Herbert gets his money early, they're going to have to pay Lamar Jackson. They'll have nothing else to say. So they were like, you know what? That's one of the driving factors that I think, in my opinion, they were like, all right, well, let's play Lamar. Let's play
That's a good
Lamar.
point.
Let's get Lamar what he needs to get.
So
There
you
was
feel like that sped up their process?
Oh, for sure. Because if you really, we already, Jalen Hurts got his money. The consensus on Jalen Hurts was actually let him play out maybe one more season, and just to, not to see, but just to get him for the low one more season. You know what I mean? But the Eagles wasted no time. They were like, you know what? We see that we got this ninth overall, or this 10th overall pick from the Saints with the Trevor Penning deal, and so they got a 10th overall pick from really doing nothing. Like that was just a gift. They just got a 10th overall pick, and they were like, Jalen Carter fell in their lap, so they re-up with that, and now they got Nolan Smith from Georgia with their original 31st or 32nd pick. So now it's like, okay, well, we got everything we taken care of. All these defensive players are on rookie contracts. Let's play Jalen Hurts. Let's pay Jalen Hurts right now. And then that kind of shocked everyone. Like, oh shoot, they actually paid him and paid him well and paid him quickly. So I don't know. I think that sped up the Ravens, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Good points. Good shit, man.
But did you want to say something, KC, before I move back on to Marvin Mims?
Sorry, it kind of made me think of the Bengals pick, dude. I was thinking they were going to take that tight end. Is it Michael Mayer?
Yes.
Dude, I thought they were going to take him.
I think there were some other people that was upset about that.
Yeah. Some Bengals fans were upset about that pick but they talked themselves into it quickly.
Well, they do need O-line help, like they do extremely
need.
bad.
Well, they got the edge. Murphy, something Murphy.
Oh yeah, they went defensive line.
They got.
My bad. I'm thinking.
Man,
not Michael Murphy, is it?
Not Michael Murphy. Marvin Murphy.
It's
I forgot who it was.
Let me go look at it real quick.
That shit just low.
Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy
sure.
from Clemson. That's what it is. Miles Murphy.
They just better remember who the real Miles is in the division.
Yeah.
Hey, I got like a couple more minutes, yo. Then I got to jet out, yo.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the last thing I want to say, J.O., while you're here, is because we were talking about Marvin Mims and his effect on the depth chart. Really quickly, that'll light a fire under David Bell, in my opinion, because we kind of need. I mean, I'm not trying to be whatever, but I know he was our rookie, but like, I mean. I'm not sure what I expected from him, but I wanted more from David Bell. You know what I mean?
So I think you kind of that was fair, but I think you kind of proved the point that, and I'm not somebody that's like, oh, you got to give these guys a chance to develop. You do, but was he really utilized correctly? Was he given the targets?
I mean,
bro, he didn't even play. Like, did he even play the first half of the season?
No, because he was injured. But at the same time, though, I mean, I know he's a rookie, but I'm not saying he's not going to make the team. He's definitely going to make the team because you're going to get Deshaun Watson for a full year. So that's a really good point. But at the same time, you got Elijah Moore and Goodwin now, and Amari Cooper. That wide receiver room is not going to look the same in 2024. So you need one solidified young guy to be the head of your wide receiver room moving forward. Now, who is that? Because do you trust DPJ to take that role over? I don't. I have not been in. I don't. I personally don't. And I've been saying that for a very long time and getting hate for it, but I just don't. I don't think he's there yet. I think he's a fantastic wide receiver too, and that's his ceiling. But there needs to be one young guy to be your wide receiver one moving forward for the rest of Deshaun Watson's contract and time being here. So who is that? And I don't think it's David Bell. I don't think it's Elijah Moore. I don't think it's Goodwin too old, and I don't think it's Amari Cooper too old. So
I don't have a problem with that.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, you good. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, the Amari Cooper point. I think you could keep him for another year. A year or two, and then next year's draft, move up for Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
I think that would be. You may have just said that. I was trying to share the
Where
blanket.
where are you going to be moving up to get him? Because that boy going
That
high.
is going. He's
I
going
mean-
high. You need to make a trade right now for a team that you think is going to finish last. That's what you need to do.
I'm just saying. I mean, next year you move
An
up.
open
You
bracket.
could move like a Denzel maybe in a pick, like the second round pick Denzel, try to move up. You know, you can piece stuff together.
You
I
can,
love
but
him.
the longer you wait, the longer you wait. I mean, if I were you, I'd probably make to the last quick point, and I'll let you go, Jo. I would if you would have to make a trade with a team that you think is going to finish last right now, because if you do that, everybody in the NFL is going after Marvin Harrison Jr. Especially.
So with that being said, do we think he? And I know this is. I know he's a receiver, but I don't know what the class is supposed to look like next year. If he plays every game and doesn't get hurt, he's easily a top 5 pick.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh yeah, top 3.
I mean, you just never know. Like,
it doesn't matter who's top. It doesn't matter who's won. He's gone.
That boy nasty, man.
I'm just saying, you never know, because like this year, like I mean, this time last year, people looking at this year's draft, I mean, they were talking about JSN going top 5.
Yeah, I think
now he wasn't until 20. Like you just don't know, because I think it's such a far time.
It changes though based on team though. The teams change, right? Because
Hey fellas, I'm being summoned by the rest of my family. Bro.
All right, bro.
You're good.
Jo, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Hey, check this out, man. Like I know y'all have reached out to me earlier, bro, and I'm just getting my feet wet and doing all of this stuff, man. But I fuck with y'all, man. Let's do this again, man. When I got more time, because I like chopping it up with y'all. Y'all good people, man.
Absolutely. Jo, thank you so much for stopping
Thanks
by.
for stopping
all right,
in, brother.
For real, man. I appreciate y'all bringing me in. Who you with? Off the
Who
clock.
you with?
Who you with?
Check out Jo off the
Nah.
clock spaces. All right. Absolutely. Jo, peace.
See you, brother.
Check out Jo off the clock spaces. Hashtag who you with. That's the hashtag they're rolling with this year. It's none of the mixed up stuff of are you in, are you out, or we don't like the Browns, we want to be fans of different teams, or this, that, the other. It's hashtag who you with, man. Remember that. You are with the Cleveland Browns if you're with them. So
yes, sir. And we've got our next guest. Disturbed Marine.
Yeah. How are you? What's happening?
How we doing?
Great spot with Jay, man. I was hoping to catch him before he squatted out.
Oh, my bad. The timing of people going in and out of the green room.
Yeah, no problem.
But hey, we appreciate you joining us today. It was kind of like a last second. I was DMing everybody, trying to get everybody kind of lined up.
Yes.
For guest spots.
Well done, Christian. Well done.
But yeah, appreciate you stopping in. As you know, yesterday the first round of the draft was picked.
Yep.
I just want to get your take. Who do you think were the winners of day one?
Well, I mean, the Houston Texans unbelievably added two centerpieces for their franchise and their complete rebuild they got going on down there. So, obviously anybody gets a 2 and 3 pick, you got to consider them as the draft winner. Although that team needs a lot more than those two, but that's a good start.
Yeah.
And there's quite a few actually. I mean, there was I do not like what the Ravens are doing right now at all. At all.
Yeah.
That is scary as hell. And let me tell you,
thank you.
The AFC, we are in the AFC North, and it is about to become the toughest division that we have ever seen in the history of the NFL over these next 5 to 7 years. That's my hot take right now, is the AFC North will be talked about 100 years from now as what the slugfest were that were going on in our division. It's terrible, but it's exciting. Let's do it.
Yeah. So one thing I told somebody the other day, I can't remember who I told this to, but I told him, I was like, the AFC North is kind of like the Beastie Boys song. You've got to fight for your rights.
You do now.
To party. So you gotta have your dogs in you. You gotta have them boys come out there ready to play ball, because like you said, it's going to be a slugfest out there.
It's going to be mad
every time.
And it honestly, especially, oh my goodness, and I already said this is a JO to Disturb Marine. I'm gonna if the Ravens get DeAndre Hopkins, I'm surprised if that happens. I think the Steelers need to look at They have the first pick this tonight.
Yeah, they'll get that Is it Joey Porter?
Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah,
They could. I don't know.
That kid's a stud.
He is a stud. I don't know if they should just get a quarterback. I don't know if they should just pick up Will Levis because it's like
no, do not say that.
The reason
We want the
no.
Steelers to go 3-14,
and that is true, But strictly from a Steelers point of view, right? I mean, you're in a division with Lamar Jackson for the next 5 years, Deshaun Watson the next however. I hope he retires, Brown. Right? Joe Burrow is going to be on the Bengals forever, right? And you want to show up to the fight with Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
Your defense better be and their defense isn't the old Steelers defense.
Please let them show up for the next 5 years with Kenny Pickett. Please.
Somebody has to be at the bottom of the division. And to your point, Marine, like this is going to be a dogfight. A complete dogfight for this division. So I do want to touch on Keith Nash's question from YouTube. Taylor thanks. He says OH, and then we all say IO. Keith's question is, what's one player you guys don't want the Browns to draft at 74? What's one name if they say it? If Roger Goodell says it or a fan says it or whatever, because I don't think Roger Goodell's doing these for the third round. He might be tired. But so what's one name off the top of your head that you do not want the Browns to pick at 74?
I don't know if I want to answer that because I said that last year. I begged the Browns not to take Perry on because I didn't like Oklahoma defensive players, and then they proceeded to take 3 Sooners.
Yes. Quite literally.
But if I had to answer that question, it would be the Sikia Ika out of Baylor. I think that's how you say it.
Okay. Yeah.
Defensive tackle. That's who I do not want. So.
Yeah. Mr. Green, is there somebody that you don't want them to pick?
It's pretty easy for me. It's anybody from Michigan. So,
wow. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's gonna be very hard. Although DPJ is doing well
gets
for
an
us.
exception, but that's it. It stops there.
DPJ is doing a very, very well.
I don't want no Maisie Smith. I don't want nobody from there.
Yeah, but
he got picked.
Yeah, he got picked. Mozzie Smith got picked. Yeah. So that'll be really interesting. I don't want Nathaniel Dell. I
don't want Tank Dell?
No, I don't. I really don't. One, he's old. 2, I think he's small. He's 5'8", 165. And I know a lot of people really I know Jo just said he liked Tank Dell. I didn't say anything because I know I don't want to take up too much time, but I don't like him. I really don't. So he and honestly, he's good in separation and things like that, but I would rather have Marvin Mims. I really would.
Yeah, of course.
I personally, that's just how I feel.
Here's how this is my take on Tank Dell. If he's there at 98 or 111, I mean, I'm fine with him.
Yeah, that's different.
Not 74 though.
Yeah, no, not 74. But so I think all of the top wide receivers, your JSN, your Quentin Johnsons, your Zay Flowers, and they're off the board. I don't know if Josh Downs went. I don't think Josh Downs went.
No, Downs.
So if you can get your hands on in my opinion, a Marvin Mims, I like him better, and I know PFF has him a little bit lower than your Tank Dells, but that's one player that I do not want the Browns to get. I don't know, but is there? But I want to go the reverse question way really quickly, if we can. Disturb Marine. Who's one guy that you do want at 74? Is there one person that you'll be jumping up and down if the Browns do say we're selecting them at 74?
Yeah, absolutely. That the linebacker from Arkansas, I forget his name, Sanders. I'll take Sanders sliding down to us at that spot. Thank you very much,
Drew Sanders.
Yeah, they have. I think his. Trying to remember his first name.
It's Drew.
Drew Sanders.
Drew Sanders. Yeah, Drew Sanders. Yeah. I like him. I like him a lot. He was an edge rusher. I think it was Alabama, and then he transferred over to Arkansas, I think. So he, I think, he's really good at evading blocks and things like that. So Drew Sanders would be a really nice pick. I know we need a linebacker, but I I don't know. I'll save my pick after KFC.
All right. So who I would go nuts for? He's still available. I don't think he makes it to 74, but if he does, for some odd reason,
Yeah.
Keanu Benton from Wisconsin.
You
Bro,
like him?
what?
You like him?
Defensive
him?
tackle?
I just think
He's
we have other
needed.
needs, man. I think we have
Dude,
other
that is the
needs.
biggest need we have.
No, listen. I don't. You said wait, defense tackle?
Yeah, defensive tackle.
I've been
Defensive
saying- I've been
tackle and
saying- I've been
defensive
saying we
end
need other
are our two
things.
biggest needs.
I mean, go ahead. You can explain what you like
Who's
about it.
gonna play? Who's gonna play beside Dalvin Tomlinson?
I'll throw Perry on Winfrey out there one more year.
No,
I-
Jordan
I-
Elliott right now, and that ain't gonna work.
Exactly.
I really want Perry on Winfrey out there. I really do. And here's
But
my
what has he proved to become the defensive tackle number 2?
he hasn't had the option yet. And because here's the thing, there's a lot of mulligans that I'm giving out on the defensive side of the ball because of the atrocity we had in Joe Woods. So I can't properly examine these defensive players outside of Myles Garrett because we all know that he's amazing, right? He can mask that for a little bit, but it's hard for me to grade some of these guys when you had Joe Woods. Is that fair? So
That's fair. That is fair.
if you put
But
out
you don't
Perry
have a guarantee Perry on Winfrey's even on this team next year. I mean,
Exactly.
I
That's true.
think they're
That's
still
true.
kind of in
That's
the
true.
gathering stage of finding out exactly what's going on with this kid. And I
Yes.
think he could be cut.
Yes.
So defensive tackle is a red fire alarm for
Yeah.
us right now, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, it's just like we need. I said this. I think we should clean house on the defensive tackle room from last year.
Completely clean house. Completely clean house.
Like from last year, like everybody just gone. Every one of them.
I think I don't. I mean, there's a lot of what I like what they did with this
Defensive
offseason.
tackles. That is not just tackles. No, I did not say I wanted to get rid of Miles.
No, yeah.
Those words did not come out.
But I really like what they did with defensive tackle this offseason, obviously addressing it with Dalvin Tomlinson. But you still have you have a lot of guys who it's your final opportunity.
Yeah.
It's your final opportunity to get some things done.
It is. Manny Christian, you guys want to deep dive into it a little bit even further?
Yeah.
do it.
Like
Let's do it.
J.O. touched on it and you guys agreed to it. You know, there's very limited roster spots on this team. And there's practically no starter positions. Defensive
Yes.
tackle is one of the few.
Yes.
But let's go down real quick. If you look, wide receiver, 1 to 2 spots may be available.
Yep.
Tight end, 1 spot available. And that's Harrison Bryant if they decide to continue with that experiment. Offensive tackle, maybe 1 spot available. Guard, maybe 1 spot. Defensive end, 1 to 2, just because I think the depth there is in question still. Defensive tackle, 2 to 3 spots, because that's a juicy area of need. Linebacker, 2 to 3 spots. We definitely need some depth because we have some injury issues with those starters. Safety, 1 to 2 spots. Corner, 1 to 2 spots available. So my point is, best case scenario for these fringe guys, we have 17 spots on a 53-man roster available for them to fight for.
Yes.
Worst case scenario is we have 11. That's not a lot. You know, that's not a lot. And hopefully these guys bring that intensity this training camp and we start seeing some dogfights out there for people fighting for roster spots, which will make us better, I think.
Yeah, no, that is 100% the case, and I think that's what the Browns were doing. I think. Oh my gosh, AB! Thank God, man, he's wearing that nasty Celtics jersey. we're moving on to Philly, and we're moving on to Philly. I'm not going to say anything else other than that.
Yeah,
I don't want to upset everybody.
we don't want to talk about it, okay?
But no, you're 100% correct. I think it's. You're looking at all these roster spots, and this is the position that I believe that Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski wanted to be in, where there's no one that you need to draft.
Yeah.
And now you bring people in here that it's all competition based. And I truly believe that this is going to be the most competition that we've had on this roster in Browns
Oh,
history.
100%.
I mean,
100%. It should be fire.
And that's where you want to be. Put these young guys in a position where they need to make plays in the preseason and or in training camp and need to show burst and energy and just a drive to want to be better because we're changing the culture here.
Yeah.
We're changing the culture here. in Cleveland. So I think that's very, very, very important.
Yeah, that's a good point. But sorry to change the subject, but let's get to the losers of the draft of day one.
Yes.
You know who the biggest loser was of day one? It wasn't anybody in the draft. It was me and my pride.
Wow. Wow.
So I took up for Will Levis, and I said that if Will Levis did not go top 5, I would be eating a banana without peeling it and drinking mayo or coffee with mayo in it. So I've got my banana right here.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Oh boy.
So I kind of cut the black top thing off of it because I didn't want to die. So
this isn't going to be an SEC violation, is it?
No,
it might
not
be. Let's just go for it, I guess.
Well done.
Well done.
Yep.
Well done.
That way, that's how you do it, man. You just do it.
You really gotta just do it. Honestly.
Yep.
You really do.
Great movie if you've never seen Air either. Great movie about.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good.
I've heard great things. Oh my goodness.
What?
There is some huge breaking news inside the AFC North.
What happened?
Antonio Brown is signing with the Ravens.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
What is this?
April
1st?
I saw the tweet. I didn't think it was legit.
Wait,
No, he's not.
what?
No, it was just AB tweeting it. It said excited to return to the NFL this year. # Ravens flock.
No way. What? No way. Hold on. We need to.
They tweeted it. But no big person has said it.
Has said anything. Wait, how?
Well, it's Kellerman. He tweeted. He said, "Did Antonio Brown just announce that he signed with the Ravens?" And he was announcing the picks before they happened yesterday. So if he doesn't know, I don't think it's true just yet. So I guess we'll just wait to hear.
Okay.
AB. So
before we talk about that,
yeah,
because there's definitely this is weird. This is very, very, very strange.
Yeah.
I just want to because there's nothing you don't officially know anything. But I will say that Lamar Jackson was tweeting yesterday that there's something in the water.
Drew just said it's a Pat McAfee show topic.
Oh, it's not.
Well, that means that he's got at least enough warrant to be on there.
It has a yes. Then if that's the case, then there's definitely enough smoke for it to be on.
Hey, we went over roster spots, guys. I'm going to go ahead and change my cornerback roster spots to now we have 3 to maybe 4 spots available. They might carry 8 corners this year.
Yes. And if that's the case, you in this division, you're going to have to. In this division, especially if you're adding in Antonio Brown. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to figure out a way because you can never have too many corners, right? You can never have too many corners. And especially because people don't want to play the slot for some reason. Like, they just don't want to play that. So you get a couple of guys in here who actually want to play football and actually want to play in that tough position because it's hard. And you get paid less. Yeah. But what do you, out of curiosity, just because we don't know if this is true or not, at all completely, but what would be your concern if Antonio Brown does go to the Ravens? Just speak on that really quickly.
I don't know. I think it would just add to dysfunction that may have already been in Baltimore. So, I mean, he was with Tom Brady with the GOAT on a Super Bowl team. And then the next year he just ran out. How true any of this is? No, he's related to Marquise Brown. I was about to say, wasn't he related to
Hollywood Brown?
Yeah, I was about to say, wasn't he related to Lamar? But I mean, Antonio Brown's Antonio Brown. He's still a good receiver. I mean, he could probably still put 700 to 800 yards depending on how they run that offense next year. Because didn't they get rid of their OC?
Yes, they did. They did. He's gone.
Who knows how that new offense is going to look next year?
Mid-season?
I think it was right after the season. I think it was right after the season. So if that's the case, then because it was Greg Roman, I think it was. And if that's the case, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how they move. Disturbed Marine, what are your thoughts on that? If that happens,
Here's one thing. I don't want it to happen because with our luck, Antonio Brown will all of a sudden become a 110, 1,600 and 14 touchdown guy again. But if he does sign with the Ravens, that is a clear indication that John Harbaugh is no longer in control of that team, because he would never bring in Antonio Brown in that state with what's occurred already. I'm not saying, I like Antonio Brown. I do. I think he's got, some mental issues like all of us, and probably needs a little bit of help, but he's an unbelievable talent. I think he's a good guy at heart, but John Harbaugh would never bring in Antonio Brown. And if they do, then John Harbaugh isn't running the team no more. Lamar Jackson is.
Oh.
That 100%, and I think that this is what Drew. Thank you so much. Todd Monken is the new offensive coordinator for the Ravens. I think that if this is true, right? If this is true, what the Ravens essentially did was they put all of their eggs in the basket for Lamar, giving him whatever he has.
Well, okay. No, so the thing about that is if they get AB. If they get AB, does that mean that they're not going to go for Hopkins?
Then that probably means that he's not going to go for Hopkins, to be honest with you.
Well, here, let's have some fun. What if they did? Let me ask you this, because now we know it's a possibility.
Yeah.
What would you think if they actually went in an offseason and added Odell Beckham Jr., Antonio Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, signed Lamar to $260 million guaranteed for 5 years, and who's the other receiver I'm missing?
Devin Duvernay, Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, the new guy they drafted.
A big name in there, but
Aguilar.
No, not any of the other mids or current guys they had. But still, I mean, could you imagine that? Even though those guys are old with baggage issues, there's still potential that would be nuclear.
It would be crazy. So apologize if you guys hear grass cutting because they're cutting the grass outside. I'm not sure how loud that is or if that's louder at all. But it would be a huge concern. It'd be a huge concern just because it's like now it looks like you don't want, if that's true, which I don't think no one has actually been reporting on it. But if it's true, then you don't want to create super teams and people just going flock. That's the last thing you want to see is another repeat of the LA Rams where everybody just wanted to go to LA, right? I mean, it was just you saw what they were building over there. You got wind of it. Everybody go get your Super Bowl ring and leave. But I do want to say that the rumor, this is just a rumor for your boy Will Levis, Christian, that Pro Football Talk has said that the Tennessee Titans, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Atlanta Falcons, so Titans, Raiders, Falcons, were desperately, quote, unquote, attempting to trade back into the bottom of the first round last night for Will Levis.
So here's my dream scenario for Will. I really wanted him to go to the Colts.
Okay.
But I also really want him to go to Minnesota. I want to see him in that offense.
Minnesota?
Because I heard that they're really interested in him. But I just want the boy to thrive just so it looks good on Kentucky. And it's good to see Wildcats produce in the NFL.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just
going to get the
Okay, so now we have the real quickly. I just want to say exactly what you're doing right now, KFC, because
I've got the mayonnaise. Hellman's got a little light mayonnaise action going on.
That's disgusting. This is disgusting.
Down with the Browns. There's coffee in there. I'm not. Yeah, you can see it. So we're gonna give it a little squirt action in there. Got a little spoon, stir it up. Oh Lord. Okay. Yep, this is disgusting. I can already tell. And here we go.
Down the hatch. Oh, salud. And he looks like he's gonna throw up.
That's terrible, dude.
So what does that taste like?
I don't say HBO words, but it tastes like an HBO word.
Mm,
Can you
HBO
recap
was
the
hilarious.
ingredients again, just in case anybody missed it?
Yeah, What is the ingredients? It's just straight black coffee and mayonnaise.
Yeah, black coffee and mayonnaise, and
This is why he fell out of the first round. This is why Will Levis fell out of the first round, because of stuff like that. Drinking and enjoying that. Will Levis doesn't mix it. You got to redo it.
he does mix it, bro. Go watch TikTok.
The
What's his name?
TikTok, AB does.
stirs it.
AB
stirs
does.
it.
AB does stir that. Yeah. He does. I absolutely stir that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. The lawnmower sounds really loud now, so I just didn't want to mess it up. But yeah, so Disturb, I have a question. So as we're moving forward here in the draft, I want to ask you, because we got JO's opinion, is there anybody in the first round that kind of surprised you, that chose a player? Would it be Bijan Robinson to the Atlanta Falcons? Do you think it was hot? Two running backs chosen in the top 15. I thought that a running back would not be chosen in the top 10 at all. Saquon Barkley was going to be the last one, I thought, especially top 5, which no one was chosen top 5 running back. But like, you need to be a very good running back in order to be chosen top 10. So I don't know if it was the hype around Bijan Robinson, but it's so weird because wasn't Atlanta like a really good rushing team last year?
Yeah, they had 3 guys in the top 20.
Tyler Algier and
Alligator.
Cordero Patterson is like it's like what do you Alligator? I mean, what are you drafting Bijan Robinson for? So I don't know, but I don't want to take any light away from you. But is there a player or a team that was drafted somebody weird in your opinion?
You know what? Honestly, it kind of, other than those top 5 picks, I think that where everybody was kind of waiting to see what was going to happen and set up the rest of the draft, nothing really jumped off the page at me. I saw the reason why each team drafted who they drafted, and it didn't seem too out of whack. I think the second round is probably where we're going to see a couple that are going to be surprising. But for me, it was kind of an even keel after we got outside the top 6. It just kind of fell how it fell, and we don't have a pick until round 67. So I really didn't care too much, but nothing jumped off the page at me. Even Anthony Richardson, I mean, his talent cap is so high, taking a player, taking him in the top 5 or wherever he went for, I could see why they did that. How about you guys?
Yeah. So Anthony Richardson to Indianapolis was, Jo brought this up already. Anthony Richardson to Indianapolis was the one that I was really surprised with, right? Yeah. Because I didn't know that you would want to spend that high of a draft pick on that much uncertainty or just pure physical traits. Now, however, to the defense of the Indianapolis Colts, that is where the NFL is going right now, right? I mean, if you have a freaky quarterback and he can, doesn't have the best accuracy, but he has a huge arm, that's fine, because then you could just, get yourself a wide receiver who can, blow by everybody and you can, I don't know, just have him roll out of the pocket and try to make something happen downfield. And we saw how big of a splash Cam Newton made on the league. And Anthony Richardson has a lot of comps to Cam Newton. NFL Network had his comp of Donovan McNabb. just a freak athlete at quarterback. And I think that's going to be able to open up your playbook a lot more. Rather than having your Matt Ryans, your, Jacoby Brissett's.
Exactly. You just nailed it. And that's what I was going to say, not to cut you off, man.
Please.
Indianapolis has just basically told the NFL, we're changing everything about our offense. Because you think about the quarterbacks they've had, Carson Wentz, Jacoby Brissett, Matt Ryan. These are statues.
Yes.
Wentz wasn't mobile in the end of his career. These are statues. So they're changing everything. And they're gambling on Anthony Richardson. And, I like the gumption for doing it.
Yeah, and they're going back to what seemed to work last for them, right? It was the Andrew Luck kind of quarterback. Except Andrew Luck is your strong arm, bigger body quarterback, not afraid to go in there and take a hit and what have you. Obviously, Andrew Luck had a more decorated career than Anthony Richardson, who only played 13 games in college. But I was surprised by that pick just because of the team, not the player. I knew Anthony Richardson would go high, but not to the Colts. And I know he basically took the place of Will Levis for KFC. But
see, the thing is I understand why there's a lot of hype behind Anthony Richardson. I think he's going to be a good quarterback if the system's right for him in Indianapolis.
yeah.
But some of the hype that he's getting, I don't think is like there because I've never seen a guy play 1 year, go 6-7. And kind of underperform his expectations because when he went to Florida, the expectations for him were to be a Heisman quarterback.
Yeah.
And he wasn't. Yeah. He wasn't in the conversation.
Yeah.
So
you
know what I mean?
But could you make this argument for Will Levis? You would rather be a team with Will Levis falling now to the second round. You would rather be a team that drafted Will Levis and it didn't work out, but you got him in the second round, and it's basically a steal, quote unquote, at the time, then be a team that drafted him high and it didn't work out. Because at least if Anthony Richardson doesn't work out, people are like, I understand why you took the chance. If CJ Stroud doesn't work out, if Bryce Young doesn't work out, I understand why you took the chance. Will Levis is like that quarterback that is like, if he doesn't work out, it's kind of like, well, we kind of saw that as well, rather than the high upside. Drew brings up a really good question. Does Hendon Hooker get picked before Will Levis? I don't believe that's the case. I do believe that Will Levis will go to one of these quarterback needy teams starting out the second round. And I think that if a team, who might need a quarterback is just a quarterback away, picks him up, it could change the landscape of a team if he's good.
For sure. And, I think the only thing kind of hurting Hendon Hooker right now is that injury. Because I think if he didn't get hurt and he finished the year.
Yeah, out.
And it pains me to say this, but if he finishes the year as he played most of it, he would have probably been a Heisman finalist.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think he would have potentially won the Heisman, in my opinion.
I don't think he would have won it.
You don't think he would have won it?
Nah, he wouldn't have won it. But
because I think he would have won it. But those strong
that South
wins,
Carolina game would have killed that. That's
true.
Because Lamar, because he about went back to back with the Heisman, and then Kentucky kind of ruined it because he had an awful game. It was kind of like one of them top things. One bad game that ruins it for you.
Yeah,
Tennessee had such a good year too, and it just unraveled.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And so you figure out. I think. I'm trying to figure out. Unless the only team I could think really, those teams that are picking early in the second round, Will Levis might slip a little bit more because it is Pittsburgh. It is in the second round. I think it's Pittsburgh, then Arizona, Indianapolis again. I don't know if Will Levis might.
Arizona traded the pick, didn't they?
Not for second round, no.
I thought they traded their second to move up.
Oh, to move back up?
Arizona
they traded to 12.
Yeah. Steelers 32, Arizona 33, Lions at 34.
They got the Texans second round pick. That's what it was. And they traded.
Yes. Yeah. So a lot of mocks right now have Will Levis falling to pick 38 with the Las Vegas Raiders, behind and just sitting behind Jimmy G, which I can understand that. It's just I don't know if he Keith Nash is saying that Will Levis gets drafted in the third round. I don't know if he falls another round.
Don't say that.
I don't know if he falls another round because, you saw the ESPN stat that said there was basically a 0.1, less than 0.1% chance that he was going to be available in the second round. So this is going to not mess up, but kind of shift some things around in the second round, people's draft boards, because there's a player that's clearly there that wasn't supposed to be there. So one of these teams are going to take a chance on him. Keith is saying that the Raiders need a corner really badly. That is also very true. But they also didn't expect Will Levis to be there. That makes sense. So it's like when Will Levis is available, it's kind of like, man, there's a guy that's there. We know we need a corner, but there's a quarterback that's there that we can get on a cheap rookie deal and who could change this, franchise around potentially.
But yeah, this draft's kind of shocked me though.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's been a little different. Like I'd say the top 10 kind of shocked me. I didn't see Paris Johnson being the first.
lineman off.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd be the first.
Mm.
I thought
It's
it'd be that is it Saransky? Is that how you say
yeah,
it?
Peter Skoronsky or something like that.
Skoronsky,
Skoronsky or something like that. Yeah. So but again, I think what I forget who said this to me. I think it was my father-in-law. He said basically these teams do spend all those people in those draft rooms that we saw, all those people in the draft rooms that they saw. It's like they spend hours upon hours upon hours for like 3-4 months, maybe even a year in advance, scouting these players that they're about to choose. And the fact that they went in there and, found their guy, get their guy, or trade up, it's a head scratcher for fans of the team or fans of the opposing teams. And it's just like, well, they are the ones who did the research,
Yeah.
and so.
And lots of it.
Yeah, and lots of research. They get paid very well to do the research.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about this. I don't know what you guys do for a living, but think if that was your job, I'm sure you'd be approaching it a lot different than you do now.
Absolutely, that's a really good point. Like if that's what we're required, if we were all paid to right now for the Browns start looking at players next year's draft and just watching tape upon tape upon tape, and then also at the same time doing a bunch of different combinations and seeing, hey, who will fall to us? What happens if this player's picked? What happens if this player's picked? Well, if all of our players are picked, we'll trade back. And that's kind of what happened last year because they traded back from our pick that we were supposed to get. And we were like, okay, well, then obviously the person we wanted wasn't on the board.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they were wanting Christian Watson last year. I think that was their guy.
Yeah.
It'd have been a great pickup, honestly.
That would have been good. Yeah, that would have been solid.
And me and Manny was talking about this earlier. I'm kind of upset that he didn't get George Pickens. Like that one.
George Pickens was the one player, and I still. This is my notebook from last year, the draft notebook that I had last year.
Yeah.
And
wow,
he's the one that got away.
He was the one in my basic draft diary. I had George Pickens written everywhere. I mean, I wanted him badly. I don't even care about.
So, are you saying you had like hearts wrote over the name?
Yes, I had hearts. Hearts.
You had it.
It was George Pickens. And when I wrote Pickens with the I wrote a little instead of a little dot. I put a heart over the I. It was George Pickens all day, every day. Drew said that he would hate to see Pittsburgh get a first rounder next year for 32 today. I just need some clarification on that. Do you mean like a trade?
Yeah.
For trade. Yeah. I would hate that too.
See, I think they go Joey Porter though, because that secondary's took a lot. Like they've lost a lot. Like Cam Sutton? Is that his name?
Yeah. Cam Sutton's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He went to Detroit. Signed with Detroit. So I mean, they're taking a hit left and right for sure. Just which like which we like, which we really do like. But it's unfortunate that the Ravens re-up so quickly. Because we thought we had the downside for him, That
was like what Jay was saying. I mean, just an unbelievable turn of events over a couple of days. Just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
We were trash talking him the last time.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, oh, now we're actually back to being concerned again.
Yeah.
Shout out to Keith for another question. He said, question for you guys. What's a player that you want that won't be popular by Browns fans? He said that his is Nick Herbig. Well, I guess that mine is the same one as you, Keith, because I really want Nick Herbig. I personally do. I think he's a versatile outside. He's definitely an edge kind of guy, but he's great in a 3-4 defense. But we don't run 3-4, so that's one of the problems there. Yeah. So that's a little bit unfortunate. He's great in coverage. So he'd be great on the Steelers, which I hate to say, but because he kind of has that. He's like a shorter TJ Watt. He runs a 5. Yeah. He runs a 4.65, which is faster than TJ Watt. So he's smaller though, but only 2 inches smaller. But the problem that I'm hearing Jack Duffin of the OBR report. Great, great follow on Twitter. He's a very good draft analyst and talks salary caps for the Cleveland Browns. One of his concerns is, the weight of Nick Herbig is 240. and he said that we've never drafted anybody that was under 250 when it comes to being a edge or
Yeah, he's tinier, but I mean, you can always gain weight.
yeah, you
Like,
can always Nick Harris, get him in the
bulk
Nick
up.
Harris smoothies
Yeah.
that he was drinking. But
Yeah.
is there a name for you guys at KFC, and then we'll go Disturbed Marine?
Jordan Battle. I mean, a lot of guys are wanting like Jamie Robinson, which I mean, I'm fine with Jamie Robinson, Cindy Brown, JL Skinner, or Jordan Battle. Jordan Battle went to Bama. In his career at Bama, he had 252 tackles, 6 picks, 2 of them being pick sixes,
Yeah.
10 pass deflections, and 6 tackles for a loss. His overall PFF grade was at 81.6, and his coverage grade was 86.2.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
I mean, he reminds me a lot of like a Jamal Adams, like baby Jamal, just not quite as
Baby Jamal. Yeah.
nuts.
Baby Jamal.
If he's a baby Jamal Adams, I'll take it.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Which Jamal Adams though? The first 3.
I'm talking
Jamal Adams,
LSU.
or
We're
the
talking,
Mountain
yeah, we're
Jamal?
talking,
I'm talking
Jets,
LSU.
Jamal Adams, or
I'm talking LSU Jamal.
Okay, so there's a couple different Jamal Adams. So
yeah. Who's your player? Just if there's one.
the question is from the listener or watcher was which pick would Browns fans be? Okay, you want that won't be popular by Browns fans.
Yep.
Okay, one that wouldn't be popular by Browns fans probably because we just extended our left tackle. But I would like to see them reach for DeJuan Jones from Ohio State, and I'm all about like sending freakish athletes who are raw and maybe have technique issues to Bill Callahan.
Yeah.
I think we need to use Bill Callahan as long as we have him. I don't know how long we're going to have him, but I do not like Jedrick Wills, man. I'm just not a Jed Wills fan. I don't like him now. I didn't like him before. I just don't like his heart. There's just no passion about playing football, and that's a problem for me.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very and I think that you don't want to get anybody who has a low motor. That's one of the major problems, that I think that the Cleveland Browns have had in the past with players that are just we play for the Browns. You know what I mean? Like we play for the Browns. Like so, but it's a culture change now. It's a culture change, and you have to bring in people who, like Juan Thorhill, who won a Super Bowl and knows how to bring in a culture shift.
And the linemen are by nature, they're less flamboyant, they're more grounded, they're more, I guess you could say blue collar.
Yeah.
It's just he seems to be all the way on the edge of not caring and could care less if he's there or not.
He's got a contract, and you see that in certain players. He's got a contract, and then and you know what? And I'll be real for a second. We know people like that in our regular lives. We know coworkers like that who I'm showing up because I actually get a paycheck. Sure. I don't care about this job. I don't care about this company. I don't care about you know what I mean? I don't care.
And Manny, in this instance, that coworker got a promotion because of it.
Yes.
Jedrick Wills got extended because of his laziness.
Yeah, because your department did well, right? I mean, you have
There's
2
no
All-Pro
tackles out there. You're going to get promoted.
Yes. And so it's you put all that together. It's like, man, oh man, it's annoying. It's annoying. And to see it's annoying in our real lives to see the coworkers like that, and it's annoying when you see it on your football team. Because again, he's protecting the blind side, and we need, the league is getting much more athletic on the defensive line, and these teams are re-upping. So it's like you cannot have that kind of play on the offensive line. And I do believe bringing in somebody else will switch. Hopefully turn that switch on for him.
For better or worse, we got him, so it is what it is.
Absolutely.
You know what I just thought of? We've not talked about this. What do you guys think about the new dog logo? Like the competition they had?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what now does that change? That dog logo is for the alternate, right?
That's for the dog pound, I think.
Okay. I think the logo that's winning right now is the one that's produced by Emily Morgan or whatever. She does TikToks, and she's been doing that for a while, and I think that's going to be the one that wins because of just the social media.
platform that she had.
platform, right? I mean, it's retweeted by like JPA Football, who has like 100K followers on Twitter. And when you have that social media presence, you
Mhm.
might get fans of other teams just voting for that for
Yeah.
whatever, like coming onto the site and voting for it. So I think whatever that's the logo. I think it's going to be out there. Which not that I don't like it. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah.
But
I
at the
think
same
there's only
time,
really one that I don't like. I think all of them are pretty decent. I think
Mhm.
there's only one. I won't say which one out of kindness, but there's only one out of the 10 that I don't like. So I think they're pretty cool, all of them.
yeah, and truthfully, like I mean, it'll be refreshing just to have a new one. The
Yeah.
old one,
It kind of associates with those ugly jerseys we had a couple years ago.
yes,
So
yes,
that's
very much
like,
so.
I'm surprised they haven't changed it yet. Or like when we did the rebrand, like it kind of shocked me they didn't redo that dog. But I
Yeah.
guess they're not as promoting it as much as they did.
No, it's going to be refreshing to be able to. Which, by the way, I mean, you can now have. I do believe they're going to slowly move into the realm of because of the hashtag dog pound right now.
Yeah.
I think a lot of fans of other teams that aren't very familiar with the Browns don't understand that we do have a mascot.
Yeah.
It is a dog, right? And I think
Dog in them.
they got that dog in them. And I think that the Browns are slowly trying to unveil that, hey, we have a dog, hashtag dog pound, hashtag dog logo. Because I think in a couple of years, once we get a new stadium or whatever, they're going to slowly try their best to add the dog as the primary logo.
I wish they would have went about it a different way, though.
Yes.
So hear me out.
Go ahead.
I think they really diminished our dog pound as it was with the history of that area and that end zone. I think when the Browns really focused their marketing and using that dog pound to, like you said, Manny, to expand that out to the country,
Yeah.
what they did is they diminished the mystique and the nastiness. And anybody who's ever sat down there, just sometimes it's just flipping disgusting.
Yeah.
But it's a different experience down there. And I think they diminished that for those people down in that area and they spread it out. So now everybody thinks the dog pound is the entire stadium. And I think some of the older people and historians and stuff like that and are a little bit hurt by that, diminishing the actual dog pound being just that section of the end zone. So I wish they would have called it something different. But like you said, the dog pound is a very recognizable name and something that they can brand the Browns with nationally and internationally even. So it just diminished it from the original dog pound, which was just that one end zone.
Yes, 100%. And I think that this is an opportunity for them. I agree. I wish they would have done something different. I don't know what exactly, so it's hard for me to be like,
I don't either.
I don't know what it would have been, but I think unveiling it the way they are, I know that in a couple of years they might add that, just like Keith is saying. Wish way they have the logo on the helmet. I think they're going to add, something to that helmet. I think
How you feel about
maybe-
that, Kristen?
Maybe like a little emblem on like the back, like not where. Okay, so I've actually got one right here. Like okay, so like normally that flag, like the American flag's over here.
Yeah,
Maybe like put one like over here.
like a little dog logo there.
Like put the dog, like whatever they
I
put the
think
dog
Manny's
pound.
talking about on the side of the helmet.
Yeah,
though.
I don't like that side.
You don't like anything on the side?
No,
Dude,
maybe
that
keep it-
solid orange with the stripe is iconic, man.
It
Yeah,
is extremely iconic.
So, like, I mean, you just put it right there on that other
Yeah.
side, and I think it looks
Do
fine.
whatever you want to the uniform, but leave the helmet alone.
They might
Go back to the white face masks with it too.
You can go back to the white face mask. I don't.
I'm here for that.
I don't even like the number on the side. The number on the side wasn't really it for me. I think in my head I would like what I would like would potentially be right here around the bottom. Maybe if you had like a dog
that's
collar.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just a small little like a dog collar design, something right here.
Oh, like on the bottom.
Like right on the bottom, like a semi dog. Because I think I'm trying to forget what NFL team I'm thinking of
And
has.
tell the viewers what kind of writing you have on that helmet right now. Who's on there?
Oh, yeah. No, this is just everyone down at the Browns when we met up for the game signed this.
Dude, is
So
that picture you guys have when you guys were all together? That's when you got that sign?
yes,
Yep.
yes.
Outstanding, dude. Cherish those moments, man.
It's very cool. It is very cool. I mean, we're all really close friends on here, and it's amazing. It's weird how the internet works. You know what I mean?
Like me and Manny's only met one time, but I think I've talked to Manny so much over the last year and a half. Like I've talked to him more than some of my like actual close friends.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It is definitely something special. Like it's so weird seeing that. You know what I mean? I'm like,
And
oh,
same
wow.
with Mac, Matty G.
Yeah.
Like-
Even when we met in person, I'm like, bro, it's because we were doing this for about a year, and then
Yeah,
we met
I
in person.
remember.
I'm like,
Okay, when we when we met up, I got out of the car and I
You're
see
real.
Manny, and then I just kind of like blinked a couple times. I was like, okay, we FaceTimed. We've been on a podcast together
Yeah.
for half a year.
It
And
was
I'm
kind
like,
of a surreal moment.
yeah, it's like okay, like this is you.
it's like, bro, you're actually real right now.
Yeah.
Dude, it's
But
so crazy how you can establish really close bonds and have good relationships via digital stuff, you know, whether it be, you know, FaceTime or even Xbox Live parties or something like that. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just crazy.
yeah, we love you too, Mac. Thank you so much for
Mac Blank.
stopping by.
The buff.
The Buffalo. But so I do have a question moving
hear it.
forward. Just before we continue talking about some more draft stuff later on, because we're gonna have a couple of draft picks later on and piled together. But as we're moving into the season, we're dealing with an AFC now. As all jokes aside, I would love for the Browns to move to the NFC somehow. But anyway, I because right now we have Aaron Rodgers who just came aboard the AFC, like officially, right? There's Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson. You're throwing in Trevor Lawrence now, Justin Herbert,
Lamar.
Russell Wilson, or Lamar Jackson's Russell Wilson. Lamar Jackson's back. It's this Tua Tagovailoa. I'm going to throw him in there. I know that probably there's one more quarterback I'm probably missing.
Loaded.
It is loaded in the
Slugfest.
AFC. It is loaded in the AFC.
Like, okay, here's what's funny to me. It's like the Browns actually get a good competitive roster.
Yeah.
And now we have this juggernaut of just quarterbacks. You've got Patty Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. Where am I? I am
Just
in
pick
my
a team. Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
yeah.
got distracted. But like pretty much every team in the AFC has their quarterback except like two or three.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just like you're like, the Browns finally get a good, confident roster with good players that can win games.
And everybody else is elite too.
Yeah,
That's
and it's
bullshit.
just like, what?
Oops.
Like
Seriously. Yeah. No, 100%. And it out of all the times, out of all the times to happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like it's
That's
just
our luck, man. That is our luck. When we get good, of course, everybody else will get good too. Why wouldn't they?
it is that's just how it goes. And I want to know is, just looking for, like, if we had to be realistic, and it's way too early to talk about playoffs and playoff picture because, we don't know who these draftees are going to be and what they're going to look like. How good Zay Flowers is going to be for the Baltimore Ravens right away.
Yeah.
You don't know. But playoff wise, is there, do you think that there is an opportunity for the Browns to have a clear path to the playoffs, or is it going to be like, do you have to win? Like, so my question is, how many wins do you think it's going to take to get to the playoffs?
11.
11 wins?
Yep.
I think 3 teams in the
Outside
AFC
of-
North make the playoffs every year for the next 5 years.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
a bold one. I like it.
Explain.
mark that down.
Explain. What do you mean? Explain. Like
At least 3 teams from the AFC North will be
Wow.
in the playoffs every year for the next 5 years.
wow.
So 1 will win the division, obviously,
Yeah.
and I think 2 will be good enough to win the wild card spots.
Do you think that the Jets? Because the problem with the I think that Drew says 11 wins is going to take to win to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, probably 11 or 12.
11 or 12. You're going to have to win these football games. I think for the Cleveland Browns, you cannot afford to lose football games like you did last year.
I agree.
You cannot lose a game like the Jets.
What Jay said was right on. I think the Browns, they have the formula for beating our division rivals. I believe they really do. They know how to beat the Bengals. They know how to beat the Ravens. And now they know how to beat the Steelers. Yes. And I think that's going to be key because all these teams are going to be so good that for us to kind of have that step up already, because we already have our plan of attack already formulated, hopefully that gives us the edge and gives us a much better opportunity to win the division and get a home playoff game, or at least be a high wild card.
Absolutely. And your goal should be, every NFL team's goal should be, hey, win our division, win the division, because you don't have to worry about everything else.
And the thing is we've not won a division since we were in a different division.
Yes, exactly.
And that's sad. Like,
exactly.
I have been alive for 23 years.
Yeah.
I have not saw one AFC North championship.
Yes. Yeah.
Manny, I don't even think you've saw one.
No, I haven't.
That's sad.
I haven't. And that's the downside, because it's like that's the sad thing, is just everyone keeps bringing that up about the division. We haven't won it. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, being able to have home field advantage just for one game, or it's a different story, and it changes the landscape of Cleveland. And I would love more than anything to host a playoff game in Cleveland. That would be amazing. That crowd would be insane.
Amazing.
Oh, it would be insane. So I think I did want to put out, this is my interpretation of what the playoffs are going to look like. That the kind of the landscape of the playoffs for 2023. I do think Kansas City is going to finish 1 overall. You have Cincinnati winning our division, Miami winning theirs, Jackson winning their division
over Buffalo.
Look at that. 3 Miami. AFC North teams. Imagine that.
Yeah. Miami's definitely winning that over Buffalo. Buffalo is going to crumble unless they get DeAndre Hopkins. This is predicated on DeAndre Hopkins.
I kind of think he's going to go there.
Yeah, if he goes to Buffalo.
I think DeAndre Hopkins goes either the Chiefs or the Bills. Yeah. But if he goes to the Chiefs, bro, they're running it back. They're running it back for a couple
No. It would not be fair. It would not be fair. Cody, shout out to Cody.
Cody Green, Mean Joe Green, Cody Green. He's actually a Panthers fan.
Really?
That's my home dog right there.
Oh, wow.
He was pretty excited. I kept telling him they're going to take Anthony Richardson number 1, but yeah.
Yeah, Drew says, must be nice to your biggest disappointment is the Browns not winning the division in your lifetime. I had to go through more. That's true. There's a lot of disappointment.
But the thing, here's my thing.
Went through a lot more.
The older Browns fans, you actually got to see them compete, though.
That is true.
You guys got to see them go to AFC championships.
An AFC championship is not
1 playoff or 2 playoff games.
Yep. But think about this. That's so true, because man, it must have been infuriating with the Broncos and everything, John Elway. Yeah, but at the same time, like, you got the Browns at one point were in the AFC championship game. Like, man,
and had enough firepower to win the Super Bowl.
Yes,
got in there.
And it's like mind blowing, So it's not like the Browns have always been bad.
Yeah,
so it's just. That's just another thing.
It's just been since the move.
It's just since 99.
When you're moving your team and having to start brand new, but they give you back your old logo, they just slap something back on. You know what I mean? It's like, man, it's just weird. But
they teased us so many times. They teased us in 2007, and they tease us every 3 to 5 years.
Yes,
and I'm tired of being teased, man.
Yes, absolutely. I'm ready to actually do the real thing. And people ask me all the time, how do you feel about that? And I'm like, well, it's like driving a Lamborghini. Someone takes your Lamborghini, but gives you back the Lamborghini emblem, and you have to put it on a Honda Civic, like a 1999
Honda Civic. You're driving a Toyota Corolla. Absolutely.
Exactly. And it's like, oh, there you go. There's your Lamborghini.
It's nothing against Toyota Corolla owners.
No, nothing against Toyota Corollas.
It's like those people that have. It's like those people that have the Chrysler 300s but deck it out like a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, like it's a Bentley or something. It's not. Listen, your Chrysler 300 is not a Bentley, but that's that's what I think the landscape will be of the playoffs. It's Cleveland. So it's Kansas City 1, Cincinnati 2, Miami 3, Jacksonville 4. Those are the division winners. Then 5 is Cleveland. Strength of schedule, I think it's going to be very favorable on our end. Fourth place schedule, we should be able to garner 12 wins. Buffalo and then Baltimore. I think Buffalo's going to have to head over Baltimore. But again, I think that could be the landscape. But you can throw a bunch of teams in there. I mean, that means that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets is not making the playoffs. That means Justin Herbert and the Chargers aren't making the playoffs.
Hey,
Russell
Manny,
Wilson,
remember, we have to play the tough Cincinnati Bengals and Ravens too, but so do the Bengals.
Exactly.
Got to go through the Ravens as well. So, they might win the division, but, they might not win it at 13-4. It might be more like an 11-6 kind of a win the division or
Like
maybe a
really
tie and a win with a tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be it's going to change. It's going to change a lot. And you finally, what's great is that you finally have a quarterback under center that can change your outlook on this and make you feel optimistic, because a lot of people are like, well, you Browns fans always say it's next year.
Yeah.
But this is the first time we have a quarterback that you are afraid of.
We should compete. Yep,
exactly.
This year's got to be it.
This year's got to be it.
And
Gotta
so,
be.
since it is the draft, and we're having a draft day special, and we were just talking about the past Browns stuff. What are some of your guys' like favorite and like least favorite like draft memories? Like, what was like one pick that you guys like just were like, what? And then, or like a moment you were like, oh my god, we got him, he's ours, like just. And
I'll start. I'm
Okay.
I'll start because I'm embarrassed and everyone's gonna laugh at me. I was through the roof when the Cleveland Browns drafted Johnny Manziel.
Dude, I was too. I was a Johnny Stan, bro.
Oh man, because it felt we needed somebody, in my opinion, that the national media garnered as just fun. Just a playmaker, just electric, that when he's on the field, you're just like, man, you've got to keep your eyes open when he's between the hashes. And so that my personal one was Johnny Manziel. Obviously it did not work out. And Drew saying he's hated the Manziel pick, but I absolutely loved it because we also didn't spend a lot on it to get him because he was in the 20s, right?
Listen, anybody that watched Johnny Manziel play at Texas A&M against Alabama and roll them up was excited about Johnny Manziel.
Well, the thing was,
That kid
I think
was
a lot of
unbelievable in college.
he was nasty, bro. He was an icon.
Yeah.
And when he came to Cleveland, like, I mean, I think his jersey was like a top 10 seller for most of his rookie year. But like when Johnny,
I love Peppers too, Drew.
That was a good pick. I remember Peppers.
Yeah, Jabrilium.
Even from Michigan.
Yeah, even from Michigan. Yeah,
that was another exemption pick.
Peppers. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that trade, man. I was kind of upset we traded Jabril in that.
They had to give him up though, because they get some big lineman back or something.
Yeah.
No, he was a part of the OBJ trade.
Oh, that's right, OBJ. I knew it was a big trade. Yeah.
But so to start, Marine, who was like one of your favorite or like least favorite, or you can just give both of them, like favorite draft pick or like and least like favorite draft pick?
Probably one of the highest points I was on a Browns draft was, I don't know the year, I'm spitballing, but I remember how I felt when the Browns drafted. I think they took Joe Thomas, number 1 overall, and then got Brady Quinn, traded back up into the first round and got Brady Quinn. And I remember thinking, oh my God, there's a good possibility they just got 2 cornerstones of this offense right here. And
yes.
I was pretty excited about it, and obviously that didn't pan out very well. And that was probably a very high point in one of those drafts. There's been a lot of them, but that's one that sticks out. And I don't know, man. The low point, maybe, I don't know, Barkevious Mingo in the first round.
I was going to say Barkevious Mingo.
I'm showing my age here a little bit, but there's been a lot of not good feelings about the Browns draft. I'll just say that out of kindness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think my favorite like Browns pick, one that I just like got up and was like, "Oh my god, we got him. Oh my god, we got him." I'm not gonna lie. I was so hyped when we got Baker Mayfield.
Dude,
So
I love Baker.
Yeah, I
I
love
was
Baker
love
too.
so
Baker
hyped
coming up.
because I loved him in Oklahoma. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not a Buckeye fan. But when he planted that flag in Columbus, dude, I went nuts. I was like, "Oh my god, that's
I
awesome!"
guarantee you, Buckeyes fans everywhere hated it, but I guarantee you, everybody knew that moment that Baker Mayfield had what it takes to at least get through a
Which,
season in the NFL.
yeah,
When you plant a flag at Ohio Stadium, you got big
yeah,
ones, big ones.
yeah. Yeah, and like I think the first time I really was like, "Oh my gosh, like Baker might be like a really good quarterback," was when Oklahoma played against Tennessee, and I was like, "That guy's gonna be pretty good," because like
Yep.
they went into Neyland, and Neyland's not easy to play yet, so and
Yeah.
they won. But
He was
yeah,
outstanding in college, man. And that's what everybody says, Baker shouldn't have been the number one overall. And
yeah,
they're obviously right now. But Baker was going to get drafted in the top 5 that year. He
yeah,
wasn't sliding past 5. It wasn't
yeah,
happening,
yeah,
So either the Browns took him number 1 overall or he was going right behind somewhere.
yeah. Which I've actually got a funny story about like watching the draft. So when the draft was going on, I was actually on senior trip. And so we're sitting at Universal, like getting ready to eat, and so this waitress comes up to the table with me and the boys, and I have everybody turn off their phone because everybody has like notifications on. I'm like, turn them off. I don't want to know because I know it's on a delay. You know me, I'm decked out in Browns gear.
Yep.
Just sitting there at the table, and the waitress comes up to me, and it's like on the thing it says the pick is in. You see Goodell walking toward the stage, and she goes, "Oh, you're a Browns fan?" I said, "Yep." And she goes, "Yeah, they just took to Baker Mayfield." And I was like, "What? Why would you tell me that?"
Oh my
And
goodness.
then I was like, "We got Baker." Let's start going nuts. And then,
Yep. That was an array of emotions there. You were
oh,
first
dude,
pissed, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Oh my god!"
like it, because like I had been talking like real high on him the whole trip down there, like from Kentucky to Florida, and I'm like, I hope the Browns get Baker. I hope they get Baker. Like everybody's like,
Yeah.
just shut up already.
And remember what we were going through too. I mean, that was the Hugh Jackson just
Right off the
nasty.
016
I mean, it was just
season.
such a light at the end of the road. It was going to seem like, and then obviously Baker didn't pan out, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah, and I think my least favorite draft moment was, I believe it was the third round when the Browns took Leon McFadden in the 2013 draft, and
Yeah.
I wanted the Honey Badger so bad. I could not stand it, dude, because I was such a big fan of him at LSU.
Dude, he was so great at LSU.
He was nasty. Like, I mean, he'd fly everywhere. Like, I mean, he was just a ball hog.
Yep.
And when when they took Leon McFadden, I was just like, who is that?
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I remember that dude's name, because I don't think he was on the team like more than like a year and a half or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Where was he? Arkansas maybe or something?
I don't even remember.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
Yeah.
But that was
Honey Badger turned out pretty well, Christian.
Yeah, I honestly I don't know how he fell to the third. Well, actually I do, because I didn't have like a
Pot
yeah, that's what I was gonna
I
say.
think
I
it was
think it was
pot.
like drugs
Yeah.
or something like that.
or something. Yeah.
And but yeah, that's what's. But I always think back to that moment, like when we talk about draft, is like there could always be that guy that falls to the third and fourth round that's going to be a star.
Yeah, the one
Because
Bill
it just-
Belichick usually gets in the third round every
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly the player you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's just kind of where my mindset is for this draft. I know that's kind of like a weird segue, but like I'm pretty big on a few guys like in this draft, like the Thule. I just call him TT from
Yeah, I'm
USC.
following your tweets. Yep.
Yeah, I'm big on him. I really like Keontae Benton. I don't think he makes it to us though. Zach Pickens would be a good one. Gervin Dexter out of Florida would be a good one. There's just so many guys like I could see us
Sounds
taking.
like you've been watching a lot of highlight film.
Bro, I've been watching a lot of tape.
Yep.
Trenton Simpson, wouldn't mind him if he makes it that far. There's a guy out of Tennessee. I'm not big on Tennessee players. I don't like thinking about him on Cleveland.
Yeah.
But Byron Young wouldn't be too bad I don't think he makes it to the fourth round.
Right.
But if he
He's
makes
a
it to like
linebacker, right? Byron Young.
he's a defensive edge.
Oh, Edge. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, him, the kid out of Notre Dame, I can't think of his name. If we get him, that'd be pretty solid. I mean, there's just a couple guys, and it's just I don't know.
Dude,
Like I
I mean, there are, and when Jay was saying that this draft was doo-doo, I mean, there's some positions that are pretty deep, actually, I think, but I really didn't focus too much on the draft just because we picked so late and
yeah.
there's so few roster spots that are available. Like, there's a good chance that 3, 4, 5 of these picks won't even be on the initial 53. That's how strong the roster is, I think. So I just probably paid
Ooh.
attention to it a lot less than I probably normally have. But
Yeah.
there are some favorites and stuff. And, it's just picking in the third round right out of the gate definitely doesn't get the juices flowing for looking at the top 100 prospects. Let's just say that.
I mean, it's you're playing a guessing game pretty much going into it. But Drew did bring up a good point. He said Gibbs, Swift, and Montgomery, who's out in Detroit.
Yeah, I
I
like
mean,
David
that
Montgomery.
pick kind of shocked me. I was thinking they were gonna go like O-line, maybe D-line, like kind of just shore that thing
I'd
up.
take Montgomery as a backup and say goodbye to Ford in a second.
Yeah, like Swift, like I mean, if he's available, like I mean, I'm not saying like this.
He must have some
for-
injury concerns or something because he was just too good to just get thrown out on the curb like that.
Yeah. And like, do you think like I know I hate to be this dude, but like, do you think the Browns maybe kick the tires on possibly inquiring to see what it would take to get Swift? Like, because I mean, we do have that hole, that running back 2 hole.
Yeah, we
Like, so do
do.
you-
Yeah, I'm not sold on Jerome Ford as number 2 at all, or Demetric Felton. So,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. I think they're foolish if they're not kicking the tires on a running back.
Yeah, that's true. And like, him and Chubb would be nasty.
Nasty.
Like, I mean, that'd be
And,
tough to
him and
stop.
Kareem were nasty,
Yeah.
until they weren't.
Mm-hmm. And like, I think Kareem was starting to decline last year. Like, you could tell. Like,
Yeah,
I hate
we
to
saw
say
it.
that, but he started going down. And I think where Swift's a little bit younger, he's still on that rookie contract. Like, you could get him to come in and be that receiving back that we don't have right now.
Yeah. Is Swift still on the rookie deal?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I think he's like on the last year of it. I think I want to say he was in that Jed year with Burrow and all them, like the Burrow draft.
Yeah, probably. I mean, don't seem like he's been in the league that long, so.
Yeah, he's so he's still on that rookie deal. I think he got picked up in 2020, so he's on the last year of it.
Last year.
Only making one more. So in
So
2024,
if the Browns
he's gonna be
traded for him, he would only accept that trade, or they would only do it if we extended him right away, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
That's 100%. So it's just going to be a 1 year kind of deal, which again he is a really good back, but having Gibbs now, it's going to change the landscape of a lot for them. But there's a guy who, I don't know if you guys were talking about drafts that you would like to see. I think Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame. I think he's still out there. I was really worried about him going to Cincinnati. I really did not want Michael Mayer to go to Cincinnati whatsoever. I think the New England Patriots might pick him up and become another baby Gronk, but I don't want that. So,
Dude, how do you think Bill Belichick feels right now, Manny?
Yeah, I know. That'd be
You got Aaron Rodgers coming in.
We got the Coltrane in here tonight.
Coltrane's in here.
What's
No
up?
way. What is up, Coltrane? How we doing?
Hey, I ain't trying to piss. You guys can hear me? Good?
Yes, sir.
we can hear you
Yeah,
great.
yes, sir.
Can hear you great.
I don't want to piss on y'all's show too long. I just got something to say, man, real quick.
Let's hear
All
it.
right, I know y'all are more intellectual about this stuff than me, but Barry, I swear to God, if you trade down tonight, I will throw a brick through my TV, fool. I am so sick. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of our GM playing pussyfoot.
Preach it.
I'm tired of it, y'all. Every year he does this to us where we're about to be on the clock. You got your wife on the bed. Honey, we're about to pick. Next thing you know, 18 picks later, Okay, 18 picks later, and this dude finally picks some freaking offensive tackle or
from
somebody
Tulane.
we don't need. Here's an idea, fellas. Hey, Barry, I know you're listening. How about a trade up, dog? How about you get in on the action in the freaking second round, my man?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Don't have us waiting too
So-
long.
So
Because everything he does is so weak. For once, Barry, find the juice. Get a position you like. Find your guy. Trade up. Give the 2 threes. Get into the second. Fuck the 2 threes. Get into the second and get your guy, man. And
So-
that's all I really got to say, gentlemen. I swear to God, y'all, Coltrane's TV is MIA tonight. I see a stupid. Oh, Bill, we got a trade coming in. Looks like the Browns are trading down. Guys, we're already going to wait. What is it, 74 tonight? We're already going to wait that long. At least if you're not going to trade, or if you're not going to trade up, stay at the damn position and draft your guy. God damn it! Are we all in agreement tonight on that?
We're on agreement. We are on
Hey.
agreement.
So what I'm hearing, Coltrane, is you're saying Barry needs to hang his nuts out, put him on the table, and trade up.
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
Trade up. If your guy is there,
He says, go
trade
on
up
the
and get him,
attack.
man.
Quit being on defense all the time in the draft.
That's so true. That is so true, man. Wow. I completely agree. Coltrane, thank you so much for that, man. Because now I'm pumped up. And I don't want to be waiting around all day. I don't want to be waiting around all day.
Yeah. Get some cojones, Barry. Okay. Get some ball sack, my dude. And like
And
I
then
said,
Talk that talk,
you
baby.
got-
Talk
I'm
it.
so sick of the value picks, guys. Well, we saw value. Hey, y'all did it with Donovan Peoples-Jones. You guys are okay. Congratulations, y'all. You're 1 for 10.
You're 1 for 10. Yes. Can
Okay.
you please get the get the best player available? If you don't see anything, don't trade back. Just pick up the best player available.
And see, you just said what I like, Manny. I hate that freaking BS where he's drafting for need. Right now, your boy just said it here next to me. I don't know him, but nice to meet you, fella, right on
Nice
my right
to meet you,
side.
Coltrane.
He said, just we got this roster is pretty stacked already. Exactly. Why can't we finally go into a draft where they draft the best available on the board, whether it's I don't care if it's a tight end, I don't care if it's a running back, I could give 2 shits. Just get the pick or get the value of the pick at 74 of what it's worth. Stop trading back for need. Give me, I don't care if it's even a receiver. Give me the best player available, dude. And every Cleveland fan will be so happy. But if you trade down, man, if you trade down, Barry, I swear to God, bro. Barry, I'm talking to you, Barry. Here's a knuckle sandwich. Here's a knuckle sandwich coming, all right?
Somebody
I'm
get
out
this
here.
to Andrew
I'm
Barry
out.
out there.
Call
Somebody-
We gotta get that to
Yeah, we
Andrew
gotta clip
Barry.
that in it too.
We gotta clip that in too.
Thanks for stopping by,
Thank you so
Coltrane.
much. Thank you so much, Coltrane, for stopping by.
This got me hyped.
He's got me hyped. We have got to find a way to make sure. Oh, shotgun bang!
Yes, Christian. That's what I'm for.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
What was that? 7-Up?
Yeah, what was it?
Celsius. 7-Up.
I was like, bro, what is that? So we're moving right along here. First and foremost, again, if you guys are just stopping by, this is the Down with the Browns extravaganza, our draft special. We're going live for 5 hours. We are on hour 2.
We have now completed number 2, bro. This is actually flown by. I'm not gonna lie.
This is flown by. Hour number 2. Right around 2:00, we're gonna have Browns with Noah on. Disturb Marine Field. More than likely, please stay as long as you'd like
as long
to.
as you want, man.
Hang out. It's a party.
Hey,
It is a party.
What a blast.
Keith said, "I'm not leaving." I think about the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving.
And if any of you guys want to join up,
If anybody wants
we've
to
actually
join up.
tweeted the link to the show. So if you guys want to join, go click that.
Whoa.
Stop in.
Jump in.
Stop
Hey,
in.
We'll
Come
let
by.
you ask a question. Stay
It's-
as long as you guys want. This is a party.
It's lit. It's lit. It is definitely a lit time.
All
So now I want to talk about just
I'll be back. I gotta go tinkle.
Yeah, please do. Please
I
do.
was just getting ready to say, you guys haven't even went to the bathroom yet.
Oh yeah. That's why the screen is going in and out. That's why the screen is like
Yeah.
whenever somebody's probably using the bathroom.
I thought you had a 2-liter bottle under there, Manny, and you were
Oh no,
going
it's
with the flow.
the Foley. I just haven't recovered. It's what and drinking all this water is really going to get to me very, very, very shortly. No, we're going to send Coltrane to Barry's office. Yeah, that's very true. We need to. So I want to get your quick thoughts on this DM. Kind of just figuring out exactly if we do, because a lot of people there's a high consensus right now that at 74 the Cleveland Browns will be drafting one Marvin Mims wide receiver out of Oklahoma. And if that is the case, that wide receiver room, I kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit about this. It's almost full. It's almost full. Is Anthony Schwartz gone?
Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
DPJ.
Yes.
Elijah Moore.
Yes.
Marquise Goodman.
Yes.
Because they wouldn't have went out and got Goodwin if they didn't see Jakeem Grant is definitely the kicker.
Jakeem Grant's still there. Yep.
And then you got David Bell and Schwartz on the cusp already. So there's one spot left.
Yeah. And we didn't even name DPJ. And DPJ's there too.
Yeah, DPJ I said was second. Amari
Cooper, you said DPJ, okay.
Elijah Moore.
Yep.
Yeah,
so it's like,
Goodwin and then Grant are the 5 for sure. And then Bell and Schwartz are the fringe. Yeah, I don't see that draft pick making sense at all, to be honest with you.
So here the only way that I said this to Jo when he was on earlier, the only way that would make sense to me for a Marvin Mims, because I do want Marvin Mims and I do want to make the case for it just slightly. Now, if there is no defensive tackle that is on the board or edge that you are really interested in, because I like Nick Herbig, I've drafted Drew said he has grandpa stuff to do. So here's the thing.
My old man glasses on.
Yeah.
hey, you're not supposed to laugh at that.
Oh.
The vision's perfect.
Whoa. My bad.
The Pit Vipers. There's the Pit Vipers. I knew they were coming out eventually. They
were on at the beginning, and they kind of got smudged.
So yeah, you gotta wipe off the lenses. So, but here's the thing: I've had Nick Herbig drafted first at 74, and then I had Marvin Mims picked with our second pick. But the reason I like Marvin Mims and the reason I like a wide receiver pick is because the way you look at the wide receiver room, it is crowded at the very moment. And I was talking to Jo about this earlier, but the problem is it's that next year there might be half the guys not even here. So
for sure,
you got guys that are older, you got guys that are prove it deal guys, you got guys that are, may not be back on the team whatsoever. So you kind of need your wide receiver one for the rest of Deshaun Watson's contract. Does that make sense? So we need a clear cut, very good wide receiver one for the rest of Deshaun's contract. That person is not Donovan Peoples-Jones. He is a great wide receiver too, but when
that person's not Amari Cooper and Elijah Moore either.
Exactly. So I would love for Elijah Moore and DPJ to be my wide receiver 2A and 2B, and I would love to have in a guy who's a wide receiver one who's very, very capable and just efficient in that role. So that's why I'm saying Marvin Mims could potentially grow into that role, hopefully. But at minimum, he takes over because, Jakeem Grant might not be here. Anthony Schwartz might not be here after this season. David Bell, depending on how his season goes, we don't even know. I mean, he's a rookie deal. Andrew Berry really doesn't give up on rookies that much. But Marvin Mims might be able to fly right into that role very well. Zach, shout out to Zach.
Our newest member of Down with the
Browns.
Yeah,
oh my goodness. Let's just take a quick moment to say we have brought on board Zach Creates from Twitter, very big graphic designer on Twitter and the Twitter Browns Twitter. A lot of players have retweeted his graphic designings, 40,000 followers. Yep. He's amazing. We are so glad that you are on board with Down with the Browns with us, and you're down with the Browns, bro.
Down with the Browns.
Down with the Browns.
But
down with the Browns. But am I crazy in saying that about Marvin Mims? Like does that make a little more sense, DM, of kind of what we're talking about with Marvin Mims? Because
It does, but I don't think you do that with a third round pick. I mean, I think if you're going to try and make somebody into that number one for the entire length of Deshaun Watson, that needs to come out of the first round for sure.
Yeah, unless you
You think Marvin Mims has the ability to develop into a number one?
I think
5 to 7 years.
Well, okay. Here's the thing about Marvin Mims. A lot of guys don't remember this, but when Marvin Mims, like last year and the year before that, like he was touted as a first round draft pick. Like but the quarterback play's not been as good because since Lincoln Riley left.
He just never got any bigger. I think everybody expected that he would get a little bit bigger frame, and it just never happened.
I could see that.
He's 5'11", measurables, combine measurables of 5'11", 183.
Blazing fast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's
very
super quick.
But you brought up a good point, Christian. I mean, with Caleb Williams leaving, Spencer Rattler leaving Oklahoma, Lincoln Riley going to USC. I mean, you're dealing with a potentially all new offensive regime and a quarterback that you have not played with while you're there. So I think that we can give a little bit of a pass to that, right? The down year in production. And Oklahoma just overall was not good last year. They were not good last year. And they lost a lot of important games. And so that's why I think, Marvin Mims bringing in a guy like that is huge. But again, you make up a good point. If you want a wide receiver one, you either need to trade for him or you need to get him in the draft in the first round. And
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, man.
No, go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let me ask you guys real quick. Okay, so let's look at these rooms, okay? So here you have the Browns roster, and you're talking about Mims, and Mims I think Mims would fit into this offense. I think he would add another weapon to this team. Yeah. I think he probably would slide in as our number 6 receiver, without a doubt.
Yeah.
However, let's look at these other rooms. Look at this defensive tackle room. You got Dalvin Tomlinson, and then you've got Jordan Elliott. You've got Mo Hurst, who we know that they like, but is injured as we speak and has been injured in the past. You got Perion Winfrey, who we don't even know if he's going to get cut or not.
Yeah.
You got Michael Dunfor. You got Ben Still, Tommy Togiai, and Tristan Hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy cow, dude. We have got a problem. So that's why I think with these first picks we got, even if we got to reach a little bit, we got to find somebody that's talented to shore up some of these big holes we got.
Absolutely.
For sure. And we have a very special guest that has just dropped in with us, the greatest sports analysis person this side of the Mississippi and all of the Milky Way, Noah Weiskopf.
Thank you for having me, guys. I'm excited to be here for a draft day, whatever you guys want to call it. Special
extravaganza, litty party.
Yeah,
Christian, it doesn't look like Noah likes these big dramatic intros. If you can dial those down about 2 hours,
it's not
add a little bit of sincerity.
I'm two Celsius is in.
2 Celsius is in already.
Yeah, I'm 2 Celsius.
Noah's too quiet talking, man. He's very even keel.
Oh no, this is why we love Noah, because it's that yin yang balance. As soon as he comes in, it's really nice.
Yeah,
and then,
me and Manny will be like up here, and then
he hits us with
the facts,
not
and
possible. That
just got lower expectations.
Yeah, he's like, Manny, we cannot have Odell and DeAndre Hopkins on this team right now. I'm like, why? We can make room. I'll Venmo Andrew. I'll Venmo him a couple dollars. Noah, what is up, man? I know you're extremely busy. And I hate to just throw this question out on you, but I have no idea if this is real or not. And I'm sure you've heard, but Antonio Brown tweeted you're laughing already. Okay, I'm trolling.
Thank God he's laughing. Thank God he's laughing. Thank you, Noah, for making that crap.
So did I just get trolled?
I guess like you never know until the Ravens make
Oh
it.
no.
But like, let me tell you guys something. I have a feeling this is a type of situation where Antonio Brown agreed to sign with the Ravens, but the Ravens did not agree to sign Antonio Brown.
I love that. I love it.
That is perfect.
Bro, I was like, I was looking at my non-existent watch because I don't have it yet. It's still charging upstairs. I was like, I need 2:00 to happen because I need to ask Noah where on earth is Antonio Brown? Like, this is an edited jersey. I was like, wait a second, why is no one tweeting about this? It was just him. And I'm like, wait, there's no way. I know Lamar Jackson said there was something coming. Josina Anderson was saying, whatever. But that might be – is that more toward DeAndre Hopkins potentially, or is there somebody else that they're looking to get? Do you know?
Yeah, I honestly, with DeAndre Hopkins, there's a growing belief within me and my understanding that he could end up in Arizona playing for the Cardinals next season.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I never –
Thank you, Noah.
I really didn't think that was possible, and I didn't think that would happen. But the more their GM talks about it, the more I'm like, you know what? They really don't have an interest in moving him. But I will say that it's definitely a possibility, and I still think that there's a chance he could get released if DeAndre Hopkins and his agent go, or he doesn't have an agent. If DeAndre Hopkins goes to the front office and expresses his concern with staying with the Cardinals, but their GM is pretty adamant about saying, we're not looking to move him, and he's on the Cardinals right now. So, yeah, I think that if a trade were to happen, it would make a lot of sense for it to happen tonight, tomorrow type of thing. Other than that, if he doesn't get traded during the draft, what a team would give up maybe a late round 2024 pick. I don't know what would be in it for the Cardinals. If they are going to trade him, it would make the most sense to do it now, get a player, a prospect, and move on from Hopkins.
They a lot of people who are watching love when Noah pops on because they're like, hey,
what's
give
the
us
rumors,
give us
Noah?
something. What's the rumors?
Give me the
Noah?
rumors.
You got any of them rumors?
Like, you gotta get those rumors. I guess there's a couple of rumors, but so now I'm looking at this now because you kind of said something at the end there where it seems as though the Cardinals, if they want to move in a different direction, and I think we all can say. With Kyler Murray, I think he's still dealing with that torn ACL, so he might be out until November-ish, December-ish range. He's not fully healthy, but he was walking fine with that under the statue unveiling in Oklahoma for the Heisman Road. But I think depending on if the Cardinals are like, hey, maybe we should just call this season a wash, you would think tonight, and if they're requesting a second-round pick, you would think in the next 4 or 5 hours here there would be a DeAndre Hopkins trade, and so am I right in assuming that that's the case?
Yeah, I'll tell you, they're not getting a second round pick, so it's probably going to be a day 3 pick. There was a point in time a couple weeks ago where it was pretty clear to me that I thought that they were just going to end up having to release him if Hopkins didn't want to play because teams are not willing to give up draft capital to take a contract like that. I know that he's willing to rework his deal, that kind of stuff with the team, which is why they may be able to. 5th rounder, they would be lucky to get a 5th, maybe a 6th, 7th conditional kind of thing.
Wow.
If his deal is willing to be reworked, but you have to look at all the factors, right? His age, his injury history,
the amount of money he's requesting,
the amount of money that he's making with the Cardinals, and then that'd be another situation that another team would have to work out. So it would be hard they were never getting a second round pick. That's a ridiculous asking price. So, I mean, of course, that's what they want, right?
Manny would do it. Look at Manny's face.
Manny would send the first pick.
I'll give him my first overall. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, so they're not going to get a second. You're probably looking at a day 3 pick type of swap if they were to move him tomorrow.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is they're doing like the normal thing, like when you go to sell something, you ask for more than what you actually want.
Yeah, and I think they even know they're not getting a second. I mean, that's probably more of a thing, too, that's being leaked in the media is obviously the Cardinals would love for everyone to know that their asking price is a second. It's sort of the same with – I mean, OBJ got close to 20, but originally when it was like OBJ wants 20, and even last offseason with Jarvis – was that last offseason already? Yeah, offseason.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
With Jarvis, the original report came out that he was requesting $20 million, and I was told right after that – I had retweeted it, and someone texted me right after and said that's so far from the truth. And so, yeah, it's usually not true, and it's usually leaked from one side for a purpose.
That's actually a very strong point. I do want to ask a quick question here, because before you popped on here, Noah, we were talking a little bit about. I mean, it's draft day. We were talking a little bit about who we're going to take at 74, and I don't want to ask any like prediction questions. I more so want to ask if it seems reasonable if the Browns would do this, right? So I love myself a little bit of some Marvin Mims from Oklahoma, wide receiver. But again, at the same time, this wide receiver room is a little crowded. That DM and I were talking about right before you popped in, and I think we could all agree on that. And if we did take Marvin Mims at 74, in your opinion, and then I also want to ask Christian a question after this, but in your opinion, does that mean that there is someone gone out of that room before the season starts, or what would you kind of say? I'm trying to frame this question in a polite way for Anthony Schwartz, but so what would you say for an acquisition of a Marvin Mims? What would that do to the wide receiver room? Would they keep everybody or what?
Yeah, I want to touch on Anthony Schwartz first. I do think that if they don't draft a receiver, given the room right now, if this is the room they take in a training camp, I do actually think I can't tell you exactly what, but I do think there's a possibility where you can be done with your final cut day, and there's a world where you have Anthony Schwartz and Marquise Goodwin on your roster. I do. I genuinely think that. I think that there's still a chance that Anthony Schwartz makes this roster. His age, his talent. He has so much speed. So if you can put that all together, then you can really, that's what the Browns wanted all along, right? They knew what his speed was. They knew he was a track star. As long as you can match that with the football ability, then you have something special. So I assume that they're going to draft a wide receiver at some point in this draft. I think that's a fair assumption, is that they're going to draft a wide receiver somewhere. They're going to have some stuff to figure out. They're going to have some legit training camp battles where two players both deserve a spot on a roster, and one of them will not get that spot and probably end up elsewhere on a 53-man.
Other teams will be paying a lot of attention to our training camp, I assure you.
Yeah.
Waiting to see who gets cut.
And I think, too, that if it ends up being an Anthony Schwartz, that on the last couple of days of camp, this front office is pretty much like we've made our decisions. We haven't released our decisions, but we've made them internally. And I think that Schwartz is probably going to be that lone guy out of it. Then I think that they would field trade calls and make calls to other teams to try to get a conditional pick, a late round 7th, 6th round pick for a team that really wants him and has room for him and thinks that he could develop into something.
And then,
Manny, would you give up a 15-round pick for Anthony Schwartz?
I would give up a bag of sour cream and onion lace for Anthony Schwartz.
Those are good, though.
Those are very good.
Dude, I'm beyond done with the Anthony Schwartz experiment, dude. It's gone on a little too long.
But isn't it? But you got to admit, I think what keeps him around. And Noah, you kind of touched on this too. It is that talent. It's that sexiness, that ability to have that reverse touchdown. I think it's the one play that saved his career.
One play every year that keeps him on the roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that play. Yeah.
You know what doesn't help him, though, is that he doesn't provide you. He's not a kick returner. He's not a kick returner.
Yes.
And if you have speed like that, burning speed, it's great to be a wide receiver. It's great to provide that in that room. But if you can't return, then you're looking at, you have to be a really good wide receiver to keep a spot on that roster. Speed kills, but you need to use it in multiple different ways. That's why you're looking at a Jakeem Grant, who they're going to play at receiver. They're going to use in their offense. They wanted to use last year, but he's also an all-pro returner. So both of those things.
Punt and kick returner, both.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Yep. So a guy like that, I mean, they have a lot of guys that are very similar skill sets with speed. Marquise Goodwin now, Anthony Schwartz and Jakeem Grant, all three of those guys bring you some similar stuff. And then it comes down to, I mean, this is for everyone, every position. When it comes down to roster cuts, you want to look at guys that you can keep for depth at a position, but also can provide you something on special.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Linebackers, wide receivers, linemen.
Mhm. I'm sorry. I don't want to keep jumping in. I don't know if Disturbed or KFC, if you guys have questions for Noah, because I have one more. I have another question.
Let's hear it.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So obviously we're all, we're Browns fans. We like the Browns. So we are all aware of what's going on in Baltimore and what EDC is doing over there. For the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar signing for another 5 years and things like that. I think Noah, kind of, if we're aware, Andrew Berry in that front office is aware. Is there a chance? Is there anything that you're maybe hearing about them potentially making another splash move in some way on that defensive side of the ball or offensive side of the ball to kind of level out that? Or is it mainly something that's like, we will like the roster that we're kind of at right now?
Are you talking about for the Ravens?
Well, yeah. So kind of, we saw the Ravens kind of re-up and get Odell and Zay Flowers and re-sign Lamar. Is there a sense for the Browns ourselves? Like, are we going to make any bigger splash plays to combat that, or are we kind of set? Like, do you get a sense of that, or not really?
I don't like isn't splash. I don't think that they're going to make a trade for a Pro Bowler or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I mean, again, someone could become available. Like, look, who expected DeAndre Swift to become available before yesterday?
Yeah,
and he's available. So that would be for a different team. Obviously, that would be a splash.
Yeah.
But I don't envision anyone flashy becoming available for the Browns to make a move on. But that stuff can all change in a second. As it pertains to the Ravens, I imagine that they are thrilled with their offense, their team as a whole right now. Bringing back, you have you have Zay Flowers, and then you have Mark Andrews still. You bring in OBJ. You have J.K. Dobbins coming back. You have Gus Edwards. I mean, they have a lot of talented players on that team. And I think I don't remember if it or not, but I told you guys, Lamar Jackson was never going anywhere else. It was always the Ravens.
So bad. I was so mad when he said
So
he slow played it to the end, though.
Yeah.
I've got a little breaking news myself.
Oh,
you ready?
Whoa.
Yeah.
So, a couple days ago, Down with the Browns announced a new member to the team.
Yes.
And making his first appearance, it is Zach Creates, the greatest, most
What's up?
elite graphic designer there is in the world.
I mean, I don't know about that, but
that's we do really good intros in here. I know it knows.
Yeah.
I know. But hey, I'll take
it.
It's all the energy drinks that just.
We have been up. We're going on. I feel like I need a cowbell. We are going on hour 2 in 20 minutes. We should get a countdown. So it's lit. It's a really fun draft party. We're getting turned. I still have pizza in the other room. I gotta get.
It's like a draft party, but we haven't even drafted yet.
Exactly. No, we're gonna go crazy if it's somebody really, really cool. I think I kind of want to ask a question.
Real quick, let me jump in. Let me bounce out, and I'm going to go ahead and leave you 4 in here, and I'm just going to kick back and watch. But I got some other things going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been really cool to see Zach come on. Congratulations on being on the show, man.
Appreciate it.
Noah, pleasure being with you. KFC, I love you. Manny, we'll talk to you guys real soon, all right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's a party. Let's go. So no, I kind of wanted to quickly get, but he just popped back in. He loves us so much. He popped in for a quick second.
He changed his mind.
But I wanted to get. I want to start with Noah first. I want to, if there's a guy at 74 who we shouldn't be surprised if we draft, because I think, again, like I said before, the consensus might be edge, defensive tackle, or wide receiver. So this is a part kind of question for you. About, is there somebody a name out there that we haven't been familiar with, or Browns fans don't talk enough about, that you would think in your situation, in your opinion, that we would draft? And then KFC, I kind of want to hear a name that you want at 74, and Zach, I want to hear a name that at 74 that you think that we're going to draft. But Noah, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I want to continue to emphasize, I've been saying this for weeks now. The Browns, like, they have their board, and if their top player at their pick is an offensive lineman, they're taking him. If he's a tight end, they're taking him. Like,
Wow.
position really does not matter for this front office. They really want the best available player.
Okay.
And that is really what I think. As it pertains to who might be on their radar, who might be there at that pick that I could realistically see them taking. I don't know if I have anyone that hasn't been talked about by Browns fans, because I think Browns fans have pretty much touched on every single player who's ever going to get picked in the draft.
Everybody.
But I'll give you the name I've thrown out there, Gervon Dexter from Florida. I mean, I think that's a slam dunk. That would be a slam dunk pick for this front office, this organization. You could plug him in right away, start him with Dalvin Tomlinson if you want. Obviously on that defensive tackle room, they'll have a rotation, but he's someone that I could realistically see the Browns taking tonight. Again, I was told he's met with the Browns at least 3 times, had a formal at the combine, had a virtual meeting with them in late March, and then they hosted him on a top 30. So the Browns, there's obvious interest here. Another guy, Jamie Robinson, Jamie, I don't know.
Yeah, it's Jamie Robinson from Florida State.
Yeah. So they hosted Dexter and Robinson on the same day on a 30. So there's interest there as well.
Let's go.
I think that they could also probably get him with their second pick in the 3rd round as well. I think Dexter is probably going to either go right around that pick 74. So if the Browns could take him at 74, that would be an ideal pick for them.
Yeah, we as Brown fans, I'm gonna let you go KFC, and then we'll do Zach. But as Browns fans, we covered
for me.
Yeah, Zach can go. Zach, we'll go Zach and then KFC. But Browns fans pretty much covered every possibility. I can attest to that. I mean, I saw if CJ Stroud falls, like, you know what I mean. Like they were talking crazy. Yeah, 74. Like, what if CJ Stroud falls, bro? What do you do? And I'm like, I don't know. QB2. Yeah, Zach, absolutely. Who do you like at 74? Is there a name out there that you've been kind of flirting with in your mind, or
I mean, honestly, everyone has kind of brought it up. I like Jamie Robinson a lot. I like that pick. I just like safeties, dude. They're just a different breed of people. It would be nice to. The problem is I don't know. Grant Delpit definitely has come into his own, and losing someone like John Johnson III is going to be interesting. But the question of mine is I know Schwartz is going to probably be running a little bit of a different defense. Obviously, too high is usually what you see him run with the wide 9 or something like that as well. But I just don't know if there's a guy at 74 or if it is Jamie Robinson that has the coverage safety of that true free safety position. Can he fill in for that? Because I think that's a big part of what we're missing is those deep ball plays where it's just like, blown coverage and there it is. And, John Johnson's more of a box guy. Same thing with Delpit. They play in that box and they want to play downhill. And it's like, we need a guy to kind of take that deep ball away, the deep threat away. So if it is Jamie Robinson, great, and hopefully he can step into that role. The other guy I like is, again, I love Dexter. I think the kid dude's going to be a monster. But the other one I think is if they do decide to go offense and he is there, I like Marvin Mims. I really like, I like him. He's a big play guy, comes from an offensive scheme that obviously has taken a little bit of a hit since Lincoln Riley left. But that would be an interesting pick. But, as far as the wide receiver room goes, I haven't really made up my mind on whether we need another guy like that, because maybe David Bell takes that step. Is Marvin Mims a better prospect? I don't know. So, but those are the 3 guys that I like at 74, I think is what it is.
Let's go. Yeah, 74 KFC. What do you got for me? What do you got for me?
I'm agreeing on the Dexter pick.
Okay.
I really like that pick. At first, I really didn't like it because, he went to Florida. Not, there's some beef there. But I think that'd be a home run hit. If we can get him, or like you guys said, Jamie Robinson, I'm down for either of them guys but like a dream scenario for the first 3 picks that we got. If we can get Dexter at 74, we can get Robinson at 98, and then I think it's 111. I think that's that third pick. If we could get a guy like Keishon Boutte or Booty, whatever you want to say, bro, I would be running through a wall.
I love Cedric Tillman as well. Like if he somehow falls that way, I mean, he would be. He's very similar to David Bell in a weird way. I mean, he's not the fastest guy out there, but he's going to carve you up on your routes. And I mean, if he can perform, he's there. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the Tillman one just hurts my soul. Like, can't root for that cat.
Honestly, I'm telling you, it's really that Kentucky bias. Cody says Marvin Mims is very underrated. I completely agree. Very underrated. Again, like Kirsten said, he was supposed to be a first round draft pick a year before. But when you have, like Zach touched on, Caleb Williams leaving, Spencer Rattler leaving, Lincoln Riley leaving. I mean, your quarterback and your head coach. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Right. But I do want to get a little bit with a hot topic here, because a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they love their running back. They love 2-4 back there with Nick Chubb. But again, Nick Chubb cannot play, contrary to popular belief, cannot play running back for another 10 years at a high level. So eventually you are going to have to replace Nick Chubb with somebody, or kind of what Dallas did with Ezekiel Elliott. You bring in a little Tony Pollard. Now we won't treat Nick Chubb like Dallas just treated Zeke. We hope that Nick Chubb retires a Brown. But once again, no, I'm just going to phrase this as a very, ambiguous question. You do what you want. If you want to give a little bit of information to us, I mean, I'm not going to not take it. But if you want to, shift this in a different way, go ahead. And then I want to hear what Zach says about the running back room, if you want to draft a running back. And then I want to also hear what KFC says about this situation. So, Noah, Nick Chubb can't play for 10 years. So is there a running back that we might, bring in from somewhere? Kareem Hunt? I don't know. Is there a running back that we might draft? What are kind of your thoughts on the running back room?
Wait, before you answer that, is there any Detroit did pick another running back yesterday. Would a certain running back, Swift, is he available? You might think, maybe, sort of.
I think he's available for sure. The Browns will not make a play for Swift. I don't see it ever happening.
Just kill us.
Every single time Noah shows up here,
you just take the dagger.
Thing that I just told Stephen A. Smith. I am having the very worst day I've ever had. But go ahead. Continue now.
And I'll admit it if I'm wrong. If news breaks and he is traded to the Browns, sure, I'd admit it. But I don't see that happening. I think that there's a very, very good chance the Browns take a running back in this draft. There's a lot of good running backs, a lot of good running backs in this draft. This is a very, very good class for running backs. I think there's a ton of guys who can get 4th, 5th, 6th round that provide you a lot that Chubb can't. They provide you some stuff in the receiving game. I think that it's very, very realistic for them to take a running back. I know there's a bunch of guys, a couple of guys that I've seen, Tajay Spears from Tulane. I know a lot of people have been slamming the drum for Kenny McIntosh from Georgia.
Yes.
So, there's so many. So I do think that it's realistic they take a running back. As it pertains to Kareem Hunt, don't see him coming back. My understanding is that he's probably going to elsewhere. So
I wasted that jersey. But anyway, I wasted my money. It was from China anyway. So only $14. What are you gonna do? So Zach, is there a running back that you would potentially?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. This year is the one year I have just not followed a lot of the names, partially because
we don't need them.
It's not that I don't think we don't. It's not that I think we don't need them. Is that I think people are also really forgetting about Jerome Ford. This kid was an Alabama kid that ended up transferring from Alabama to Cincinnati because he wasn't getting playing time.
Mm-hmm.
When you're behind Derrick Henry and all those guys, Josh Jacobs, all those really good running backs, sometimes your time's cut. But I do think that Jerome Ford could take that Tony Pollard world for sure. that's me being high on him. I don't know, but I don't know a ton of the running backs for here. But for Nick Chubb to somehow be traded, which I don't think he will be personally, it would have to be something like Chase Young. Like you would have to give me a guy like another bona fide edge rusher that is you can pair with Myles Garrett, or a bona fide wide receiver, or another weapon that really adds another dynamic to this team to really sell me like, okay, that makes sense. Now, other than that, I don't see it happening. I don't know if Nick Chubb is going he's not going to be running like this for 10 years. He's just not. It's not what it is. But I've seen crazier things happen. I mean, the Lamar contract blew my mind. But,
yes.
Yeah. So we'll see.
KFC, any running backs that
Listen, Deuce
suit your
Vaughn.
fancy?
That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna elaborate on Deuce Vaughn. This dude, he might be like 4'2", but that dude can juke any man out of his shoes.
Yes.
Like, dude's just shifty. You get him, you hit him on like a little screen pass.
Low center of gravity. That
Yeah,
guy.
dude, that's what I'm
Low
saying,
center of
man.
gravity.
It's hard to tackle a guy that's already at the ground.
Yeah.
Where's he out of?
Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I mean, he can juke anybody out of their shoes, and he's really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, had a great senior year.
Yeah.
What about the kid? Is the kid out from TCU that one that was just blowing up that Michigan line? What was it?
Is he? Is he? In
I don't know if I don't know if he entered or not, because that kid he's got something.
Yeah.
He'd be interesting.
I'm not sure if he entered or not.
I think
and
he
if
got,
he did,
injured
he's not
in that
even.
Michigan game. Or something like
Keandre
that.
Miller.
It might be that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. But for some reason they don't have him ranked very high. If that's Keandre Miller, they don't have him ranked very high.
Right now, he's the rated top 2 running back left or available right now.
And there was already 2 chosen, right?
Yeah,
technically. So I do want to unless anybody has anything to say about the running backs. I do want to switch gears to one more question. I do. Keith said, Keandre Miller from TCU. Yeah.
Yep.
We do have a question really quickly here from Joe. How about the linebacker Simpson from Clemson? Might have to trade up into the 60s to get him. Any thoughts? KFC, you're shaking your head. Did you have any thoughts on Simpson?
He's a dog. Like,
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Like, I mean, he's a smaller linebacker, but that's kind of what Schwartz likes to run. He likes these guys that are like got a little hot to him, but they're like lighter weights, kind of like that JOK type build linebacker. So, I mean, we can get a few more of them because, I mean, you go look at last year's team, we were really thin on linebackers. There was guys we had to like pick up like off the streets like late in the year to come play linebacker for us. So, I mean, wouldn't mind that pick, but
thin personnel wise, not like in my opinion,
not talent,
not necessarily talent wise, right? I mean, when you're in your linebacker 3, but even linebacker 3, we had some spectacular plays, interceptions, return for touchdowns, and then linebacker 3 role. So I mean, but still, you don't want your linebacker 3 playing, late into the season. You really don't want to do that. But that's a really good point. Yeah, no, I like Trenton Simpson. Definitely fits the age guard rails as well. Very fast too, 4.4. I think he ran a 4.43. Yeah, 4.43 40.
Dude's
so
moving.
he's definitely trucking. So I love just, I don't know what it is about me and controversy. I just really like to stir some things up. I really do. And I don't like to do it more than any time when Noah's here, because then I can just put him on the spot. But listen, draft a QB too.
Oh God.
I mean, all right, listen. Let me make my case.
All right, we're getting him out of here for that.
This is what I did. Listen, I'm trying to ask the deep rooted questions that we all think about when we're showering at 12 at night, right? And that we don't even want to
Not what
say
I'm
on the
thinking
internet.
about.
I don't think about
That's not what I'm thinking about.
That's not what you
men
think.
in the shower.
But
Listen, I'm a hockey fan, so the hockey playoffs right now are like my
Are
bread
lit?
and butter right now. So
Yeah.
like that's
I'm
all
a
I'm
Flyers
thinking
fan,
about.
so I don't think about playoffs.
Oh,
when it
well,
comes to
yeah,
hockey.
that's
So I-
unfortunate.
Hockey's a
I'm
real sport.
I'm a Columbus fan, but I'm also a Devils fan because I grew up with
okay.
from there.
Okay.
But like that's all I think about right now. But as drafting a QB2 what is that? Why?
How about I tantalize the neurons? The neurons. And I'll show you why. I'll show you who.
Okay.
Noah's already looking at me like, man, you're the stupidest person I've ever seen in my life. But listen, that's okay. That's okay. Because let me talk about it. But man, yes, I do love chaos. But so right now, do we really feel like Josh Dobbs is Himothy? Do we really feel like he is the backup quarterback that we truly want? Why not draft somebody really, really late?
Well,
Who's also mobile, younger. You can groom him into like any kind of quarterback you really want him to.
Who
He
do
can,
you want?
and here's some names.
Well,
and here's
I'm
some
not
names.
talking about the names. I'm just like, what do you want as a QB2? Do you want a guy that can come in and push Deshaun Watson for his job, or do you want a guy that it's like if Deshaun's roughed up, God forbid, for like a game that can come in and win us a game?
Picture this, Zach.
Okay.
Picture this.
Okay.
Late season, and I want you to think about this too, Noah, because this will probably change your answer from I agree with Manny, from I don't agree with Manny to I agree with Manny.
Okay.
Late season, right? It is week 14. I don't know the schedule. Okay.
Sure.
And we're playing the Baltimore Ravens. Deshaun Watson, stomach bug, right? Can't play. Throwing up everywhere. Wants to do the flu game, can't do the flu game. Throwing up everywhere. And then out trots Josh Dobbs. Must win to get us to potentially win the division, right?
Okay, so
and you have Josh Dobbs.
So give me your names. So give me the names.
Right. Or
Okay.
do you want a young, mature quarterback under center who's been watching Deshaun all year, and his name is Dorian Thompson Robinson?
Okay. Hear me out before you even go any farther.
Okay.
I don't want you to skew Noah's answer.
No.
I want Noah to go first because he might agree with me. Okay. And if that's the case,
all right, I'm gonna go last and then just cook your whole debate right here. I'm just gonna mute myself. I'm just.
What you want? You want Kellen Mond? You want Kellen Mond? Is that who you want? Trotting out there to win the division. Okay. Yeah, Noah. What do you
Let everybody
think?
go.
What do you think about drafting really late now? I'm not talking about 74 overall. I'm not talking about 74. I'm talking about, a seventh rounder.
199.
First of all, DTR is going to go much earlier than the 7th round. I think he's rising up draft boards. So I think he's going to be gone before that. However, Josh Dobbs they brought Josh Dobbs back to Cleveland for the reason of if Deshaun Watson has a stomach bug, you want someone trotting out there that can win you a game.
Thank you.
They would they would rather trust a guy who they've seen do it before in the NFL, a proven veteran who can go out there and give you a chance to win it, than throwing out a 7th round rookie to go win a game. They do have Kellen Mond, who is plays football in a similar way than Deshaun Watson. So you pretty much just be wasting one of your late round draft picks on a guy, hopefully that can play just like that. But that's what they have Mond for. They made a waiver claim for Mond. That wasn't just like he's a free agent, we'll bring you in for a little bit. They claimed him.
Yeah.
They used their spot to claim Mond and keep him, and they protected him on the practice squad. So that he's gonna. I mean, look, I think that they will bring in a quarterback, but I think it's probably going to be an undrafted free agent following day 3, and they'll bring him in for camp. And a lot of the times, what teams will do is bring in a couple of undrafted free agent quarterbacks just for the purpose of if they need a backup 2 years later, they're already familiar with a guy like that. These teams are thinking years into the future. And I think that's another reason as to why the Browns met with a lot of these later round quarterbacks. They're familiar with them. If they develop into something, they're a free agent in 2 years, they need a backup, they already have met with them. They already know who they are. They already have this background on them. They've already done work on him.
One of these days, Noah's going to agree with me. I'm telling you, I cannot wait. And when it does, I'm getting a T-shirt made of whatever topic it is. I'm telling you, and I'm going to wear that thing.
I think where you lost me is, am I trusting Josh Dobbs or an inexperienced rookie who's never played it down?
Dorian's 36 years of age. He had the COVID year. He had the
See, that's the thing.
Year.
You trust Brandon Whedon to go win a game, or are you going to give us Josh Dobbs? I mean, let's be honest here.
So to that point, Manny, it's like, okay,
It was a towel thing. It was a spin out of the tackle for the towel and then a towel flowing around. Is that why you like Josh Dobbs, Dak? You like a little T-shirt flowing?
I just think that if you're gonna have a QB2 behind a guy like Deshaun Watson, you need to match the type of play that he does. Secondly, the great thing is about having a guy like Kevin Stefanski, and the one thing that he has done and showed us over the years is that he can take any quarterback, insert it into his system, and they can be productive. Like, let's be honest, like, obviously Baker Mayfield, controversial, whatever you want to say, but that year when we won all those games, go to the playoffs, basically Stefanski was like, don't lose us the game. That's all you have to do is don't lose us the game, and we'll win this for you. That's essentially what it is. You have all these playmakers around him. You put Josh Dobbs in that situation, who I think is like 3 inches taller than him, probably runs about a 4.7, 4.8, or 4.6 maybe, and Baker's sitting out there maybe running a 5 or a 5.0, 5.2 40, right? And you'd rather have a guy like Josh
He's
Dobbs,
slow, man,
who's going out on the field, and I'll trust Stefanski to alter the game to where it makes it to where Josh Dobbs won't lose us the game. That's the problem.
Go ahead, KFC.
So I just want to let you know how dumb that is, Manny. Just idiotic when you're wanting to draft a guy born on November 14th, 1999, when there's a guy on the roster reigning in from San Antonio, born on June 22nd, 1999, who has 3 years of NFL experience, 2 going on to his second year with Kevin Stefanski, the other 2 in Minnesota, where they run the same offense. So,
You know what? It's 3 against 1 right now, and you know what? I come back from 3-1.
You're not LeBron. You're not LeBron.
You know what? Andrew Berry. When you see him, Andrew Berry, tomorrow at approximately 8:27, and then it's going to be Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I'm telling you, you know what? All of you need to tweet out, "I apologize to Manny. I was wrong." That's what I want. That's what I want, because it's going to happen. And so maybe
So what do you do if you don't get drafted by the Browns?
Oh, nothing. I mean,
no. You've got to say that you're sorry to us. You've got to say you're sorry to us.
Yeah,
you got to tag all 3 of us, and then
that.
put "I'm sorry."
You
are the best people I have ever met in my life.
Right now.
I love you so much. Yeah, I bet.
But we can do that. Sure. Fine. I'll do a quick like, "I'm sorry," and then, like, since I have Twitter Blue, I'll say I'm not sorry about 10 minutes later, so that it looks like I'm not sorry. But anyway, so there is an interest. There is another interest out there. I should stop saying this stuff because I keep getting my hopes just torn down. But anyway, the Washington Commanders look like they want to move on from one of those DNs, right? So I'm kind of curious. We're going to go the same order, just because again, Noah, you don't have to pay. I want you to see I just kind of want to see what you think.
Are we sure we just want him to shoot our dreams down right off the bat?
No. You got it. Yeah, no. Kind of like kind of like, yeah. Make it optimistic a little bit, and then you can shoot my dreams down right afterward. But can you see Chase Young or Montez Sweat in a Browns jersey? Yes or no? And then if you can, then you can shoot our dreams off after that.
So I really do not think that this is a possibility.
Come on, Noah! I thought he was gonna say something.
I didn't know, bro. I was about to run.
That is perfect. I'm crying.
I do think the Browns. I do think they should make the call and see an asking price and just inquire about him. Right? I mean, it's a premier defensive end that may become available. One of the two of them. You need to make a call.
Yeah.
Andrew Berry. His job is to improve the team.
Yeah.
He's aggressively do that in any way that is. I think that if I was him, you need to make that call. You need to see what the asking price is. But again, I think that asking price would be pretty high. And not only would it be high, you need to give him money after another year or two. Like, this isn't just like he's going to be stuck on a $10 million contract, whatever it might be. Like, you're going to have to give him a lot of money as long as he has a season he's supposed to. He's been hurt the last 2 years. So I don't think, his asking price is going to be high. Commanders aren't just going to give him up. He was a second overall pick. So
That's true. If he were, what would you? Maybe I don't know this. This is for anybody. So you would have to trade for Chase Young.
Yeah.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is they wouldn't accept the Lay's potato chips.
Even sour cream and onion.
maybe a whole case of them.
We're clipping it.
We're clipping it.
ESPN. We got rumors.
We got him. No. But is there? So if we have to trade for him, then essentially, you would. They would. That's a good point. That's a good point, because when you're spending high on Chase Young, and I think every team is like, man, Chase Young's available. Chase Young's available. I think I saw pretty much all the fan bases that I follow, like people of fans of opposing teams, they were asking and saying the same thing, like, kick the tires on Chase Young, kick the tire. If that's the case, then they're going to ask something pretty high, which is the unfortunate part. But is Montez Sweat older? I don't know why I think Montez Sweat is older.
Montez Sweat was I think the draft after Myles Garrett, or it was the Baker draft. It was one of those.
The Baker draft. Okay, he was. Yeah. Yep. So he's on. Okay, he's 26. I don't know why on earth I think he's older, but
the name Sweat just sounds like he has to be like 40.
No, there was another guy, Josh Sweat. I'm thinking of Josh Sweat, who's older
from the Eagles, right?
Yeah. That's who I'm thinking of, is a little bit older. But Zach, what do you think about making a call for Chase Young or Montez Sweat?
I think you should certainly make the call. Now,
to see what they're asking.
This is going to be controversial, and I really don't care, but this is a hot take.
Good, I'm not the only one.
If Andrew Berry calls and Washington answers that phone and they say, all right, let's do something for Chase Young. Let's get it done. And Washington says, and I don't know the answer to this, but this could be something. We'll take, future pick and Nick Chubb, or some sort of so hold on, and maybe you throw in another player to offload salary so you can retain him for long term. Are you saying yes or no? Because me personally, I love Nick Chubb, and I would do anything to keep the guy. But running backs are constantly being recycled in this league. That's just what what it is. And I think you have to entertain that, because you have Chubb on a nice salary over the next 2 years. I think he's got left. If you can start to move some cap space around and see all that different stuff, signing a guy like Chase Young or Montez Sweat to a big deal alongside Myles Garrett, I mean, you set yourself up on your edge rushing for the rest of
You do. You know what? You know what you say to that, Zach? You spell Noah's name and you stop after the O. That's what you do. And that's what you say back to that, because I am not.
Okay, then what is the package that you would do? Throw a name in there.
You know what? I'm a package
You sound
Prime
A
Barry
fourth round
Sanders.
pick, and I'm going to punt DPJ so far over there.
oh my
I,
god.
yeah. I'm gonna Jamie Gillen him. I'm gonna punt him over there to FedEx Field, and I'm gonna say you're gonna accept this fourth. You're gonna accept DPJ, and you know what? Perrion Winfrey's a dog. I'll throw him in there too. You give me Chase Young, and we call it a day. Do you think that's possible, Noah?
No.
That's not-
it's the
that's not
quiet.
even
It's
close
the,
to enough.
it's the
That's not
polite
even
no.
close
It's
to
the
enough.
polite no.
I think
for
they
me.
got a better chance of like taking stock and Pilot, just taking some of that
Talking pilot. Just
before
go.
that trade would happen.
Ooh, Keith says Jedrick Wills for Chase Young.
I would get rid of Jedrick Wills. I am one of those people where I don't think. Listen, you can argue saying that like he's doing his job and he's doing the things he's got to do. There's way too much film that shows the lack of effort, does not give a shit, that type of stuff.
Mhm.
I'd shoot him to the moon, like get him out of there. Because if you can somehow put James Hudson behind and figure out a way to put him at left tackle and be serviceable, fine. Put what's his name? Oh my God. Put Bitonio at left tackle, fine. And throw Hudson inside. I don't care. But if the ask is Jedrick Wills and like, next year's second rounder, yes. That's yes a million times. I still don't think that's enough though. I mean, you're looking at two premier edge rushers. I mean, Montez Sweat is probably a little bit more of like the consistent health every single year.
Yeah.
Chase Young's definitely has an injury history. Now, how much is that going to affect his, ask for money? I don't know, but it's like, you got in this league now. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch The Herd, but Colin Cowherd says, and a lot of these guys are saying, and I kind of tend to agree, is the first thing you need to establish on every team is your edge rushing. If you have premier edge rushing, you can build around that, get your quarterback, get your offensive line, get your weapons, and you can win the Super Bowl. I mean, look at how good the Chiefs were on that offensive or that defensive line.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
and Philly.
Yeah, and Philly. Chris Jones was a freak.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can have two guys, and then Frank Clark coming off the edge. I mean,
yeah.
If you
Which
can
he's still
get
available too.
two guys that are premier guys and lock them up, sky's the limit.
Yeah, that's true. That is, I think that you just brought something up, Zach. I forgot that Frank Clark is still technically available right now. He's still out there. He hasn't signed with anybody. I have one last question for you, because I know we're running up to 3:00 right now. But so there is kind of some questions right now going on throughout Browns fans, with Ethan Posick doing really well at center, surprisingly really well at center, coming over from Seattle. But Nick Harris going down in the first play of preseason versus Jacksonville, that was just insane because he was working really hard and drinking the protein shakes to make some weight, but he's just smaller. But he was a good center when he was playing versus Green Bay the 2 seasons ago in that one game. So
yeah, that 4 interception game. God, I loved that.
Oh yeah, that was. So question for you, Noah. Like, who do you think from the Browns perspective, who they're going to go with? Are you hearing more Ethan Posick? Are you hearing more Nick Harris? Can have this time of redemption, and then we'll go Zach. Who do you think should start? And then KFC. Who do you think should start?
Yeah, it'll be Posick for sure.
Okay.
He was incredible for them last year. Like they signed him with the intent for him to be able to step in and play, but I can say that the Browns did not even know that that would be. That's why they signed him. He played really, really well.
Extremely well.
He'll be the starter. I'm not sure if they could fit in Nick Harris anywhere like a backup. I don't know if he can play guard. He is really, really short compared to some of these other linemen. So I don't know if they're going to try to get him some work at guard if they need to plug him in, but for sure as a backup center, he'll be around. He's not playing tackle. So it's either realistically it's guard or center, and I'm not sure he can play guard. So we'll see, but it'll be Postage for sure. that starts week 1.
Yeah.
There was a reason they extended him and gave him money. I mean, he's making good money, so they wanted to go out and get him and extend him. So there's a reason they did that. I do also want to touch on real quick Chubb. Like, there's nothing much in this league that I'll ever say is 0%.
Yeah.
But trading Nick Chubb is as close to that as it'll get. I don't
Get
know.
out of here, Zach.
But I also
I'm not saying I want him gone. I love Nick Chubb. I'm just saying
I also do want to say that trade, that hypothetical trade that Zach offered, the Chubb and another pick or something like that for Young, like the Commanders aren't doing that either.
oh no. There's got to be a ton more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would and because I'm thinking I'm going to hear Posick again for KFC and
Yeah,
Zach. Is that correct?
for sure.
Is Posick starting?
Yeah.
Do you
So-
feel the same way, Zach?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
I've actually got a question for Noah before
Oh.
3 o'clock.
Oh yeah. Then go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so with us sitting at 74, I don't know if we've already touched base on this. I can't remember because I forget a lot of stuff. But could you see the Browns potentially moving up in this draft, like just anywhere between like 50, maybe 40, maybe 60? Like, could you see them potentially like jumping up to get a guy, or do you think they stay put?
I don't think it's going to happen. This class is really unique in the way that the first 15 picks overall, those guys were slam dunks for the top 15. But after that, especially going into the second round, beginning of the third, like all of these guys could just as easily be taken another round after. Like, there's a lot of top graded players. And then after that, it's a big drop off, and a bunch of guys have very, very similar grades. So I don't see them making an aggressive move to trade up. This is specifically for wide receivers too. There are so many solid wide receivers. Only a couple of them have that superstar ability, I think. And those guys already went. So at this point, a lot of these receivers that are going to be taken are very, very similar. Like a Parker Washington, who had a formal with the Browns at the Combine. He could be taken tonight, but he could also be taken late day 3. Like, there's a lot of holes in this. And I think I had even mentioned it on here a while back. Like, at the Combine, I did hear there was one team that had 60 draftable wide receivers. That doesn't mean that all these receivers are like going to be superstars, but the fact that a team graded 60 wide receivers and deemed them as draftable shows you a lot as to what this receiving class is.
Wow.
And it's very, very top heavy. And even the top guys, like, there's no Justin Jefferson. No one's getting the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. No one's getting that kind of hype. I think that's all sort of saved up for next year for Marvin Harrison Jr.
And that's another thing too, because when people gather around and say there's hype against a wide receiver, that wide receiver is going to be good. And Marvin Harrison is getting that kind of buzz.
Like, genuinely, I think Marvin Harrison deserves and will get more hype than Justin Jefferson ever did, than Jamar Chase ever did. Like, I think that dude could realistically be a top 3 pick.
Oh yeah, I could agree with you on that one for sure.
I think you got Caleb Williams pretty much a lock at 1 as long as nothing dramatic happens. And then after that, like, whoever has 2, 3, like, Marvin Harrison's right there. I mean, that dude, so in an Ohio State media day for football, I was at a press conference with Marvin Harrison. He was talking. That dude stood up when it was done. My neck hurt trying to look. He's 6'4". He's huge. He's one of the most talented.
He's much bigger than his dad too. Like, his dad was
his dad was a beanpole.
His dad was also like lean. Like, he was like a
very
this Marvin Harrison. I saw him when I went down to a game last year, and I kind of like at a press conference thing. Like, I saw him get up, and I was like, I did not realize how big that dude is.
Wow.
Like, he is a big guy. I didn't realize that.
I'm getting hyped. Is there a way? This is for anybody. This is for everybody. So,
he's already saying no. He's like, no.
He's like, nope, don't even ask.
He's like, no, we're not getting Marvin Harrison. Nope, not happening.
Bro,
I think Noah.
Noah said, "Oh," but he said, "Is there a way?" No, bro. I gotta make a T-shirt that says
no.
as soon as I ask a question. But this low key, because it's also very hilarious because it could be a no. But like is there like, if you were the Browns, would you kind of like guess who would finish last and try to just trade with them early before they actually finish last. Like when you trade with Arizona, like thinking that, oh man, Kyler Murray's going to be out and you guys are going to be trash to try to potentially get that top 2 pick. It's so hard to guess these days anyway. So it's like who would have thought that like the Bears would, well, I mean, yeah, never mind.
The question though is what are you trading to get a first round pick? You know what I mean? Like it's very hard. Like,
true.
I mean, Noah can tell me if I'm wrong, but it's like it's the same thing with like the Chase Young and Montez Sweat thing. Is like, yeah, you can throw Nick Chubb in there, even though it's probably not there, but that's not enough to get it done. Like you've got to be able to throw in multiple pieces that either A can play day one and are stars, or you have to throw multiple picks at them just to get one first round pick. But so it's like, who are you are you trading Myles Garrett to go get a first round pick? Like that,
no.
That's why I'm saying
I don't know I don't even know if it would. Well, because here's the thing, depending on the team, right? Like depending on the team, they might not know that they're going to finish horribly. I guess in my scenario, so I would package somebody over like. I don't know. In my head, I just think the Warden, but like I would do DPJ and Jed. I just those are my 2 names that I would use as fish goats to send over to somebody. But again, that's probably a no.
Yeah, I don't think that's I just don't think that's enough. You know, like to get that done.
I like that. It's not a no. It's not enough. That's also a T-shirt. Okay, so go ahead, Noah. You wanted to say something?
I'm just curious. Well, first, I think genuinely that Marvin Harrison, like, he has the potential to be better than Justin Jefferson. Like, he literally had, like, I'll say it. I've never seen a more talented wide receiver in my life in college. Never seen it. The catches he makes, like, never seen a more talented wide receiver. I'm so beyond excited to see what he can do. Even in his last year at Ohio State.
Yeah.
He doesn't obviously stay another year or anything, but in his last year at Ohio State, and then in his rookie year, going into the draft, like barring any like disappointing and unfortunate injuries, like that, I mean, he's just like, I'm so excited. But I do want to ask real quick.
Yes.
You guys keep throwing these Nick Chubb, like the trade and this kind of stuff, this and this, right? And I've already said that it's probably, I mean, he's not going to get traded, but yeah. I am curious, what is it that you guys think you could trade a team that needs a running back right now? You trade Nick Chubb, just Nick Chubb, and you get back a draft pick. What round pick do you think the Browns could get back?
4th, maybe.
Wait, trading just Nick Chubb for
if you trade Nick Chubb and send him right now to a team that needs a running back, what round draft pick can you get back for Chubb?
Maybe a high 3rd, low, or early 4th. I don't know. Maybe a late 4th. I don't know.
I would say it'd be similar to the Christian McCaffrey.
You think it'd be that kind of haul?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at his stats.
We're talking about a running back that does not get injured, right? That is a workhorse. He can't catch the ball, but that's probably one of the reasons why he doesn't get injured. I think if you sent him to Kansas City, you can get a first. I think that's not out of the realm of possibility, but I'm also but Noah has that no face on his lip.
I think that Zach was pretty close to with a 4th. Maybe you could slip in a late 3rd, but I think that a 4th is probably a fair value. I'm just sort of a reality setter. Like, guys, running backs, doesn't matter what your name is. Christian McCaffrey is different because he provides so much.
True.
I mean, he's almost a wide receiver. You can literally line him up in the slot and he'll get 5 catches a game.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb provides nothing in the pass game. Hell of a runner, one of the best pure runners in the league, but you can draft a guy in the 4th round who you can stick behind a good offensive line who's going to put up some real good stats.
Yeah, Dearness Johnson. I mean, he's a great example.
True.
So I just wanted to say that, ask you guys what you thought, because I think that the value for Chubb is probably somewhere around a 4th round pick. And this is, look, when he's in his prime right now too, it's just the unfortunate reality for running backs.
That's a good point. Well,
I mean, you got to also think like, that's what I'm saying is like the running back world. Listen, Nick Chubb's not going anywhere. We all know that. It's such a, like, it's just a very quick cycle. Like, you very rarely get these guys that are like, Adrian Peterson, or I mean, I guess CMC is a good example, but these other dudes that are just like consistently, just for a long period of time, just so good. And I don't think you get as much in return with Nick Chubb, just because he is I hate to say this, but he's a one-dimensional guy. He's a hand me the ball off and let me go. And that's, I think, the big struggle with Derrick Henry is I think the Titans are trying to get rid of him, but they're trying to get first round, second round value for a guy that is, yes, he's an incredible runner, but he's he's worth a third, fourth round pick is really what he's going to get you. Alvin Kamara is another one, which if he's a guy that could pull a CMC type deal, but I think you're getting a second round pick out of Alvin Kamara. You're not getting a multiple first,
right?
Right. If Nick Chubb was Alvin Kamara, totally different, discussion. But he's your old school ground and pound guy. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Noah, for stopping by. I mean, it is always a pleasure when you're here, just answering and debunking some of my crazy theories. I really do love that. Because somebody needs to be the calm voice in the room and saying that's not possible, or that something else is going to happen. So thank you so much, Noah, for stopping by. Thank you. We're having the extravaganza for the draft. Please enjoy the draft. Everyone, if you're listening and watching, please follow Noah. Very great articles. He's a very good writer when he's writing his articles at Browns with Noah. No spaces. And thank you so much once again, Noah.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Have a good one, man. Have a good one. All righty.
And now we've got two of the most elite Twitter people in the world. We have Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
And BK.
Formerly known as Breathe Through BK. What is going on, fellas? Welcome to Draft Day. How we feeling? Mr. Watson, how we feeling? BK, how we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Y'all hear me loud and clear?
Oh, we can hear you great, bro. BK, how we feeling?
I'm feeling good, y'all. How y'all feeling?
Man, I'm feeling fantastic. And listen, we're gonna get. I'm not even gonna waste a second because I know for a fact.
You still pushing your Deuce Vaughn agenda?
Oh. Absolutely. No, Deuce Vaughn will be in the Browns. He'll be holding up a Browns jersey tomorrow. So I just want you to know that.
You know who he reminds me of? And I can't believe I'm saying this. There's two guys he reminds me of. Darren Sproles. And here's another one. This is Little Hercules is his nickname, but Maurice Jones-Drew.
That's a throwback. That is a throwback.
Yeah, because MJD, I believe, is like 5'6". Like he's little, and he's so low to the ground, but dudes just could not bring him down. Like that's how he got that nickname as Little Hercules. I'm pretty sure that's what his
100%, 100%. And so listen, I want to get everybody in here because this is just going to be in this part of the show.
It's like a Waka Flocka song. It's a party.
It's a party. We've been literally doing this for 3 hours now, and I need something to get my blood flowing. Noah was so gracious to talk to us about the realistic possibilities, and now I just want to get crazy and talk about some of the concerns we're having around the AFC North. I want to get into the ops camp here, and I'm going to start it off first and foremost with the Baltimore Ravens. Be honest in the room, okay? Because I know BK is not concerned, so I need him to explain why he's not concerned about Baltimore.
Honestly, I'm not either.
What? Listen. No, I know this is a Browns podcast, but you can be completely honest if you want to.
No, I'm not. No, listen. Hold on. I'll say my piece. Okay?
Good. Zach, go first. Mr. Watson, I want you to go second. Are you concerned about the Baltimore Ravens? BK and then KFC going to go because be real. Be honest.
I appreciate letting me go first because I've been wanting to talk about this. But so here's the thing. Okay, and I don't mean this in like, oh my, like as a Browns fan, screw the Ratbirds, that type. Like, no, they are a very good football team. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, but the problem is, and people just for some reason do not want to like say this. Okay, Lamar Jackson is an absolute freak of a talent. Great, can run like crazy. I mean, that dude is just, former MVP. He deserves the money he got. But if you're the Ravens today and you're a Ravens fan, you have to also understand this. He has missed 12 games over the past 2 seasons due to knee injuries. He doesn't really have an offensive line that protects him to sit in the pocket to where he's not getting his legs chewed off. That is a concern. You also have a guy in OBJ who, listen, I don't care what anyone says. I know everyone was like, oh, well, tore his ACL once and came back and was really good. Listen, he might be that, but I don't see that happening. He's not going to have the speed that he used to have. He's not going to be able to do those types of things. He tore the same ACL 3 times. That is not, that's not normal. Rashad Bateman's great. Don't get me wrong, but he's not a number one. I don't think he is. And Zay Flowers, I like him, but he's a rookie, and we don't know. He played at Boston College. He played at a school to where, I mean, who's the best team you're playing? Who are these DBs that you guys are actually going up against? Because these dudes that you're going up against in the AFC and more specific AFC North are dogs. Like, you have Denzel Ward, who's going to play man-to-man on these guys. You have Greg Newsome, who's going to be up in these guys' face. You have Martin Emerson, who really is a big dude that can swarm some of these guys. And depending upon the linebacker situation, how this team is put together, yes, we have a chance to stop that offense. The problem that I see is just the Baltimore defense. People are focusing way too much on that offense and not enough on that defense. That defense has wreaked havoc on us for years. It doesn't matter who they have. We seem to be unable to beat that defense on a consistent basis. Pittsburgh is the exact same way. I don't care that their offense is still rebuilding. That's what is the concerning part of it. It's not the Lamar.
So you are concerned.
Yeah, but it's not the concern of like, oh my God, I'm screwed. We're screwed. It's like the same concern every year that I have is, are we going to be able to perform against this defense? Okay. Because Marlon Humphrey eats us up.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Patrick Queen was flying the games we played against them. Yeah. Odafe Owe has developed into a great pass rusher. Yeah. JPP. I mean, Justin Houston. Who's their I know Derek Wilson isn't there anymore, but yeah, Roquan Smith's there as well. Roquan Smith. You have who's their safety, that big the dude he played at Kyle Hamilton. Well, there's Kyle Hamilton, and then there's the other one that was played on the same.
Marcus Williams.
I mean, what do you do there? I mean, that's the scary part to me. Yeah. People are focusing way too much on that offense. You force Lamar to be a passer, we have a chance. We already know. That's the book is out on that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
that's my piece. I'm not disrespecting him though.
Oh, no. I'm gonna make you concerned. I'm gonna make you more concerned. But I'll let Mr. Watson go. I'll let Mr. Watson go.
So they got Zay Flowers. I think Zay Flowers, he's going to be a great pickup for him. What I'm saying. I know he said about who did Boston College play. They lost to Rutgers, Virginia Tech. They lost to like some some schools that had DBs. So that's a concern for me. Like, okay, can he really step to the plate against better DBs, or is it going? Is that going to just be an issue? Or I'm thinking they use him like we use David Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I don't think he'd probably get that many targets, I'm thinking, because they still do got Rashad Bateman. And I feel like this is gonna be his year where he improves.
It could very well
be.
I'm thinking OBJ is like more like a veteran, like like the Udonis Haslam of the team. I'm saying?
Yeah. The Udonis Haslam is crazy.
I'm thinking he like helped him out like that, like is out what he see in the game. Just give him, because all the receivers behind him is like, looking up to him anyway. Like,
Yeah.
I think that'd be pretty cool. But
Yeah.
I'm
Shout
more
out to the OBJ jersey right there. Shout out to the OBJ jersey. Or is that a Corey Bajorquez jersey?
no.
Is Odell okay?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. So are you concerned? Are you concerned, Mr. Watson? I just want
1 through 10, I say I'm a 7.
Okay. Some honesty. I like it. Now BK is gonna, say he's not concerned about anybody, but go ahead, BK. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you can. Don't be shy. You can go ahead. Is it the service?
I like that jersey.
That's what's up.
Let's go.
That's
The
my
color rush.
That's my quarterback right there. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I just since we were talking about are we scared of the Ravens, I thought I would put on why they should be scared of us.
Facts. Feel me?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Here,
Do you want to go first while BK? Because we can't hear you, BK. We got to get your audio.
I think he's
Yeah,
lagging.
let me,
Yeah, he's lagging a bit.
Yeah.
All right, I'll dig into it. a little bit.
Christian.
Oh.
Yeah, Christian can go.
Christian,
All
go.
right.
Okay.
So I mean, we talked a little bit about this earlier, Manny, me, you, and I believe it was Jay Al. We were talking about this, and the AFC North's really tough. The Ravens gonna do their thing, Pittsburgh's gonna do their thing, Bengals gonna do theirs, because it's a tough division. But like I'm gonna repeat it again, like the Beastie Boys song, "You've got to fight for your right to party," and we've got to get some defensive tackles and defensive edges, because if we can get pressure on Lamar, if we can make him a passer.
We got DBs for it though, Christian. You feel what I'm saying? Like we can.
We got the DBs, but if we can get a solid front four, like one of them that you just got to rush 4, and then it allows so much just more for the.
You're gonna just rush 4. You're just gonna rush 4 on Lamar.
If you get good enough pressure, because if you rush 4, if you rush more than that, he gets around the offensive line. He's gone because you've got blockers, you've got numbers blocking for Lamar. If you're blitzing, if you can rush 4.
Okay.
You get defensive edge on the other side of Miles.
Okay. If you think you're just gonna rush 4 and get home on Lamar, we have a different version of Lamar. What we're talking. If you're successful enough, because Cincinnati, it seems like this division. I was in one of the Bengals spaces, and they made a really good point. This division in totality, not a kryptonite for Lamar, but it's a good matchup with Lamar. We know him, right? I mean, he tears up all these other teams outside of the division, but when it comes to the AFC North, he has a little bit of a harder time. It's a little bit of a grudge. You got to do a little bit more. But I'm gonna let BK go. I'll let BK go. How's your audio now, BK?
Yeah, my bad. I was having a little audio issue for a second.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was trying to take myself off mute, and for whatever reason, it wouldn't let me do it. So, but I'm gonna say this about the Baltimore Ravens. I think they're a really great team. I definitely think they're a team where you have to respect, obviously, who they have on the team to an extent. I think obviously they're in a mode where it's like they're just loving life right now and everything. And I think it's a situation where it's like, you could speak. It's kind of like when we got Odell to an extent. I think a lot of us were, in the moment and we didn't realize what's to come, which was basically it's like, Odell might have an injury here and there, and basically it kind of took everything. If anything, it made it kind of, I don't want to say it made our season worse, but you can kind of tell after like 2019 when we got him, it was like once he kind of got that injury, it's like everything started going down the rails with Freddie Kitchens and everything else like that. 2020, he had the injury again, and just really couldn't get it together. Even though we did make the playoffs, it's a situation where it's like I think they're loving life right now, and it's like no matter what you can tell them, I think it's a lot to honestly ask of Odell to kind of come in and be that wide receiver 1 or 2. Considering they paid him like a wide receiver 1, I think they would want to get wide receiver 1 production out of him. Even if they'll say that they're not expecting that. I think it's kind of hard to say that like you're not. I don't know. I just think for me, it's like you have a very injury riddled tight wide receiver room. You have a very Mark Andrews is always getting banged up. It's a situation where you don't know if Lamar is going to be there. A lot of the time, it's like so many question marks on that offensive side. Not to mention some of your best linemen have left in free agency. It's a situation where it's like realistically, when you look at it, it's like the offense, you don't really know who's going to be there from week 1 to week 10 at the end of the day. And it's a situation where it's like, for me, I truly don't know if I'm playing Lamar Jackson or if I'm playing Tyler Huntley at the end of the day. That's the biggest thing. Because for 2 years in a row, we've been riddled to literally play Tyler Huntley. Like, they can tell me all the time how Lamar's going to stay healthy and everything else like that. I got to see it to believe it at this point. And that's kind of where I'm
Chase
at.
McSorley for a quarter.
Yeah.
Don't forget J.K.
So
J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
You don't know if
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Like all these injuries are just piling up on the offensive side to where it's like these last 2 years, Chase McSorley, Tyler Huntley, whoever it is, we've been riddled to have to play them. It's a situation where the defense, they had their all time great defense last season when we played them at our place. And what happened in that game, basically, I mean, it wasn't a high scoring affair by any extent, but you could see Sean was truly able to, to get comfortable, and to an extent, he was really kind of hitting his stride to an extent. Obviously, they got a couple stops here and there, but for the most part, the one pass that I think defines how it went for us is you look back at that game, Amari Cooper, Lamar Deshaun kind of he went to his right to an extent and threw it on the other side of the field to his left, and it's like you could kind of see at that point he was in his bag for us. Second.
He was.
I just think it's a situation where it's like, for me, they had dudes who like I said were on our practice squad, and Dylan Baldwin, who I never really heard of prior to that game, literally come out and literally looked like he had a connection with Deshaun for 4 to 5 years for a small period of time. It's a situation with me where go ahead.
No. So are you? The first part is: are you just hoping for injuries? Are you just not hoping for praying for injuries? But it's is that our only saving grace? Is that their wide receiver core gets injured?
No.
Because it sounds like you're concerned.
No. It's not that I'm hoping for injuries, because I'm not that type of. I just think it's
I'm not hoping for injuries, but it's if they're the only way is man, they might get injured, they can't stay on the field, and it's that we can't just chalk that up to that.
No.
If you're all healthy, then you're concerned.
Yeah, hold on. So I think with the team as it's constructed right now, I think for us, I'm not so much worried about their defense, even though I think it's a really great defense. For me, I'm looking at it kind of well, hey, if we play the way we need to play, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to beat them, in my opinion. You look at the game where we played against them with Jacoby, we should have won that game. Realistically, there were certain points in that game where it's okay, well, hey, we really should have came out in the winning end, but it is what it is. It's a situation where it's okay, yeah, you improved, but I we also improved as well, and we beat you almost with a backup. I'm looking at it now where I'm okay, well, hey, if Deshaun truly gets in his bag, we know how good he can be.
Yeah, beautiful game.
Exactly.
Had a great game.
Exactly. So it's a situation where for me, I'm just not worried, bro. I'm that's just me. I'm not so much worried about it. As long as we do what we need to do.
And listen, I wasn't sure, and this is why I'm a little bit worried, okay? Because I was under the impression, I already tweeted this out, I was promised the opportunity to play Baltimore without Lamar Jackson 2 times. In one season, 2 times, not once, 2. And I didn't care about Baltimore because it's all Lamar Jackson. And for us to sit here, and for BK to you to sit here and act like Lamar isn't for 5 more years isn't a problem. This is the same Lamar Jackson who came back from the bathroom on Monday Night Football, I remind you, on 4th and 2 and threw a touchdown to Hollywood Brown, do you remember? And trotted off. This is the same Lamar Jackson
I remember.
who beat our Browns, throwing 4, count them 4, I have 4 fingers up, threw 4 interceptions, and still beat us. That might have been Baker Mayfield.
I was about to say that was Baker Mayfield.
And then all of a sudden, I had to bring contact solution in my eye. I had to make sure I was seeing it correctly. Lamar Jackson signed a 5-year contract. He's back for 5. He's back. The boogeyman is back. And for you to sit here on live in front of people and act like that's not a problem, and then all of a sudden they get Odell Beckham, right? Oh, what did we do as Brown fans? We chalked it up to old man Beckham. Old man, $15 million overpaid Beckham. Wide receiver one, we're not concerned, right? That's what we said. And then all of a sudden we get a draft. People said, oh, they're going to draft defense. You're real funny. I said, no. They are invested in Lamar long term. I said they're going to draft a wide receiver. Who they pick up? Zay Flowers. And I'm telling you something right now. They're flirting around with DeAndre Hopkins. And in the moment they get DeAndre Hopkins,
I'm off the net. I'm done.
I'm going to deactivate my Twitter. I don't need to raise the purple people in my mentions.
Them drafting a wide receiver just tells you everything you need to know. They're not going after DeAndre Hopkins. No.
And let me tell you why not. Let me tell you why they are, Zach. I'm going to tell you why they are.
They're not going after
because you know what they gave Lamar? They gave Lamar ring pops and popsicle sticks and a Tic Tac as his wide receiver core last year with Devin Duvernay and Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, but they've already got money invested in Odell. That's $15 million. But the rookie, who's going to get probably 7 to 10 somewhere in there. And
what did DeAndre Hopkins say? DeAndre Hopkins said, "I'll take some less money if you pair me up with him."
Yeah.
If you pair me up with him, I'll take some less money.
Less money is still probably 8 to 12,
and he'll take the 7.
Taking. There is no way DeAndre. Listen, there is no way DeAndre Hopkins. If he ends up at Baltimore, I will be very surprised, but it's not going to happen. It's the reason it's not going to happen is and that's another thing that people aren't thinking about. The Ravens have, I think, like 70% of their cap is on their defense. Like that is the majority of their money is on that defensive side. I mean, Roquan Smith just signed the highest linebacker.
Yeah, he signed for money. He signed for money.
He signed for money. They have Marcus Williams there who signed for a lot of money. They have Marlon Humphrey who signed for a lot of money. Like they have a lot of really. Marcus Peters is gone, or did he resign?
No, we got to look that up. I'm not sure if he re-signed or not.
Pretty sure he's free agent still. But
yeah.
You have Patrick Queen who they've got to pay. They've got a lot of guys that they have to keep there. Lamar signing all that right away means that structure and that core of that team is going to change when that contract sets in, which is probably next year, seeing as that he has the option. Or not the option, but it'll probably set in next year.
He's still a free agent.
He's still a free agent right now?
Yeah. So
PFF got him projected at $7 million on a 2-year comeback.
Okay. So if this is can I ask you something? Can I ask you then, because it sounds like we're not really that concerned. How about I do this? How about I ask each and every one of you what you think the division is going to stand? I'm going to find out. We're going to see. We're going to see how concerned. What is the division standings, AFC North, at the end of the regular season? We're going to find out right now. Go ahead, BK. What is? I'm going to start with you, and then Mr. Watson, and then Zach, and then KFC, because we're going to find out. Because it sounds like you guys just don't. Go ahead, BK. What are the division standings? We're going to see.
Goodness, that's a good question.
Now we're not seeing. Do you see how we get them? Don't worry, Zach. I see you shaking your head.
I don't think it's a fair analogy.
And the reason I'll say this. I think for me, just for right now, just because I think as it stands, you have to kind of put some respect on what the Bengals have done. Even if I have my own personal way of looking at things. I'd have them at 1, but I'd have us at 2 because I think it's a situation where realistically you can even swap it by the end of the season. Personally, like I think it's that type of situation, and so we can be 1 or they can be 2. And then you have I think Baltimore, and then I think you have Pittsburgh finishing the bottom for the first time ever, because I think it's a situation where they're hoping and basically praying that. A lot of what happens this season is, what's his name? Kenny Pickett taking the next step. I think it's a situation where you look at the rest of these teams. If everybody's playing at the level that they need to play at, respectfully, Kenny Pickett can't play at that level, and they can tell me about and everything else like that. We got to see if they can truly carry the team. And I'm not just talking about 9 wins. I'm talking about actually getting you to like 10 to like 12 wins, and I just don't see it. Like I could see.
So you just said Bengals first, us second, and Baltimore third.
Yeah, but you could easily flip. You could easily flip that if the Deshaun plays the way that we all expect them to. You can flip. You can flip the first.
Flip Cincinnati.
Yeah,
Flip the Browns.
if Deshaun truly plays the way we expect, you could truly flip that and have us first and the Bengals second, and then you could have Baltimore third, Steelers last. So
okay, let me okay, Mr. Watson, what are you are pretty early, way too early predictions of the standings?
We gonna win the AFC North. Number 2, I got the Bengals. Number 3, I'm gonna go with the Ravens, and number 4, go with the Steelers. And the reason why I say it's number 1, if Deshaun get back to his ability, just play tad bit better than Jacoby. We in the playoffs. Tad bit. We not asking him to go and be Hercules or anything. Just play a tad bit better than what Jacoby put on tape. And we in the playoffs. We a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? Somebody told me that Deshaun haven't won 2 games back-to-back since 2019 or something like that, or 20. That was a wild thing I heard. I'm telling you, the way our schedule set up.
Fourth place schedule?
Yeah, I see us first in the division.
Fourth place schedule is very factual.
Easy. That's what I'm letting you. It's not going to be easy. We're going to have to put some work in. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping we get some pieces in the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, way too early. So.
Way too early to predict.
So I actually looked up something the other day where even though technically it's a 4th place schedule, you know, they technically had us with the 9th hardest schedule. And that tells me one of 2 things. Either
because Aaron Rodgers
the
went
NFL
to the Jets, that makes it harder.
Well, I mean, there's that, and then also the NFL wants to make it look like basically like, hey, you know, like either they just don't want to, you know, really succeed to an extent, because I think it's a situation where it's like, you know, it just doesn't add up to me. Like if you have a 4th place schedule, you should be down at the bottom. When you look up strength of schedule, you should be down at the bottom with the rest of the teams who have the easier schedules, not the hardest.
Yeah.
So it's a situation where it's like, when I look at it, I'm just kind of like, what type of games are you trying to play? So
teams are like more so like respect the Browns now. I don't want it just to be like, okay, we got a cakewalk. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Browns, y'all supposed to win them games.
Yeah,
so
yeah, for sure.
I want to earn it.
Yeah, the dog on you on Twitter is agreeing with you, Mr. Watson. He's got the flexing muscles. He says facts, Mr. Watson, and 100 emoji. So I like what you're saying there, because if Deshaun Watson plays the way he's supposed to be playing, it might be a different story for a lot of teams, because we're going to have that last place schedule. And remember, Baltimore also had the last place schedule as well last year. So that helps out a lot. That helps uncover some things. And if we win the games we're supposed to win, it could be a different story. Zach, I know you've been shaking your head for a while. I know it's really early. It's draft day. I mean,
You're never gonna see me be high on the Browns when it comes to winning anything, because for my 30 years of life, we have not done a damn thing. But I will tell you this: I see this division as a toss-up. I don't think that there is a clear number 1. I don't think that there is a clear number 2 or a clear number 3. We went into the season that everyone hates to talk about, but the 2021 season, where we were like, oh, we just came off a playoff win. We're about to go back. And what happened?
Yeah.
You know, like I can't ever put us back in a position where we're like that. And partially it's always one side of the ball is what drives me nuts. Okay. This time right now, I'm not really worried about the offense. I'm listening to Deshaun talking chops of space yesterday,
which was awesome, by the way.
Which was awesome. It was really cool. But he said something that I think is no one is talking about, and you can't judge a guy after 6 games of the last 6 games of the season when you haven't played in 200 and some odd games. The kid went through something that is tough regardless of whatever side you're on, and then on top of that hasn't played game speed football in 2 years. I mean, that is a lot of missed time. And towards the Washington game, the Ravens game, you saw these flashes of like, oh, this guy is ridiculous. Like there's just another gear to him. I mean, God, there was a catch that it wasn't like DPJ just totally dropped one in the end zone.
Yes.
And I was like that's like a big time play where I'm like, that ball.
You
was
gotta
like,
catch that
you gotta
ball.
catch
It was
these
twice.
things.
David Njoku got one before then.
Yeah. I know
Right?
it's
Drop one
cold.
before.
Yes, yeah, it was cold. It was against the Ravens. I
Yep.
think what it was.
Yep.
It was just like, dude.
Oh,
just catch
the
football.
Saints game.
The Saints game. Yep.
Saints game. That's what it was. I was like, dude, like these balls are right in your basket, dude. Like you guys got to catch these things.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah.
I think he started to pick up steam, but he even said he's like, you can't judge me after 6. You know, he couldn't even be with the coach for the most of the season. He was just from afar practicing this playbook. Like he didn't know the cadences. He didn't know
Right.
all this stuff until he was able to practice. So the offense, I'm not too worried about. You know, he's never had an offensive line like this. He's never
Right.
had a running game. I mean, he's had weapons, but he's got some really nice weapons around him right now. So I'm not too worried. The problem is we have seen this defense for 2 years now, actually 3 years now, even the years of when we were in the playoffs. Can't figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah,
Myles Garrett,
yeah.
I love Myles Garrett. He's the most frustrating person to watch. This
Mhm.
guy is bigger, better, and badder than every other person out there, and he is getting clipped, but nobody else is going after the quarterback.
Yeah.
They can't.
Yeah.
This guy is taking on 3 dudes, and Jadeveon Clowney can't even go get a sack.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch TJ Watt take on 3 or 4 guys, and what's his name? Highsmith and
Alex
all these
Highsmith,
dudes
yep.
are just flying in on us. What is like that is frustrating. The corners, I am scared shitless when
Yeah.
I'm watching these guys, and
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's dropping back. I'm like, Jamar Chase is going for 35 right here, touchdown. Like it scares me, and that is where I'm concerned about us. Is we could easily be the best defense in the league with this new scheme. We could easily be the worst. I mean, I don't know what we are. I don't know what the identity is, and I don't know. I don't have any confidence in that. So that's why I'm worried about the Ravens. That's why I'm worried about the Steelers and even the Bengals. Is I don't know what the hell's going on.
So introduce us, Mr. Watson.
Okay, Brownie right here. His name Brownie.
Let's get it.
You see the feet?
There you go.
Oh, the football feet is lit.
Look, helmet off.
The helmet, the ladies and gentlemen, the helmet is detachable. Is that Build-A-Bear? Build-A-Bear?
Yep.
That's a vibe. I need to hit up a Cleveland Build-A-Bear, and build myself a bear.
Oh yeah, that's my piece with the whole thing. Though, like I just defense scares me. We don't really have a linebacking core that really enforces anything.
Right. With that being said, Zach, so because I don't want you to evade the question. Okay.
Do I have to rank them?
I
gotta hear.
I need it. I need it real quick. Just because
Okay, so
it'll
here's
tell me
what I'm-
how concerned you
okay.
are.
Okay. So, well, you should know this about me now. Is I'm always concerned about this team. I'm
Okay.
never not concerned about this team. So, I think the front runner, just because they have been the last 2 years, is the Bengals. I think you give them the number one just out of respect. Tip your hat for them. You know it's what it is. I think that the Ravens and the Browns are going to be identical. They're going to have the exact same record. So you can interchange them 2 and 3, depending upon who beats each other.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep.
And I do think that the Steelers are going to be the 4.
Okay.
You know,
That's that. I think we're all in agreement that Steelers are finishing last. Finally, and they're going to have a losing record. Mike Tomlin's going to have his. Unfortunately, Mike Tomlin's going to have his first.
I want nothing more than to see the Steelers fans go back to what they were prior to when we had Bernie Kosar and Brian Sutton.
Yeah.
I want them to be losing all of, like in the 90s where they just sucked. And or not before when we had those guys. So all of the 80s sucked.
Yeah.
All of the 90s sucked. And
They don't fill those seats. They don't fill those seats, by the way. When they're good, Heinz Stadium does not. Well, I mean, acupuncture. Acupuncture. So obviously this is a pre-draft show. We got to get some draft. We got to get some draft talk going back on. By the way, if you're listening, if you want to hop in, if you want to join the podcast, we put a link already up on the Twitter page. Just feel free to stop by. We're going all the way until I think 5 o'clock here, right before the draft. Pick 74 for the Cleveland Browns in the third round here. Welcome back, BK. So just really quickly, I want to get maybe just a couple. I want to go, Mr. I'll go KFC first because you haven't given your. Well, actually, you already did. We'll give Mr. Watson, our guests, and then Mr. Watson and BK. Give us somebody who you would like us to see at 74. Is it defensive tackle? A lot of people are saying wide receiver. On the Twitter timelines and the Twitter streets, Marvin Mims seems like the guy a lot of people want at 74. Or do you want us to trade back if we don't have anyone we like? Or trade up? What do you want? What do you want to do? We'll go Mr. Watson and then we'll go BK.
All right, so I got a little list right here.
Go ahead.
I got 4 names for you, so I'm gonna go Jonathan from Ole Miss.
Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, from this. I got Tank Dell from Houston. I got Jamie Robinson from Florida. He's a safety. And then I got Gervon Dexter from Florida.
Yes.
Them 4 I'm happy with, or you know what I'm saying, or we can work around it. But those are the 4 I was interested today.
So are you high on Tank Dell? Because I know he's a little. I don't think he's a little older, but the Dexter pick I really like. He'll be 20.
I mean, he'll be like 25 by the time the season starts.
Okay.
Well, I think 24. My bad, 24. But yeah. So
no, he's gonna be 24. He's 23.
He a little bit taller than Elijah Moore. I mean, a little bit than Elijah Moore. My apologies, but I feel like they'd be. I don't know. I really see that. But if not, Tank Dell, we can get Marvin Mims, Jonathan, either one of them.
Jonathan Mingo, beast. He's going to be a beast to whatever team he goes to. I wouldn't mind Mingo or Marvin Mims interchangeably for me. I am wide receiver 74. Unless you have a D tackle that you really like. The reason I'm saying that is because we do not draft defensive tackles well. We do not do that. So unless there's a guy that you really want, that fell that didn't fall, that wasn't supposed to, then you can pick him up.
Yeah,
but
carry on.
Yeah, exactly.
He's 6'5", 310, and he played the 5 tech perfectly.
Yeah, who's this?
Dexter from Florida.
Yes,
he nasty in the 5 tech.
Monster.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and I feel like if we get him on that line next to Dalvin Miles, man, that'd be scary. You know what I'm saying? Scary.
We can create pressure with just rushing 4. Then that seems possible. That seems possible. I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy to say that's not how you, in my opinion, you got to rush a little bit more than that when you're playing Lamar. But for everybody else, especially Joe Burrow, I mean, you can rush that 4. You can rush 4 now. BK, who's one player, a couple of players that you really like, that you really have your eye on at 74?
So I guess I got like 5. So one is like Mr. Watson said, Jonathan Mingo. Another one is Marvin Mims. You have Jordan Battle, Jamie Robinson, and Gervon Dexter. So I think any combination of any of those guys I'd be cool with. Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's very hard to kind of miss. I heard a rumor earlier that they were possibly looking to trade up, depending on, if there was a guy or two that, possibly would, be there, and it wouldn't be too expensive. I heard something like that earlier. So we'll see if that happens. But, I mean, like I said, it's really, like, in my opinion, it's really hard to mess up. One guy that I'm definitely interested in, that if the 5 guys that I just mentioned weren't there, Isaiah McGuire from Missouri. He's somebody who I've been watching, and I just don't know, man. It's just like he's been somebody who, he knows how to get around the edge. Basically, he knows how to, create pressure. He's just, when you think of an edge rusher, he's that guy where he's just very bendy and he can get over the edge very far. Yeah. So I mean, either one of any one of those guys, I'd be cool with. So.
You think he'd be available at 98, BK?
I think
Or
so.
we-
I think so. I think so. I think he'd be available up until like 111, which will possibly be where we pick next. Now, obviously, it just really depends on I guess you could say, you know, how the board falls and everything. But I think it's a situation where possibly, like I said, let's say you go Jonathan Mingo at the first pick, and then you go, let's say Jamie Robinson, or you could even flip it, or you could add Javon Dexter in there some way. I think for me I'd go probably defensive line more first. So I probably do like Mingo, Dexter, McGuire, and then like a Jordan Battle if he falls. So
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. I'm with that.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea actually. Because I like Dexter. But I also like Jamie Robinson, safety from Florida State. I don't know what it is. I mean, he has
got that dog in him,
he's got
bro.
that dog in him. He has short arms. He's very versatile. I mean, he can also play the slot a little bit since nobody on the Cleveland Browns ever wants to play the slot for whatever reason. I mean, but I think it'll be great to be able to have him. You know, to be able to have him consistently at safety, or just be able to move him around wherever at nickel, wherever you a nickel back, whatever you need him to be. I think that Jamie Robinson, and what I'm seeing on his highlights on YouTube, I mean, he's a tackler too. He can hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we need that in the AFC North. KFC, who's your guy?
I'd have to
Will
agree.
Levis?
Yeah, dude, take him Will 7 foot now.
Will Levis?
No, I'm gonna say Dexter too. Like so I said earlier, and I think that he'd be. We need a defensive tackle. We need line help because that's what we struggled with so bad last year. And if we didn't have Myles Garrett, we'd probably have statistically one of the worst defensive lines ever.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But really quickly, Christian, with Will Levis, can you explain really quickly what's going on with him? Why is he? Why
they hating on my boy? They're trying to put him down. You can't hold a big dog down like that forever. So when he goes to Minnesota tonight, he gonna be in the NFC Championship in 2 years.
BK, you missed when KFC had to eat the banana with the peel on it.
Oh my god! How did that taste? Oh my god!
Bro,
I can't imagine.
I did the mayo and coffee too, man. It was disgusting.
How did that taste? God dang! I can't even imagine.
Like
wow,
like HBO
and then coffee with mayo too. He did the coffee with mayo as well.
Oh
HBO words. That's what it tastes like. I'm just
so what you're saying is you're adding that to your daily dose of
Yeah.
you know.
He played.
You know.
Games. He had 37 starts, 319 tackles, 15.5 tackles for loss, 23 interceptions. That's nasty.
That's nasty, and that's why I'm saying like we got some ballers. We got some ballers out there. Did not mean to put that up there. Did not mean to put that up there. Shout out to Jalen Hyatt. Shout out to Jalen Hyatt. I don't know if Jalen Hyatt is going to make it to the third round, but
I'd be cool with him too, Manny. As much as a lot of people may not like him, I'd be cool with him too. Like I think he's somebody who, if you put him in the right situation, unlike Anthony Schwartz, I think he's the type of guy where truly he can outdust anybody. And I think it's a situation where, if somebody's playing zone coverage, it's a situation where he's going to leave you in the dust. Like he truly will. Like I think he's the type of guy where everybody else is going to be focused on Amari, DPJ, let's say Godwin or more. And it's like you can fit him in there, So it's a situation where you can only cover so many people at one time. Eventually, you're going to get dusted by somebody, and he could be that guy. So,
facts.
See, I've got a hot take on that. I think that Cedric Tillman will have a better NFL career than Jalen Hyatt.
That's something.
That's something.
Nah, I
think he's more NFL ready.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I could see that.
I think he's more of like he's a bigger Jarvis Landry.
Yeah,
that's my take on it.
Nah, I could see something like that. I think he's more pro ready. But if you're looking for the more explosive guy, I think that's kind of where he comes from. Basically, he reminds me a lot of Will Fuller. So I think he's somebody where it's like if you're looking for a Jarvis Landry who's going to catch everything, that's Cedric Tillman. If you're looking for a guy that might go for 50 to 60 yards at a time, he's that guy. So
So, I got a question for both you guys. So, we talked about 74. What is a successful day 2 for you guys? Like, pick
Javon
74
Dexter.
and 9.
Okay, we
like,
got
both picks.
for me 74 and 98. Okay, first on head, let's grab a receiver. Let's just because you can't never go wrong with too many receivers.
Exactly.
Just grab a receiver. I'm thinking we grab Mingo.
Okay.
And then at 98, I want to get Jamie Robinson if he available, or flip flop it. You know, we grab Jamie Robinson, then grab Mingo, or you know what I'm saying, whatever. Tyler Scott may still be there. I'm a fan of him. You know, either one.
Okay. How about you, BK?
I think so. So for me, it could really go like a couple different ways, but I'm gonna keep it simple. So 74, like I said, Jonathan Mingo, Tyler Scott, Marvin Mims. You really can't go wrong. And then you know, for 98, I'd be cool with you know, a situation where it's like Jamie Robinson, Javon Dexter, Isaiah McGuire, any of those guys. Really, I'm really okay with. I don't think there's a real way you can screw up the draft. Now, obviously, if everybody starts going a lot sooner than what you expect, then it's like, okay, well, hey, now you got to really dig deep into your bag and figure out, okay, well, hey, next guy that I want, basically. So my guy that I think is going to be a sleeper that I'm hoping he falls is Derek Hall. He's somebody from Auburn.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that dude literally has a high motor. He's he's very fast. He's very physical. He's kind of like a couple years back when we had Tack McKinley. He was somebody where as soon as Miles left the field, Tack came with the speed and he came with, you know, that edge rush to where it's like you thought you were to get in the playoff, and then literally, you know, it's like, no, here comes Tack, and he's going to be just as physical and he's going to be just as fast. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at for real. So I'm hoping, but my dream though is if they find somebody that they really like, I hope they move up personally. But you know, that's just me. So
that's what I was thinking. But I'm like, who radar or what position will we move up to if we hadn't any position? Like, what is they looking for? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
probably like the 50s.
So, speaking of these picks, like, okay, who are some selections that, like, if the Browns did pick, you would be like, what are you guys doing? Like, you just do not want the Browns to take these guys at 74 and 98.
So no disrespect, KFC, but I'd probably say Will Levis. I'd be sitting there.
I'd hope we wouldn't pick Will Levis.
Yeah, I'd be sitting there and I'm just like, I'd be confused on every level. Like I just don't know what's going on here anymore. If anything, I might turn off the draft for a couple minutes just to kind of, you know, but now, like on a more serious level, I think if it's a corner first, I think that's where I'm just like, as much as I know Andrew Berry loves his corners, I think it's a situation where it's like, I'd be like, okay, I mean, I wouldn't be too mad, but I'd just be like, okay, now it's just getting ridiculous. Every draft you're starting it off with a corner. I'd just be like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot of ways to go wrong. My dream scenario, even though I know it might not happen, is Trenton Simpson. That's somebody who I think would be nice on this team. Next to JOK, can you imagine that? It's crazy.
I was gonna say if we draft like a corner, maybe like you said what I wouldn't like, right?
Yeah, what you wouldn't,
or maybe like let me see what corner I did not like. I didn't like the corner. Hold up. I didn't really like Ringo. I don't see Ringo a good fit on this team. I really don't think he a good fit. I really don't. He a dog though. He'd be good somewhere else, but I feel like we already got the corners, so we cool. Unless you want to come play slot.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they said he was going to transition to like free safety, which I guess. But you know, I mean, we already got that filled with Juan Thornhill, so it'd be kind of confusing. Like, why would you take him basically? So that'd be the only thing. They really would have to try, Christian, to honestly get this thing wrong. Like, there's not a lot of ways to mess it up. The only player that I think would be really confusing is Siaka Ikea from Baylor. he's somebody where I wouldn't have a problem if you took him like, let's say 4th to 5th round. But I think it's a situation where if you took him in the 3rd round, I'm sitting there, I'm like, what have you seen from this dude that makes you want to, like what have you seen from him to make you, think he could be the guy, basically. I need to know, because he was one of the, like, when it came to the combine, he had one of the worst athletics testing scores out there, literally. Like, he came in, and from everything I heard, out of shape. He looked like he didn't, he's basically your poor man Danny Shelton, basically, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which Danny Shelton would have worked out if he was drafted in like the 3rd or 4th round. But considering he was drafted in the 1st, you expected him to be Vita Vea, basically, and he hasn't. So yeah, so if we draft him that'd be the player I'm just like, yeah, something's went wrong here. Like I need to see your spreadsheets or something. So
my sleeper pick though that we draft at 70, I think we're gonna draft Josh Downs as a sleeper.
Oh,
yep.
Everybody wasn't really speaking on him, but I really think we might grab him because I think he gonna fall. I really do.
I like that. I'd be down for
What
that.
What about you, Christian?
Like a sleeper pick?
Sleeper.
No, somebody that if we drafted, you would think everything has gone wrong.
No, if we take that D tackle like you said out of Baylor, bro, I'm punching air. I'm throwing stuff through the walls. I'm burning cars, burning couches.
Oh my god!
Causing commotion in the streets. That'd be me. If we trade back from 74, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be wondering.
I guess it would just depend on how far we traded back. Like, I wouldn't mind if you actually picked up like another 4th, and let's say had to move down like 3 spots. I wouldn't be mad about it. But I guess if you move from like, let's say 74 to like 95, then I'd be like,
yeah,
okay, you must have got a crazy compensation for that. Like, it had to be something crazy.
Let me ask y'all something though, real quick. So, how y'all feel about DeAndre Swift and the situation going over there in Detroit?
If we don't got to give up much, I'm down for it because we'd have to pay him after this year. That'd be the only thing. Because probably he'd only be like a 1-year rental with us if we did make a trade for him. So like if they ask for like a 6th, something like that, 5th, I'd do it.
Yo, me too.
Yeah. I think go ahead,
that'd be nasty. That's all I was. Yeah, I feel like
I think it'd be a nice 1-2 combo for a year. My thing is that you would still have to draft the running back eventually in this draft, because I think it's a situation where it's a rental. So it's like, it'd be a 1-year rental. So it's like you have to draft somebody to prepare him to take his place. Like, my biggest thing is that, like, if they traded for Swift, that tells me that they're not so high on Ford, or like something changed, because I'm just like that tells me he hasn't shown a lot. So that's the biggest thing I would think is, like, I know it's a 1-year rental, but it's like, okay, well, has Ford not shown enough? Like, what's going on with him? So
yeah. So like, I mean, I'd be game for it.
Nah, man. I mean, yeah,
I'd be game for it because, I mean, that'd be a tough. Because, like, I mean, arguably we had the best running back duo with Kareem Hunt and him. Imagine Swift, who I think is a better running back now than maybe when we picked up Kareem. But like that duo would be nasty because he's a true receiving back. So
that's what we need.
Yeah. Now I think the biggest thing this draft that would really help us out is, like I said, fixing the interior defensive line. Not only just that, but then getting guys to where it's like you're not having Miles play 95% of the snaps, basically, because if you do that you're basically, asking for injury or something like that. Like he should be able to step off the field for a play or two and not everything go down the hole, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, it's a situation where it's like, okay, whether it's McGuire, whether it's Alex Wright, whether it's, Javon Dexter, Miles should be able to step off for a play or two and be like, okay, well, hey, let me take a breather, and, these guys can handle it. One thing I definitely think we definitely need to, take this draft is a linebacker. I like the linebacker to Tulane, Dorian Williams. He's somebody who I really like. Who, if possibly, you can get him in like the early fourth. He's somebody that I think would be really nice on this team. Like I said, Trenton Simpson is like a dream personally. He'll probably get taken early, but realistically, I think it's linebacker and defensive line. Like those are two positions where I'm like, okay, they need to fill it. I think other positions are less of a priority. I think, like I said, defensive line and linebackers, basically, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. So going back to the first day of the draft, who do you think the biggest winners and the biggest losers are of day one?
I'm gonna have to go with winners. I'm gonna have to go to Eagles, and then the losers, I'm gonna have to go with the Colts. And the reason I go with the Colts, I feel like they should have took. I never mind.
No. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I just don't. Like BK got me hyped on Anthony Richardson. Like I was doing my little research on him. I really don't see top 4. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. Not off film. I really don't. Maybe off the combine, that's top 4 athleticism and everything like that. But if you go turn on the game film, what did he show you to be top 4? He's not comparing with Bryce Stroud to be, you know what I'm saying, on their level. So what did he do to make him top 4? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. My opinion, of course.
I feel you, man, because I thought he was a bust. Like, well, let me rephrase that. I think he could be a bust depending on how they use him, because I don't think he's NFL ready, because he's still very raw. Because, like, I don't think any pick in the top 4, if you go, like, you should be a top 4 pick if your team goes 6 and 7.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I think the thing with me is I'd say worst pick I'd say was I'd say Anthony Richardson, just because I don't think he can really amount to much, but I understand why they took him, because they needed a quarterback, and you always have to hope that the potential comes out. Probably that'd be the worst pick, and I think the best pick will probably be the best draft so far would be the Eagles. I think it's a situation where they were able to get 2 killers from maulers to an extent from Georgia. So I think you went in Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. So I think those guys will definitely help him out a lot. And then I think it's a situation where those would be my 2. I think the reason why I said Anthony Richardson is, I think it's real simple. I think it's a situation where he's going to be asked to come in and eventually start if he doesn't have to start off the rip. And I think it's a situation where, the biggest thing that I've seen on tape with him, because I watch a lot of SEC football with the SEC network and everything else like that.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I've seen with him was there will be games where he would look, okay. And then there'll be games where it's like, you're playing lesser SEC teams, and then you're just looking frazzled to an extent. And I think it's a situation where, I don't know. I just think when I look at it, like, he just didn't look like a pro-ready quarterback to me. And I think it's a situation where, if he struggles early, and fans get to booing, can he handle that? I think that's the biggest question, is like, can he handle, because fans are the type of people where it's like, when you're playing great, they're the biggest people that's going to cheer you on. And then the minute you start not looking so good, it's a situation where, okay, well, can you still play up to the potential you believe in? So that'd be the two for me. What about you, Christian?
So I think the winners, I agree, the Eagles. I mean, you can't go wrong with getting Jalen Carter. I think he's the best player in this whole draft. I mean, just a stud. And you get him at 10, and then you get Nolan Smith. I mean, the dude's a dog. The only reason he fell that far was just because he was hurt last year. I think the losers, I think it's Will Levis, man, because, there was a lot of people bought stock in him, and then he just falls, and now, it's kind of, you're like, you don't know when he's going to go tonight. Like, he might even fall into the 3rd. Like, you just don't know. I mean, hopefully he gets picked up early, but, that's got to suck, man, because, he probably bought into the hype that he was going top 4, top 5.
Yeah, most of. Let me ask you this, because I'm actually kind of curious. From a division standpoint, what grade so far would you give each team in the division who made a pick? What would you give? Let's say the Ravens, the Bengals, the Steelers. What would you give their
So
draft?
I'm giving the Ravens an A. I think Zay Flowers. I know you guys might not agree with this, but I think Zay Flowers is going to be the best receiver in this draft. I think Pittsburgh's probably a B. I mean, they addressed a need, but they probably should have went secondary with that pick, which they'll probably go secondary with this first pick today. And then the Bengals, I'd say a B plus, because I mean they needed offensive line help, but Miles Murphy, that's still a very solid pick.
Yes. Mr. Watson, you want to go?
I'm gonna get the Ravens. I'm gonna give them an A. Zay Flowers, he did his thing. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be. I agree with Christian. You know what I'm saying? I can see him as being the best receiver in the draft, if not JSN. I'm gonna get the Steelers. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them an A too. I like Broderick, the O-line from Georgia. I like him. I like he a dog, and I feel like that's well needed on the O-line. But he's not gonna stop Miles. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Stop Miles, and then Bengals. Did they ain't do nothing? Did they? Who
They got that
the
Miles
edge
Murphy
rusher from Clemson, Miles Murphy.
I get that a B. I get that a solid B. He not bad.
Yeah.
But he not my top. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I get.
So for the Bengals, I give them about B minus. I think they addressed the need, but I just feel like, you know, for the quality of player they got, they kind of got a Jadeveon Clowney to an extent where it's like he'll get a lot of pressures. He'll, you know, but he's not going to be a 10 sack type guy, basically. Like he's not going to be that, but it'll be really great. He'll be really great in run defense. So I'd say about like a B minus on that. You addressed the need, but I felt like, you know, if you really wanted a guy who, in my opinion, could, you know, I guess you could say, I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on. I'm still trying to figure that out. So if I'd say about B minus, I'd say the Ravens, I give them a A, just because I think, like you said, they addressed the need. And, you know, as much as I may not like the Ravens, I do like Zay Flowers. So, you know, I give them an A. And then I give the Steelers, I give them a so they took an offensive. So I give them about a B minus, just because I think, you know, they took a tackle, but I think I think it's a very raw tackle to an extent. Like he's a better run blocker than he is a pass rusher. And, you know, I think in this division you have to be a better pass blocker to an extent, but I understand some teams are still really run dominant to an extent. Like you look at the Steelers, they're more of a run team still than they are a pass team. You look at the Bengals, they're definitely more of a passing team than they are a running team. You look at the Ravens, they're trying to change from being a run team to a pass team. So I understand the Steelers. So like I said, B minus, because I think it's, you know, you address the need, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. I could have seen better prospects that, you know, maybe not right now. They couldn't have been starters, but I think about like a year or so, they could have been better than Broderick personally. So
yeah,
I say after today, when Steelers pick first, after they get Joey Porter, I think they have an A plus.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I'm kind of iffy on that, man. I don't know. I see. So I think at 32, I could live with it, because I think he's somebody who, he reminds me of Marcus Peters a lot, where it's like he is very, you know, he's very just like instinctual to an extent, but you know, if his instincts doesn't, it's like he reminds me of like a receiver, where it's like, you know, if you're trying to catch a ball, if you don't time it correctly, it could lead to either you catching it, or it could lead to an interception. So it's one of those type of things where it's like Joey Porter, he reminds me of like a guy where it's like, okay, well, hey, if he times it correctly, it'll be a pick six. If he doesn't, is that dude's probably going to the house. So
Yeah.
one of those things. So I understand it at 32. I was praying that they were gonna mess up and they would have probably took Joey Porter at 17, but 32 isn't bad value, so I could see that. So I could move him up to about a B plus. With that, we'll see what the rest of the division does, but depending on the players, it might move up and down. I just think I don't know. Like I didn't really pencil Cincinnati taking a defensive edge just because I thought it was a position where it's like you can get later on, and I seen them taking the tight end. So when they had Michael Myers fall almost to them, I thought that was going to be somebody that they were going to take. Like I was like, oh man, we're going to deal with them with that dude. And then now it's kind of like unless he just had like a straight fall, the chances of them getting him are slim. And then the Ravens will probably just do what they usually do at this point. Is like, okay, we got our receivers, let's just draft a whole bunch of deep defense basically. So
yeah. So to change the subject, still keeping it on the draft though. So I mean, we're all Browns fans. We've all been Browns fans for a little bit. Who is like one guy in the draft? We'll do both emotions. Like you were just like so excited. You're like, oh my God, the Browns got him. The Browns got him. I can't believe this. Or like a guy that you were like, why did we just pick this dude? This guy's going to be a bum.
Let me think. Let me think. I really wasn't a fan of Jedrick Wills at first, if I want to be honest. But he growing on me. He really is. He's not really in the media as much as I seen. I know people be like trying to slide in his DMs and he be defending himself, stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying, trying to defend himself. I think he got his head down. He working. He know his 5th-year option coming up. He got to prove it. You know what I'm saying? Like go out there and handle business. And I feel like this is gonna be his year that he shake back. But that was one draft pick that I was just iffy on, if I had to be honest.
Okay. So who's like one guy that you were hyped about? Like you just went like nuts. Like when they picked
JOK.
Oh,
I was like, oh yeah, that's it right there.
I can't lie. Like when we passed on him at 26 and got Greg Newsome, dude, I was so mad. Like I mean, I like Greg Newsome, but I was like, we got to get JOK. And then like when he falls, I went nuts.
He still got him. I was even more hyped because JOK, man, dog. I like him. I like his name.
For sure.
So I think for me, I probably would have said and I know I'm gonna kind of show my age with this, but Joe Thomas. I think somebody who we needed a left tackle around that time, and he just kind of fit, kind of like a glove to an extent. Now knowing what I know now, I probably would have took a quarterback because I think that year had probably a couple different quarterbacks. Knowing what I know now,
Brady Quinn that year.
Not him. Anybody else? Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I think there was probably a couple quarterbacks I probably have to go back and look, but I would have now knowing what I know, I probably would have took another route. Yeah. So I think that's the one where I was happy with it because I think it was a need, but at the same time. What's up?
What's up, JC?
What's up, guys?
Jay Clee.
We are here.
Yeah,
dude. So we're just we're talking.
Is that Mr. Watson?
You know it.
God.
Man, what's going on, brother? What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, we're just having a little discussion on our favorite draft, like our draft moments, like who was a guy that we were like, oh my God, I can't believe we got him, and like one guy that was like, why did we just take this guy?
Oh man, I'm sure my answer's been said already. Justin Gilbert was the what? Like what? Like, I don't think anyone expected that or knew what was going on, and then it seemed like he just never even played here. It was the weirdest pick I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not gonna lie.
Was it the same draft, Johnny? Wasn't Johnny the same draft?
Yeah.
So that's my other answer. I mean, like, sadly, I was so happy because, like, I didn't love him coming into that year, but like when we had him and he was gonna be here, I was like, hey, like this guy, He's electric. He was one of the most fun guys to watch in
Yeah.
college last couple of years. So I was hopeful for it.
Yeah,
for sure.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I fell into the hype because I think, everybody when you're younger and you just you love your team, you're just gonna be like, okay, well, hey, he just has to be good. He has to be, a certain type of
That's
way.
what
At that time,
Yeah.
like Bama was like unbeatable. And
Mhm.
Johnny was like the
yeah.
first guy to like go into Tuscaloosa and just go ham on them. Like, I mean, just
He was
walk
good
in
at
there.
that little money thing.
Yeah,
too.
he would.
That was so man.
No,
He
like,
had that
he-
great highlight against them too, where he almost fumbled, and they, I mean,
Like he has like
He
people
had
coming
that
all
bowl
around and he's
game.
like spinning and just
he came
chucks
back
it.
in that bowl game
for a
against Duke.
touchdown.
I mean, there was like a little bit of hope there, or at least that he would be fun, right? And then he just got in his own way too much that it wasn't even fun. So it was
Who was
upset. But for me,
favorite
the
ever?
bigger one was Richardson. Man, I was so pumped for Trent Richardson. I thought he was gonna be Adrian Peterson. That's one of the ones that hurt the most.
Who
Yeah.
was Johnny Manziel?
Manny on the road.
Oh, everybody on the road.
Yes, sir. Am I breaking up?
Did you-
No, you're good.
Are you good?
Bet I'll probably be on the road for like 10 minutes, but then I'll log off and log back on when I get back home. I just pick my way.
Casey, have you been in here this whole time since noon?
Who? Oh, KFC.
Casey? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man, this is great. This is almost like our guy.
It's like
our guy
spaces.
Jack Duffin. Duffin is staying up until like 5 a.m. over there.
It is
Yeah.
insane for Jack Duffin, bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give a word of advice to him. Just shotgun you a few bangs.
Oh,
That it always
not the
works.
Starbucks pink drink though.
Oh
right?
god,
Bro, I
those are
Stay away
awful,
from the
bro.
pink drink.
Yeah, stay away. Those are AIDS.
I took some pre-workout. In preparation, but it's not good enough.
I'm on Celsius
shot-
number 3 right now. I'm on Celsius number 3.
Yeah.
At least it
Listen-
starts at 7 and not 8 tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Listen, if
So-
we draft Marvin Mims, 74 overall, or Nick Herbig, I'm getting a Nick Herbig or Marvin Mims jersey. I'll do it.
All
I
right,
will do
Manny.
it right from the shop.
I'll say this: if we
with
get
that.
Marvin Mims at 74, I'll buy a jersey with you.
Oh, me too.
Bet that.
Well, put it down, clip it. I'll buy one with you.
Well, that's a great. So I'm with a lot of these guys that we can take there. Who's the one that you guys want the least? Who's the one that you're like gonna kind of groan a little bit at?
I don't want. I don't want Jordan Battle. I don't want him.
I don't either. I don't
don't
want
like
I personally don't. I know. No.
him neither.
If I would much rather have Jamie Robinson from Florida State. I just don't. I don't trust Jordan Battle, and I know KFC. That's your boy.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you,
you like
if-
the little. He's like a
I
mini
like
Jamal Adams.
He's baby Jamal. I'm telling you. Trust me.
But listen, he's baby.
interceptions, though?
Oh, listen.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian Branch is falling.
There's been
I
no
didn't know-
safety taken. There's been no safety taken.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
That's
no,
really
no, it's
shocking
good
to
for
me,
us.
dude.
That's
is
very
really
good for us.
So
Do you see us moving up for that?
Okay, if Brian Branch falls to like mid 50s, I could definitely see us moving up for him.
Oh, AB's gonna move up and grab him. I can see it.
Because, dude, he's a first round talent. Like, he's one of them guys
I
that should have
think
been
he's
top
gonna
15.
go too early, but
They got him.
They got
him. They got my boy.
But, yeah,
The
But
Ox got
that's
him.
That's his Irish goodbye, but except on a down with the Browns. We just got a JC Irish goodbye down with the Browns.
let me ask you guys this. So if let's say for whatever reason Brian Branch falls to 50, and let's say you see, Andrew Berry traded up X, Y, and Z, and he took Brian Branch, how would you feel about that? Let me ask you this. Considering all the other needs on the team, how
Yeah.
would you feel about that move?
See,
I
I put
Okay.
safety. I put
'Cause I don't know-
safety
I don't know
and
enough
D
about
tackle like
Branch.
this. I put safety and D tackle like this for needs.
Okay.
So like I think that I get the wide receiver. We gotta take a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Because you can't ever have enough wide receivers. But we need another safety because we've only got 2. You need about 3 to 4 good rotational pieces because, like, you never know with injuries because, I mean, football is very contact. I mean, it's a contact sport, of course. But you just don't know with injuries. And if you can get a guy like Brian Branch in there with them 2 guys, like, I mean, we could have one of the most dominant, like, secondaries since probably,
Yeah.
like, the Legion
Oh yeah.
of Boom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to
And,
say that.
can you imagine having for 2 seconds a Legion of Boom in Cleveland? Because it's locked. It's over for Joe Burrow, right? We already have his number on the low-key. It's over for Joe Burrow. And anything that you do with Lamar Jackson moving forward, whether you bring in a DeAndre Hopkins or you draft another wide receiver, I don't care. I don't care. And I'm not even going to talk about the double glove demon over there in Pittsburgh with his little small hands zipping that ball around. I don't care about them.
You want me to give you Brian Branch's stats?
Yeah, let me hear it. Let me hear
All
it.
right, I'm going to give you his PFF grades. I'm going to give you his PFF grades. His defense is a 89.5. His run defense is a 90.7. His tackling is a 91.8. His coverage is a 84.6.
Where's he from?
He's from Bama.
Bama. Okay.
He had 43 stops. He had a 3.3 missed tackle percentage, and he had 74 tackles last year.
But now, out of curiosity, do they would we be able to get him? Because will he fall past the second?
That's the thing, though. Is like I'm saying, if he hits about 50, like you got to trade up.
You think you should trade up for him?
You got to, man.
But then what do you do? Who do you trade?
You trade picks, bro. You just trade picks.
So I think the best situation at that point, like you said, you'll trade your picks. So you probably will give up, let's say, your 2 third-round picks. You'll give up to move up in the 50s.
Cut you off, BK. Brian Branch had 12 solo tackles in the
12.
Crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
so he's
I'm telling you, man, he's generational.
So crazy.
He's generational, dude. He would come in and immediately make an impact.
And we need people who can tackle. None of that just like weird stuff.
So,
like I'm trying to hit somebody.
Okay, so his last 3 years, his missed tackle percentage is totaling at 2.3. That is absolutely insane. That means
what's his name?
Brian Branch, safety from
I don't
Bama.
want Brian Branch. Why do I keep saying Deion Branch?
So
he is touted as the best safety in this class.
So the great thing about that move is that you have Grant Delpit coming up on a contract next season. So basically, you'd have him kind of learn to play kind of like this because he's very versatile. He can play the slot and he can play anywhere around the secondary for the most part. So it's a situation where it's like, okay, well, hey, we have Grant Delpit for this year. It's a situation where next season, if you decide not to re-sign Grant Delpit, you can have Brian Branch kind of transition and take over that spot. And
here's where his stats were from last year. Like he played 569 snaps in the slot. So that would fix that hole right there. He played 136 in the box, 25 at free safety, and 24 lined up at the line.
I'd be okay. Go ahead, Christian.
Like, I mean, you got to, if he's there, like, I mean, I've been preaching defensive tackle. You've got to move up and get him.
Got to go, Chris. I'm just looking at it right now. The next best available safety is J.L. Skinner from Boise State. And
J.L. Skinner.
Yeah, and I don't think we will want him. So if we could get a chance to move up and grab Brian Branch, that'd be cool. But if not, Jamie gonna still be there. So we'll be able to still grab Jamie.
Yeah, so here's my thing. If you go up and you get Branch, you'd have to I have to make sure that you got a defensive tackle. Like I need you to go grab a decent defensive tackle because that's the biggest thing.
You can get the guy out of Texas, the Mojo whatever.
Mojo Jamo. Will he be there?
Him and Kobe Turner, they should be there in the 4th.
Yeah, in the 4th. So
you could get him at 98.
Yeah, so you'd have to guarantee me that if we moved up for, let's say Brian Branch or whatever, we'd have to get a D tackle with the next pick because I think it's a situation where it's like, okay, well, hey, these defensive tackles, there's a lot of decent ones, but it's like there's only a couple that can really help you out almost immediately. So I think it's a situation where, that you're just gonna need a D tackle after that. And then, like I said, if you have like, let's say for whatever reason, even though I doubt it would happen in the 4th round, you have one of these wide receivers possibly fall. I think that would be my next choice, and then Dorian Williams right afterward.
Dorian Williams, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
so.
available. What y'all think?
What did you say, Mr. Watson?
Dexter, Javon Dexter, I don't be available though. Like I think, like even if we do grab a receiver.
I think he was asking if Javon Dexter's available. Would we still draft a wide receiver?
Oh,
is that what you were saying, Mr. Watson?
I was saying, so say if we do grab like a D tackle first, like BK said, well, I think. But it said if we do go receiver first, I was saying I think Javon's still gonna be available at like 111.
Yeah, I take him next.
Yeah,
like that'd be the way I do it.
I would take him next.
Yep. Okay. And then I
would take him next.
And then I would just pray like he said, either Jordan Battle or Jamie Robinson is, it's right after that basically. That would be my order right there. I think that's the perfect order to an extent there. So
I agree.
Yeah.
What's up, Gavin?
Gavin, what's good, Gavin?
Hey, boys, how you guys doing?
Good.
What's good?
Nothing. I finally get to see you guys' actual faces really in person.
I know. Are you sitting at home? Are you sitting at home right now, like the Cavs are?
Oh, bro, why'd you have to go there?
Come on, Gavin.
Man,
gotta be quicker than that.
You better hope the Philly doesn't sweep y'all. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh
man, I was down in Philly's hood. I was on the corner. I was screaming and screeching and they wouldn't come out. They scared. They don't want to see my Celtics.
What was Carson's face like when he screamed?
You to do me a favor. If you get swept by Philly, I need you to go out into downtown streets. Because I don't know how far you are from downtown Philly. But if you lose, if you get swept, you have to go down to downtown Philly and see the atmosphere.
Bet. Well, I will. In a Celtics jersey.
Yeah, in the Celtics jersey. Yep.
Bet. All right, boys. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm gonna hop off and I'll hop back on.
Sounds good.
All right, bet. All right.
But yeah, so
Gavin,
go ahead, Chris.
So, Gavin, who are you wanting the Browns to take tonight? Like, what is a successful draft for you?
Well, I know we got some good defensive guys in the rush. I knew that was the number one thing we wanted. So, and this is the first time we're drafting in the 3rd round. So honestly, I don't know really who to take.
Yeah,
this is the first time we're drafting in like the 3rd round and not getting a 1st or 2nd. So I've been trying to look at really who really drafts. So I've been looking at like Clee Central and like on Instagram and all this stuff. So honestly, do not know really who to really draft to really get a key piece because for us to really edge out. So really want to get your guys' opinions on it. So I've been listening the last hour and a half on it and on your guys' takes. So
we appreciate that.
What are your guys' takes on our couple? I know we only have like 2 picks tonight, but I know the Browns have always traded ahead and every single year into the 2nd round or something. So where do you guys think heading into the 2nd round if we trade up?
Drew?
Who do you think we should get?
Well, there's a few. My bad. Go ahead.
You got it. All right. I was gonna say, so Gavin, if you had we had pick 74, round 3, pick 11. If you had an option to choose Marvin Mims or Jonathan Mingo, which one would you choose and why?
Well, Marvin Mims and Marvin Mingo. Well, where are they out of?
Okay.
Mingo's out of Ole Miss. Mims is out of Oklahoma.
Yep.
Well, probably a guy out of Oklahoma. Don't know too much about them. What's their stories?
So Mingo or Mims, I've looked into his stats. I've watched some of his highlights, which you go back to when like Spencer Rattler and Caleb Williams are both at Oklahoma. he was balling out, and where he was young, I mean, he was touted like coming into this year. I mean, he was touted as like a first round draft pick, but where they didn't really have the QB play and their season really wasn't as good as they anticipated, he's kind of falling down draft boards. But I mean, his combine stats, like, I mean, he ran a 4.38. He averages, I want to say it's 20.1. Don't quote me on that, yards per catch, because he had like 64,061 yards, I believe, and 6 touchdowns. I mean, I think him at 74 would be great. I don't really know much about Mingo. I really didn't look into him, but I remember watching him when Kentucky played against him, and he kind of ate us alive.
So I'll say this about Mingo. I asked one of my friends, who he's a team scout, and basically he told me about Mingo. He said, long story short, he's like a diet version of
Clee's back.
Jake Lee.
He's
Man,
like a diet
you
version.
get to the weekend, people call you. It's like it's draft day, guys. I'm done with work. All right, let's get to the
Yeah, I mean, come on, Jake Lee, you got to be like us. You got to take off work. You got to take off.
You're right. You know what? I should have.
It's Christmas, man. You got to take off work.
It is. It's not even Christmas Day. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was Christmas
Day.
Eve for us. I mean, some people got to celebrate Christmas early. We don't, because we traded all our picks away. But you know, it's Christmas.
Nah, so
We made it.
to answer your question, Christian, basically, I had a friend of mine, like I said, who's a team scout. He basically told me that he's like Mingo is like a diet version of like AJ Brown to an extent. That's the way he kind of described him. He like AJ Brown, but like on a lesser version, if that makes sense. It's like
like a Kroger brand.
yeah, exactly. So it's like it's like
Is
the
the
Kroger
great value?
Yeah, it's
Great value
like
brand.
the Kroger brand of like Pepsi, basically. It's like, you know, say somewhat same.
He's that
taste, but
Dr.
it's like-
Thunder.
yeah,
He's
exactly,
the big
you know?
pay cola. He's the big pay cola.
Yeah.
Hold up, you're saying who told you this?
So I had a friend of mine who's a team scout, and he basically told me
of
he's
the
like,
what? Of the
yeah.
who?
So he's a team scout for the Jets. So he basically told me, he said, when you look at him, he basically compared him to like a diet version of AJ Brown. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'm like,
Okay.
hey, if he said that, I trust it, because he's been pretty right on a lot of different things like that. He also was the one who's also kind of got me on to, you know, Richard Richardson, who went last night. He basically told me he guarantees he guarantees me he's gonna be a bust. And I personally was never high on him to begin with. So there's that. So yeah, I mean, you know, so we'll see. I just think, like I said, if Mingo is anything close to AJ Brown, that's a steal. So, you know, we'll see.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I think I'm down for a wide receiver at 74, but I still think we need to go defense.
Yeah.
So I think,
Nah, I
because
agree.
I think we're
There's,
fine at wide
there's so
receiver.
much defensive talent on the board right now. It
Exactly.
looks like it could get to us. I really think that if there's a tier of edges, that if it makes it all the way to us, I really think that that's what we're going to do.
So, what do you think
unless
on
a safety or one of those two linebackers that are left make it to us?
But Schwartz is
Yeah.
gone. Schwartz is gone. I don't know. He shouldn't be getting.
I'm sorry. Are you saying 10? You mean 10?
Yeah, 10. We don't
I don't know
call him
what that name is you just said. I know who 10
Anthony Schwartz is gone though.
10 not on the team.
I'm with
Yeah,
you.
he's gone.
So
I don't-
Jake,
I don't-
Lee, let me ask you this: at 74 and 98, who are your choices if you were choosing?
So this is kind of a hard. I'll answer, but I think it's a hard question to answer because there's guys that I'm going to say that I want at 98 that could be gone at 74, right? Like this draft is so weird where, you know, I could say, hey, I would love Jamie Robinson at 78, and at 98, and that's my answer because if he falls there, that's who I want. But he could go at 70, right? And we just don't know where these guys are going to go because this draft is like so. It's all of these guys are graded the same. Like it's very weird. So if I could pick, if we could get Trenton Simpson and then we could get Jamin Robinson, that would be the best case scenario. What's something that's a little bit more realistic is getting an edge like Derek Hall and then getting Jamie Robinson at 98. That's the things that I want to happen.
That'd be a cold ass draft. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Or one of these receivers. I mean, listen, I love Tyler Scott at either pick. I like Marvin Mims at 74. if Mingo ends up there, that's a guy who's bigger, but he can also play in the slot. Like he fits us that way. So
Yeah.
the wide receivers are all a wild card because there's
If Tank
it's-
Dell leave, if he dropped to the third round, I want him. But
so
I think
Tank Dell, bro, but
I
he
think
would
he's
be
gonna
a
be second
total
round.
out. He's older than any player we've ever drafted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he's ready
any
though.
round.
Like
Yeah, he'll be
He's
ready.
ready.
if
I
we
think
can
he's
get it,
ready
I
too.
would say if he's there at 98, I mean take him. I think
Oh,
the first pick should be defense, like you said.
Mhm.
But okay, so we were talking while you disappeared there for a little bit.
I was taking care of business. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you. No, we had mentioned like since Brian Branch is still available, if he falls to like 50, 55, somewhere in there, like, do you think they make the call up? Because
He's
like,
one of the few players. If we get to a spot where Drew Sanders is gone and it looks like Simpson might be going soon, Simpson's someone I would trade up for. And Branch is the other one. I mean, there's really not too many players because, like I said, there's a lot of these guys that are graded around the same. But Branch is absolutely a guy that I would move up for. You're talking about getting the best safety in the draft in the middle of day 2. Like, sign me up,
That's a
right?
steal.
I feel like
and probably one of the positions that we need the most because we have an open roster spot for it.
Yeah.
Like we do not have a safety 3, and Delpit could very well be Delpit is a free agent next year.
yeah. And like we had mentioned earlier, like his stats are insane. Like you get him, like I think honestly he could be generational, like just for the Browns.
Safeties are just not. They're just not valued. I think he's rated high around the league too, but I mean, I do think he's going to go pretty early in this second round though. But yeah, I mean, if he starts to slide, absolutely one of the few guys I trade up for.
Yeah, and if he falls, it's gonna kind of feel like a JOK, like how he kind of fell into the second
that's
round.
a
Like,
great example. Yep.
that's what it kind of reminds me of. But yeah, I'm excited because there's like so many options where there's like you just don't know how this draft's gonna be. Because like Will Levis, I didn't think he would be here. Didn't think Brian Branch would be there.
Yeah,
Like, it's just
I'll
like
apologize to you for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
I'm
about
hurt.
your guy, man.
Yes, he's better. He's better in my mind than Anthony Richardson.
Agreed.
And he has better accuracy, and he had better wide receivers. But the only reason Anthony Richardson had a worse completion percentage is because of his wide receivers.
Here's my take on why I think Will Levis fell. Last year, I'm not going to say he played great because he didn't, but I'm going to say a lot of that was on that shoulder injury that he had and the OC. The OC was utter trash. Like our OC last year, there's a reason he got signed to a 3-year deal before we got him or before the season started. And there's a reason he did not coach in the Pro Bowl game, the bowl game. So he was that bad. So,
What was your record last year, KOC?
I want to say it was like 8-7. I'll be wrong there.
Okay.
Or 8-6.
Yeah,
8 and
I
6.
think to me, like if you're looking at both of those guys as like
Project.
a project, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at both of them as a project, I can see the tiebreaker going to the most athletic quarterback we've ever had. You know what I mean? Like I can see why the Colts did what they did. It's just weird to me how tied together Will Levis and the Colts were for like months, and then they had the chance to take him, and they took a guy that I didn't see that happening. Did you?
I didn't either. And that's why I was kind of shocked. And then I was thinking and then I've heard like the Patriots were real high on him, and then they pass on him. And then the Vikings, I've heard they're real high on him, and then they pass on him. So like I don't know where he's going to go today. Like I could honestly see him going to Tennessee.
So Christian, let me ask you this, because I think honestly, I honestly think he'll go within like the first 5 picks of this round. Surprisingly, I don't know. Like I heard some stuff kind of came out about him, basically like
like listen, I heard BK. So people are calling this. What would you when you can get your option up yesterday? I don't take him at
You're kind of breaking up there.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
You still there, bro?
Yeah, but
Is
nah,
this
like
better or no?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm just saying, I think it's weird if a team trades up to the early second to take him when they could have done that last night and got the 5th year option. It's going to be weird to me if a team trades with the Steelers and takes him. Like, why wouldn't you get the 5th-year option and trade up one spot last night?
I think the biggest thing is that they probably looked at him and they're like, hey, there's probably a guy that we took in the 2nd round who we probably didn't expect to be there. And it's a situation where it's like, okay, well, hey, at the end of the day, there was, like I said, there's probably a guy that they didn't expect to be there that they, took him. I don't know. I just think it's a situation where they're like, okay, now, even though we don't have the 5th-year option, it's like, hey, if he plays good enough, we'll re-sign him as soon as we possibly can. So I think they're looking at it like that. Whereas, I don't know. I'm not so much worried about, like, I guess you could say him going in the 1st, because I think it's a situation where, like I said, if there's a guy where it's like, okay, well, hey, if Jack Campbell fell to me and then, I don't have another 1st-round pick, instead of trading the way he was looking like he was going to be a 2nd-round pick anyway. So it's a situation where if I can take another guy and get Will Levis later on, why not? I just think for me, like, and Christian, you probably know better, since you are, Kentucky fan. I don't know. I heard some like certain things about, like, I guess you could say, like, the way he kind of goes about things. He kind of comes off a little arrogant.
Yeah, he's a little cocky.
So I think those were some of the questions that I heard about him where, in like some of those interviews, like he kind of would come off kind of arrogant to an extent. Like he would say, like, the things that I heard was like he basically tell me, like, I have the biggest arm, I have this, that, and the other. Like, I'm the most, like athletic. Like, basically, it just seems like somebody who, I don't want to say is full of themselves, but it's kind of just seems like, like. It's not the way you kind of go about interviews, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I think he can be decent as long as he can kind of hone in on his craft. Like, we got to remember, Josh Allen took about 3 years to get stuff together.
Yeah.
So,
what the one thing I do like about him, like, sliding to the 2nd is he's probably gonna go to a better situation than he would have in the 1st round. So he's probably gonna go to a better roster.
Yeah.
But to change the subject, I'm getting a little heartbroken here talking about Will Levis, But yeah, can you guys just give me, like, your top 5, like, or top 3? Let's, like, people that you want to see at 74.
Top 3. Realistically, I'd probably say Mingo, Mims, and Dexter. If Dexter is sitting there, I have to seriously consider him there, just because I don't think he's gonna make it past 74 if he does.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. So if Dexter is there at 74, if for whatever reason, it's gonna be hard to pass him up. I'll say that. Like, I think it's truly something where it's like, I don't see him being there at 98. I don't see him falling that far. I think it's a situation where it's like, you take him at 74 and you hope and pray either Mims or Mingo was there at 98. And then, like I said, you take that safety with your 1st, 4th round picks. So what about you, Watson?
I say we address the safety position first. So I say we go grab either, if I know Christian high on Brian Branch, if that's possible, we go grab him. But if it's not, we just still stay at pick 74. Let's grab Jamie Robinson.
Yeah.
And then the next pick, I say we go after, like, Dexter, a D tackle, address a D tackle room. And then I feel like it's gonna be receivers left. I really do. I think it's gonna be receivers left.
Receivers that you like. The only problem with the defensive tackle is that it's like you. I don't trust our front office to draft a defensive tackle. You know what I mean? It's like that one friend that says, you know what, I'm ready to get back out there and get into a new relationship, but they always pick the wrong girl. It's like, bro, just stop for 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Just really think about what you're gonna do. And maybe seek some counsel first. But that's why I don't want to waste that 74 on a D tackle, because show me where we've done it well. Right? Unless we have the 1st overall pick, it just happened to pick up Myles Garrett, right? Which he's not even tackle, he's an end, but same difference. So that's why I'm saying get yourself a wide receiver, double dip a little bit. You know what I mean? Because you already got yourself some David Bell last year. Pick up yourself a Marvin Mims, a Tank Dell. I'm not the highest on Tank Dell, but I do like Mingo. Where's he out of? Mingo's out of Ole Miss. You know, but I understand defensive tackle is a need. But if you're just not good at drafting them, why go out and get a guy unless you like him? Then that's when you go out and get yourself a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about this year is like this defensive tackle class is a lot deeper than the past few, because like the last few have been kind of like top heavy. Like in this year, like I mean, you've got a few that could fall. Like I don't know, like Keontae Benton. Like if he falls, like I mean, that's a big.
Oh, if he's there at 7, I told somebody that. I said if he's there at 74, you know, and I'm gonna just pray at this point that like that kind of throws everything off the board, because I would not expect him to be there. If he's there at 74, you take him, and then if Dexter's there at 98, you take him. Like just imagine this defensive tackle room. If you have Keanu Benton and Javon Dexter, it'd be over. It'd be over for a lot of people.
It would be over, and I think that, but again, that's if Javon Dexter is good. I'm not trying to be whatever.
Yeah,
but,
there's
you know,
a lot of. He's still very raw. He's like I mean,
If
his
we
first
are,
step, if he can get that quicker, he'll be dominant. But there's like I mean, that's the thing. There's a reason that these guys are slipping into the second and third round.
Yeah.
I mean, like let's be real. Like I mean, these guys ain't gonna come out. I mean, they may. I mean, you never know with draft picks. Like they could come in and be like these top tier guys, or they just might not even interview well. But like,
I'm
Manny, do you know what you sound like?
What do I sound like?
You sound like all those girls on The Bachelor who've been hurt before, right? They don't want to open up. They don't.
We're clipping that. We're clipping that.
I know that you've watched The Bachelor. With your
Yes, I love The Bachelor.
There's other girl I've heard before. I don't know how to open up. Right? I don't know. I don't know how to draft a D tackle. We've done it before. I've been hurt. You have to keep swinging. You got to keep your heart open for love. We have to keep it open for D tackle, man. The only thing I will agree with you with though is I think the way that I look at it, I get what you're saying. I think that for me more, it's like these middle round D tackles are just harder to hit on, right? So it's like we've taken a middle round D tackle 3 times. Is our team just bad at doing it, or do they just have a low success rate?
Yes.
Right? Like you just it's probably the hardest position in the entire NFL to transfer from college to the NFL. So it's like you either got to take one of these guys in the first round, and even I mean, what was his name? The guy from Georgia last year. Like how great! I think Jordan Davis, right?
Jordan Davis.
I don't even know. Did he start for them? I know he played. I think he played okay.
They had like a rotation.
It's the hardest position to transfer. So when you're taking a guy who has flaws that he's going to be a day 2 or early day 3 guy, and then it's also that hard, it's like it might take him a couple years to be good. Like look at Al Woods. Look at the beginning of his career. He didn't do anything. And now he's 36 and he's good, right? It's it's like it's a man's position. You got to get seasoned a little bit.
So with Jordan Davis, go ahead.
Go. No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so with Jordan Davis, I was one of the main people advocating for him just because I thought he was somebody who not only just killed the athleticism, metrics and everything. He was 330 pounds running at 4.7. Like just like that is like some tight end type speed right there. That's almost on some different level type stuff. I think he dealt with a couple injuries this season. So it's kind of stopped him a little bit, but he's shown in the early going he can stop the run better than a lot of people. To where when he wasn't out there, they suffer when it came to stopping the run. I think it's a situation where he's gonna grow. He's gonna grow into the position. I'm confident, but obviously for right now, he's just a really elite run stopper.
Right.
Yeah. So, God, I lost my train of thought. But go ahead, Manny.
Yeah. Well, so I just want to address this quick question here. First and foremost, I also want to thank everybody who hopped in here. Shout out to Mo. I don't know if Mo's gonna get his audio and his video up. That's awesome. That Mo. Yo.
Oh.
You got Mo in the
It's a party,
man. It's a party. Bro, I'm so so hyped, bro. We gotta address this question real quick. But yeah, so, bro, this is. I'm sorry, my cheeks hurt from smiling. But anyway, but anyone willing to take Luke? AB says anyone willing to take Luke Weipler out of Ohio State with pick 98 if he falls. That's an offensive lineman. Right, young, 21 years old. The problem is, isn't he a little bit small? I think he's a little bit small. He's 6'3", 303.
Is he a guard or
I think he's a center. So he's a little bit. And the problem is, unless he can play guard, our center room is stacked right now. Is it Pochich that's going to start? Is it Harris that's going to start?
The thing with that position, like even guards, like I mean, there's some. We probably need some more depth at guard, but I think we can wait a little bit and get that like a deeper guard position. We need a tackle more than guard. If that
we need it. We do. I gotta get. Mo. I gotta get. Bro, 74 real quick. Mo, bro, you missed the smoke. I was in here talking about Ravens and BK talking about he's not worried about Lamar. Man, I wish we were in Spaces and so I could act a little bit more less professional. But listen. Who do you have at 74? Is there a player that you like at 74? Is there a player that, like, as soon as they announce their name, you're throwing your phone, your TV's getting smashed, or whatever? Like, what is there? Who do you like at 74?
At 74, I want Jamie Robinson out of Florida State. On safety, I want him. He can play deep third, play in the box, and as much as I don't want to say it. We don't know what Grant Delpit's contract's going to be. If he's gone, there's your replacement right there. And I hate to say it like that, but you feel me? That's just how it is,
That's another and get Battle out of here, Jordan Battle. We listen. We're team Jamie Robinson over on this side. We don't need a small little Jamal Adams. Jamie Robinson again, short arm. He does have a little bit of short arms, but at the same time, he's lit. Listen, baby said closing the house.
You're drafting a guy who is going to play this year. He's going to have a role this year, but he's not going to be relied on. And then he can also take over for someone next year, right? So it's just the perfect, it's just the perfect pick, I think, for us if we could bring him in. Because he's our third safety. He's going to cover the slot a little bit. He might take over for Delpit next year, but also he's not going to come in as a starter that we have to take at 74.
Exactly.
We need safety depth, bro. Only other safety we got is Deanna.
That's right. We have 3 total on the whole team right now. There's an absolute open roster spot. There's a guarantee that we draft a safety at some point.
Exactly. So I think it's very important if we address that safety room, and also with Jamie Robinson, like you're talking about, Mo, he can play in the slot, and nobody wants to do that when you're playing brown and orange. Nobody wants to play in the slot anymore.
Very physical. He loves to hit and he loves to tackle. And
with a defensive coordinator like Jim Schwartz, he loves that. He loves
some contact, and I'm sick and tired of all these other defenses having these hard hitting guys that wants the contact, that want to embrace it. I love Denzel.
You want some dogs?
I want some dogs. The slide cancel, the cancel slide or whatever, like going under attack. That's cute. That's nice, but I want some hits. I want some popping, and that's what I want. Man,
and like if you go back and watch his tape, like he doesn't quit till after the whistle, bro. Like he's hitting
no.
And that's what Jim Schwartz loves.
Exactly.
Loves it down to the net.
Down to the whistle. Listen, we are 2 hours and 10 minutes away from round 2. We have about 8 or 9 minutes left here. We've done from 12 to 5 for the extravaganza. I truly, before I keep asking questions, because I don't know where on earth KFC just went. That means he usually is taking a potty break. But anyway, I really, from the bottom of my heart, like, guys, this is lit. I am so thankful that you guys decided to stop by, because this is what I wanted. I wanted Spaces to be here, just chop it up, just have a conversation, and then we get back to Spaces until right after this is done. But my last thing, right before we go, now that I have JC and Gavin, and I want Mo's opinion, because we already got BK's opinion on this. Are we not afraid? I don't want to use the word afraid. Are we concerned about what they're doing over there in Baltimore? Because I know, listen, already shaking the head so quick, and I bet if JC wasn't driving, he'd be shaking his head too.
Oh man,
JC, go first, and then Mo, and then Gavin, and then are you concerned about it? I mean, Odell Beckham. What about DeAndre Hopkins?
This is the thing, man. They're paying. So we're paying a quarterback, they're paying a quarterback. It's this is what BG brought up the other day. We're on more of an even playing field right now. The thing that I love though is that they're paying a linebacker $100 million. So they have 350 or 360 million in a linebacker and a quarterback who's been hurt the last 2 years. So am I concerned? I'll say that Lamar is going to carry them to victories. They're going to win games the next couple of years just because he's on their team, because that's happened the last 2 years, right? And I would have rather him be gone, right? I as long as he's out of here, like I would have been happy. So I'm a
Thank
little
you.
upset he's coming
Thank
back.
you for your honesty.
But I think that we can cover Zay Jones with the corners we have on the team. I think OBJ is still good, but does he scare me more than, you know what I mean? Like he's over 30. What is he, 31 right now too? So
Yep.
I'm not more scared of them than the Bengals, right? And I think that we can go toe to toe with the Bengals. So it makes our division better. It makes them better. It makes it harder. Like it's not just us and the Bengals, period. Now, like it would be if we left. But I do still think we just have a better team. I don't think the team is that great outside of Lamar.
Yeah. Quick question, JC. What kind of sunglasses you got going on there?
I was gonna say, man.
I have
Look,
no
you,
idea.
you're kind of vibing out. I don't know if you're flex. I don't know if you're flexing right now. If you're trying to flex, you're trying to flex on us real quick.
I don't have a frog emoji to put over myself.
Are those Oakleys? Are those
These are
Oakleys?
probably no way. These are probably gas station.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought I saw an Oakley or an LV or a Louis Vuitton logo on the side. I was
I thought I seen a Gucci.
He kept turning his head like this, so he saw the logo, like looking to the left and right. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Mo, real quick, are you as we finish wrapping it up here? Baltimore, they're making moves. You're not.
I will be the first. I will be one to say that I think that Zay Flowers' move was great. Now you have two people who in scramble drill can take. You have two people in scramble drill who can take a little 5-yard out to connect with Lamar, 60 yards, or even to the crib. Like they got two people like that now. But we got Denzel Ward, we got Greg Newsome, and we got Emerson. I'm not worried about Nathan. Nada. Nathaniel. They're gonna get the talented. You feel me? Yeah, Nathaniel. Nothing.
I'm weak.
But they gonna.
I'm not worried about Nathaniel.
I really want to see what Lamar does with a number one and a high end number two. I mean, they have Bateman, but Bateman ain't been healthy. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not really looking at Bateman as just that guy for them. Odell is him for them. He's going to be their number one. But the impact that's really going to make them is going to be how good Zay Flowers is. Because you can have Odell over there, but you have Mark Andrews already. You know he's the safety valve. Lamar's going to be going him off rip. Mm-hmm. You have Odell, who's now the number one receiver that he's been asking for to get the ball to in situations. But depending on Flowers, man, was that good?
Mo, let me ask you this, Mo. If because I know you were one of the highest people on this train. Let me ask you this. When the Siaki IKEA train started, you were one of the first people on there. So I need to ask you. You were driving the train, everything. I need to know if they drafted him, how would you feel in that moment? Like, let's say in the third or fourth round they drafted him. How are you feeling now that you've had a couple of months to actually, do like more information has come out and everything? How would you feel?
Honestly, we have an improved D line, so I will feel better. And if it's in the third, fourth round, I will feel better than grabbing him 43. 43, like especially seeing how the board falling. Like at 40.
Don't mind that. I'm sorry.
40,
I was just scrolling down the timeline. Sorry.
He getting ready for the draft.
If you really think about it, if we still had that second round pick, we probably could have traded up and got Miles Murphy or Brian Brees. And so I wouldn't want to see. We could even still got Benton, and I think Benton about to go in this second round. Off the board. So I
talk about it.
Mozzie Smith went before them.
Mm-hmm. Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
I did not see that at all.
I didn't see that one
I
or
thought
the
we
Jack
could get
Campbell.
him.
The Jack Campbell one threw me off
Hey.
big time.
Hey, man, it pissed me off when I heard the Lions got him. I was so
Is that his son or something? Is that Dan Campbell's like nephew or something? Like, why did he go so high?
That's his brother, cousin.
Hey, during the look, when they was on the phone, like everybody was on the phone, he was like, "I like your last name" or something like that. Like,
He's like, bro, can you imagine, bro? I'd be so mad if a coach said, "Bro, I'm only picking you because your last name, bro." Nothing else. Say you're a Campbell chicken noodle soup, bro. It's over on this side. Come over here.
Yeah,
Bro, this Gavin, real quick. I just want to get your prediction of the standings. I wanted to ask you in particular. Being a Cavs fan and all, but anyway. So I just wanted to ask you really quickly your predictions of the AFC North standings at the end of this coming season. I want to get a little taste, a little feeling of how you. Whoa! I can't believe I said that. But a little feeling of how you feel about the Ravens.
Hey, yo.
My bad. I'm drawing right now.
Of course, ouch. but I feel like Inc. will go really good toe to toe against the Bengals. This is their last year of actually doing anything with
Talk
their,
about it. Talk to him.
with their salary cap and all that stuff that they have. So, like this is do or die for us. Or for us mainly this year with all that we've done in the off season with everything and this is Stefanski's last year of his contracts and Andrew Berry with what he's been able to do in the off season and whatever we get in the draft, no matter to me it was safety, we need that and with the Ravens. They screwed themselves with giving giving Lamar that money. We know Lamar's history with injury history and playoff history. So they screwed themselves in the butt with that. So
you're saying you ain't worried about the Cincy broke boys and the Baltimore foolish boys, huh?
Nope. Especially since Joe Burrow's only beaten us one time.
Talk about it. They in here listening, Gavin. Let them know he won
They've
4.
only beaten us. They've only beaten us one time. So
Gavin.
And have the Bengals won a Super Bowl under Joe Burrow? No. And they have
say that.
And don't they have the most
Hey,
sacks
Gavin,
allowed
how
in
you
the
feel about
NFL?
the Pittsburgh Coal Miners?
The Pittsburgh Coal Miners are they finishing last in the division?
Yeah, the Coal Miners.
Yeah, they don't have an
I like
offensive
it.
line either. So.
Gavin said, "I ain't worried. I ain't even talking about. I don't
even have to talk about. I don't have to talk about it. But yeah, as long as we just do our job, and feed Nick Chubb up and have it 50-50 offense where Deshaun Watson does his thing and be like the Deshaun Watson he was back in Houston. Houston is gonna all the ducks are gonna fly where they're at.
Bet.
I mean, as long as we don't set high expectations for the team, like just take it game by game, and we're gonna have more success than we think. Last year it was just the hype. Yeah, and we knew Watson was gonna be suspended. Jacoby did his job. The only thing that stunk and ruined it for us was our rush defense. Everything else we had was.
And we're gonna be better. And we're gonna be better with that this year. We're gonna be better with that this year.
With getting Thornhill and getting Tomlinson and then getting Jim Schwartz, who was a scout with us back in the '90s. He knows this defense. He knows.
Yeah.
I mean,
we ought to be lit.
Familiar faces that were with us back when the franchise was here back in the '90s, and that means something.
But Gavin, so we went in the division. I'm gonna wrap this up real quick. So we went in the division.
Yes,
yeah. You better talk to him. You better talk to him. You better talk to him. Hey, listen. So first and foremost, we're gonna end it there. Thank you so much for all the listeners, the viewers, the Twitter engagements here. We got a lot of questions, people dropping by, and some fans, some opposing fans. That's okay. We see you. We saw Ravens fans, Paul Pierre. We see you on the timelines and the mentions, but that's okay. The Cleveland Browns are coming. Let them know we're up. Mo, Gavin, Coltrane, thank you so much for stopping by. BK stopped by. We had Jo and Browns with Noah. JC. We had so many guests. Jo from Off the Clock. Who you with? It was lit. It was so lit today. Let's enjoy the net draft today, guys. And on 3, we're gonna say go Browns.
Hey, hold on, wait. Before we do that, for sleeper in the 3rd round, Isaiah McGuire.
Isaiah McGuire.
Go watch his tape.
Hey, listen, y'all heard it here. It's live. It is documented. Isaiah McGuire. Hopefully Marvin Mims season. Hopefully at 74. We'll see in 2 hours, a couple of hours. We'll see what's going on. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Go Browns, baby. Go Browns.
Dog pound forever.